Chapter 1 The first time to see the school sister. June heat, cicadas raucous. At this time, Xiao Yang is racing all the way, sweating and panting like an ox. Today is the college entrance exam, only half an hour left from the start of the exam, but he just went out. Last night, he tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping, and at lunchtime he wanted to take a nap, but he didn't realize that he overslept. It wasn't too late, it was still in time. He hurriedly glanced at the time on his cell phone screen and was secretly grateful. Although it only takes a few moments to take a taxi to arrive at the examination center, but Xiao Yang's frugal character makes him treat every penny as a treasure. Those are his sweat-for-sweat money, how can it be easily squandered? The bus stop was right in front of him. It would only take 20 minutes by bus to reach the examination center. This was the best plan that he had already calculated in his mind. He stood in front of the bus stop, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a flash of white dress came into his eyes. It was a tall girl with black hair like a waterfall. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her steps were as graceful as those of a model. Her height is about 1.7 meters, holding a pink handbag, elegant temperament, like a fairy out of the painting. Xiao Yang knows that the two worlds are very different. Just a quick glance, will not dare to look at more, but that pair of dynamic eyes but as a brand deeply printed in his heart, lingering. Just at this time, two bus slowly came. Xiao Yang was about to get on the bus, but through the window saw a touch of obscene figure quietly approaching the girl. The man used a white scarf to cover the girl's mouth and nose. The girl just struggled a few times, and then fell to the ground. At the same time, a dilapidated van silently parked on the side. A bald man quickly jumped out, and the two together dragged the girl to the car. Kidnapping? This thought flashed in Xiao Yang's mind, causing him to tremble. This place was in the middle of nowhere, pedestrians were scarce, and the kidnappers' actions were obviously well planned, skillful and swift. The moment the car door was about to close, Xiao Yang was faced with a difficult choice. To save someone means missing the college entrance exam, and the cost of repeating the exam is heavy and the other party may be armed, so the danger is heavy. But his feet have involuntarily stepped toward the car. The justice and courage in his heart drove him to make this choice. Just at the moment the car door closed, Xiao Yang leaped out of the car like a cheetah, narrowly missing being hit by a speeding motorcycle. Curses drifted with the wind, but he had no time to care, just stared at the van without looking away, with only one thought in his mind: to save people. As a former track team leader, Xiao Yang's speed did not diminish due to the passage of time. He quickly caught up with the van and kicked over the lewd man who was trying to escape. The bald man was stunned for a moment and then swung his fists to counterattack, but Xiao Yang skillfully dodged it like a dexterous monkey, and countered with a heavy knee to his abdomen, and the bald man knelt down in response, wailing in pain. Seeing this, the driver panicked and started the car to escape. Xiao Yang glimpsed the girl lying in the car, her face pale, life and death uncertain. His heart tightened, recklessly jumped into the van, loudly shouted, "Stop!" The driver, however, ignored it, and the vehicle weaved frantically on the road as if to throw them off. The door was wide open, the girl was shaking. Xiao Yang quickly pulled her. His hand inadvertently touched her chest. The soft touch made his heart tremble, but at the moment he had no time to think, just tightly grabbed the girl. One hand climbed on the seat, vowing to stop this criminal kidnapping. Through the rearview mirror, the driver noticed Xiao Yang's critical situation. Xiao Yang was no longer able to close the door, and with a cross in his heart, he jerked the steering wheel, trying to get out of the situation in this way. The driver stepped on the gas to the end, and the vehicle sped across the road like a crazy snake, with the lives of both Xiao Yang and the girl hanging by a thread. Click! A crisp break sounded, and the clothing in Xiao Yang's hand snapped loose. It turned out to be the girl's bra was overwhelmed by the violent shaking, and instantly broke, and the dress was also torn open as if by a gale, tearing a long slit. Immediately after that, the van made another unexpected sharp turn, as if it was going to throw the whole world out. Hissing! Along with this ear-piercing sound, the girl's clothes were completely destroyed, turning into pieces of flakes that drifted away with the wind. Xiao Yang only had a lone ball of white yarn left in his hands, while the girl was instantly thrown out of the car like a leaf blown down by a gale. The situation was critical to the extreme. Xiao Yang barely had time to think and instinctively leapt up like an eagle with wings spreading, holding the girl tightly in mid-air. He used his body as a shield to ward off the impending danger for her. Rumble! With a loud bang, the two of them fell heavily onto the asphalt road and tumbled. The pain surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning Xiao Yang. He still tightly protected the girl, using his arms to hold up a sky for her until the rolling finally stopped. And at this moment, the van had long disappeared out of sight. Toot! Just then, a mixer truck came speeding like a giant beast, unprepared for the two people who suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Squeak! The mixer truck braked urgently, and the tires rubbed against the ground with a piercing sound, leaving a long black mark on the road. The driver poked his head out, his eyes widened in anger, and he loudly scolded, "Don't want to die." Xiao Yang endured his injuries and gently put the girl down, struggling to get up to check her condition. He realized that he was bruised all over his body, and his ribs were in vague pain, as if they would break at any time. The girl, on the other hand, was lying nearly naked, and Xiao Yang quickly took off his own shirt and gently covered her body, then carefully carried her into the woods by the roadside. At this time, the mixer truck driver also followed, his eyes flashing with mischief. Xiao Yang grimaced coldly and stared at him without fear, placing him firmly out of his line of sight. "Kid, want to have it all to yourself? Count me in, I won't say anything. Otherwise." "Jia jia jia." The driver laughed wickedly and came close to Xiao Yang, attempting to get a piece of the pie. "Get out of the way, or send you to see your two milk." Xiao Yang looked at him angrily and snapped, bloodstains and bruises intertwined on his face, making him look even more appalling. The driver was so shocked by his aura that he backed away in fear and eventually drove away from the scene in a hasty manner. Xiao Yang returned to the girl, trying to find her identity information so that he could contact her family. However, he rummaged through the girl's entire body and only found a white thong in N as the only clue. This was difficult to do. He looked at the girl's tender face and his heart was filled with worry. Suddenly, Xiao Yang realized that he was about to miss the college entrance exam. He looked down at the cell phone in his hand, and although the screen was shattered, he was still able to show that the time was already 5 minutes past the start time of the exam. He knew that being 15 minutes late would disqualify him from the exam. Taking a taxi was already hopeless, and this was the outskirts of the countryside, which was inhospitable. Xiao Yang was caught in a dilemma. Although saving someone's life was a good deed, losing the opportunity to take the college entrance exam made his heart ache. Even if he is good in other subjects, missing an exam will put him at a disadvantage in the competition with others. Xiao Yang's heart was mixed. The joy of saving others and the pain of losing the exam were intertwined, making it difficult for him to choose for a moment. He knew that his science synthesis was not a strong point, but he was usually able to cope with it. Math and English is almost perfect. Even if the science is a little inferior, it does not prevent him from entering the door of a major university. This time, he missed the exam, the other subjects again outstanding. The gap of more than 100 points is also difficult to fill. Could it be that this is destiny? Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and sadness in his heart. He had never been favored by the god of luck since he was a child and had no one to depend on. It was only through his own resilience and unremitting efforts that he had come this far step by step. At this critical moment, but suffered such a change. Humph. It's just one more exam. I will fight for one more year, refine my science and vow to enter Qingbei. Xiao Yang suddenly shouted as if he wanted to sweep away the haze in his heart. He rekindled his fighting spirit, slowly drew out the bag that carried countless dreams and hopes from his pants pocket, and took out his pass. Fuck the college entrance exam. Just at this moment, but he laughed violently, tore the pass to shreds and spilled into the air. Dripping. Just at this moment, a crisp electronic tone suddenly sounded in Xiao Yang's ears. Chapter 2 Binding Supreme System. Host identification in progress. Identification complete, system officially opened. The voice of the system was calm and magnetic, as if it was a deeply hidden wise man guiding Xiao Yang towards a brand new world. The task is completed. Heroic rescue of beauty, rewarded with 200 huaxia coins, accumulated 200 huaxia coins. As the words of the system fell, Xiao Yang could not help but be dumbfounded. This sudden reward caught him a little off guard, yet was full of surprises. Before the laughter fell, a sweet and slightly mysterious female voice suddenly sounded. What person? Xiao Yan looked around suspiciously, but only saw the girl lying at his feet and no other figure. Don't look for me, I am the assistant of the Supreme System, you can call me Yao Yao. Before the words fell, an elf-like girl suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. The wings behind her spread lightly, as if she could dance at any time and merge into that azure sky. What the hell is this? Xiao Yang's eyes widened in surprise and tried to reach out to capture that ethereal figure, but realized that he could not touch her no matter what. Don't waste your efforts, you can't touch me, and no one can see me and hear my voice. Yao Yao lifted her wings and laughed. Holographic projection? Where is that emission source? Xiao Yang looked around, thinking that this was some sort of high-tech product. However, Yang gently shook his head. Nonetheless, I am far from being that lowly. I am an assistant of the Supreme System, how could I be just a simple holographic projection? Then what exactly are you? Is it some sort of intelligent assistant? Xiao Yang's curiosity was completely aroused and he asked repeatedly. I do have a name, it's called Yao Yao. Yao Yao proudly lifted up her chest, as if she was showing Xiao Yang her uniqueness. What exactly does the mission and the Huaxia coins mentioned just now mean? Xiao Yang continued to pursue the question, wanting to uncover the veil of this mysterious system. You unintentionally activated the Supreme System and completed the first mission Heroic Rescue, so the system rewarded you with 200 Huaxia coins. Yao Yao patiently explained, the Supreme System, simply put, is a mysterious existence that can grant you extraordinary abilities. And the Chinese coins are the only currency you can spend in the system. What is the Supreme System? What exactly was its origin? Xiao Yang's curiosity grew stronger. This question, you need 1 million Chinese coins to unlock it. Yao Yao winked mischievously, as if she was deliberately trying to whet Xiao Yang's appetite. 1 million? This is not a small amount of money. Xiao Yang could not help but be staggered. Indeed, one needs to complete countless tasks to slowly accumulate it. Xiao Yao said softly, however, it is up to you whether you listen or not, do it or not. But what I want to tell you is that there is a reward of Huaxia coins for completing the quests. Chinese coins? That's money? Xiao Yang asked tentatively. You can say so, but the Huaxia coins can only be spent within the system and cannot be exchanged for real-world money. Yang explained, however, the Huaxia coins can be used for a lot of things, it allows you to have unimaginable skills. Saying that, Yao Yao waved the wand in her hand and a holographic light screen suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. On the light screen, there was a wide variety of skills, and Xiao Yang was dazzled. 1. Repair skill, elementary, worth 100 Huaxia coins, capable of repairing various items, one-time use. 2. Instantaneous movement skill, elementary, worth 50 Huaxia coins, able to move instantly within 10 kilometers, one-time use. 3. Knowledge skill, elementary, worth 50 Huaxia coins, allows you to have all textbook knowledge up to university level, lasts for 1 hour. 4. Language skill, elementary, worth 50 Huaxia coins, allows you to be proficient in all the world's languages, lasts for 1 hour. 5. Perspective skills, primary, worth 100 Huaxia coins, gives you the ability to see through, lasts 5 minutes. These are all disposable props. Yao Yao pointed to the skills on the light screen and said, you now have 200 Huaxia coins, you can choose to buy one of these skills. Xiao Yang looked at the locked items, why can't these be used? These are unlocked skills and cannot be used for the time being. Yao Yang explained, if you want to unlock them, you need to spend more Huaxia coins. Then how to unlock them? Xiao Yang pursued. For low-level skills, each item would cost 1,000 Huaxia coins. For high-level skills, the price would be even more expensive. Yang said softly, however, you can only choose to buy one of these 6 skills right now. How about it, do you want to purchase and experience it right away? Once you have it, you will be able to immediately feel the powerful empowerment of the skill O. Xiao Yang's gaze was like a torch, staring at the skill introduction, his heart calculating, this primary knowledge skill can let me master all the textbook knowledge below the university, lasts for 1 hour. This is simply an exam artifact. If it can be used in the science exam, won't it be easy to get a high score? Have you decided? Yao Yao's voice rang out at the right time. Xiao Yang frowned and looked at the time on his cell phone, his heart secretly anxious. It's a pity that even if he buys it now, it's too late to rush to the examination center. Time is running out, there are only 3 minutes left before the exam starts. You can try to see the instantaneous transfer skill. Yao Yao reminded. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, but then he revealed a distressed look, right, but my pass. He looked down, and the pass had already become fragments and was scattered all over the place. How difficult is this? The repair skill will solve your problem. Yang said gently. Is there enough funds then? Xiao Yang hurriedly asked, afraid that he would not be able to afford these skills. Don't worry, the two together are only 150 Huaxia coins, the balance in your account is enough to buy the knowledge skills. Yao Yao confirmed. Good, then buy them all. Xiao Yang made a decisive decision. As Yao Yao operated, the holographic screen instantly disappeared and the skill purchase was completed. Xiao Yang only felt a marvelous power surging within his body, and at the same time, the pieces of the exam pass on the ground were miraculously repaired. How to go to the examination center? Xiao Yang picked up the pass and asked. You only need to focus your mind and think about where you want to go, and you will be able to get there instantly within 10 kilometers. Yao Yao instructed. Xiao Yang nodded and turned his head to look at the unconscious girl, with some reluctance in his heart. You can only hide here first, wait for me to finish the exam and then come back to find you. After saying this, he used the branches and leaves to cover the girl and turned to leave. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, focused his thoughts, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the entrance of the examination center. Without saying a word, he rushed into the examination room, but was stopped by the invigilator. Student, are you in such a hurry? I am here to take the exam. Xiao Yang replied, his tone firm. But you are already 15 minutes late, according to the rules you cannot enter. The invigilator showed a difficult face. Xiao Yang looked at the time on his cell phone and said eagerly, Teacher, please look at the time, there are still 30 seconds before you are officially considered late. The invigilator teacher checked the time and still looked a little hesitant, but you are in this state. Bare shoulders, it is not very appropriate, right? Xiao Yang smiled and explained, the examination rules do not prohibit bare shoulders in the entrance, and this is not more convenient to supervise the examination? Chapter 3 10 minutes to hand in the paper? The teacher shook his head helplessly. The invigilator shook his head helplessly and compromised, all right, show me your pass. Xiao Yang handed over his pass and walked into the exam room with big strides. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the other candidates, who cast curious gazes. Is this a comedian invited by monkeys? How can you take the exam like this? Probably a brainwashed person who overslept. With this IQ, it would be better to go back and sleep more. Why don't you go back to sleep a little more? You're here so late, and you still want to get a grade? I don't know what to think. In the face of these ridicule and skepticism, Xiao Yang was unmoved. He scrutinized the test paper, and the answers automatically appeared in his mind. He quickly filled in the answer key, still thinking about the unconscious girl in his mind, so his speed was a few points faster. Soon, Xiao Yang completed one side of the test paper and turned the page to continue. The atmosphere in the examination room became more tense, and as the other candidates watched his page-turning movements, they couldn't help but feel a trace of anxiety in their hearts. Am I too slow? Why is he turning the page already? A candidate muttered to himself, his tone filled with uneasiness. Despite being late, Xiao Yang completed all the questions in only 10 minutes. He got up to hand in his paper, which was gently placed on the podium, and the entire room of candidates looked at him in dismay. Teacher, I'm handing in my paper. Xiao Yang said lightly. That guy, it is likely that he is blindly blind, and he came here to put on airs and graces and make a show of being mysterious. A candidate in Xiao Yang's back seat lowered his voice and disdainfully bristled, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiao Yang's candidate information on the table, and scoffed even more in his heart. Xiao Yang? Humph, I would like to see how many points you can score on the test. He muttered, his tone full of contempt and disdain. The invigilator picked up Xiao Yang's test paper, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his tone carried a few points of reproach. Student, you can't leave it empty if you don't know how to do it, at least try to answer it. Xiao Yang smiled slightly and responded confidently, Teacher, I have finished answering, you can rest assured. The teacher heard this and examined the test paper half-heartedly. With just a few casual glances, he was surprised to find that Xiao Yang's answers were all correct. Turning to the difficult questions, which he knew all too well when he handed out the papers, they could be called the most difficult questions of the decade, with very few people in the country being able to solve them. However, Xiao Yang actually solved them all. The fellow teacher looked up and wanted to call out to Xiao Yang, but realized that he had already disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a near-perfect test paper. Classmates, I've taken a preliminary look at that student's paper just now, and it's very likely that it's a perfect score. The teacher's words carried a bit of shock and emotion, admonishing the students, you have to work harder. Every point in the college entrance exam is crucial, a difference of 1 point, maybe 10,000 people away. The perfect score? Inside the examination room instantly exploded. The crowd was talking, their eyes coincidentally gathered outside the window, tracing the back of Xiao Yang that was gradually moving away. Is that the candidate who is bare-chested and looks like a punk? 10 minutes to finish the paper and still get full marks? The crowd was completely flabbergasted. The boy in Xiao Yang's back seat was even more shocked beyond words. He competition experience countless, physics and chemistry in the school no one knows, even he, for the science comprehensive score is not fully grasped. Because the exam questions are different every year, the occasional difficult problems always make him think hard and difficult to overcome. This time, the exam was even more difficult, especially the last two big questions. He habitually skimmed through the big questions first, and then thought about them while answering. But this time, the previous questions were almost finished, but those two big questions were still clueless. However, Xiao Yang not only solved them all, but also got them all right. What was even more shocking was that he completed the entire paper in less than 10 minutes, including the two big questions that were a headache for people, but he also used only 2 to 3 minutes to get it done easily. Xiao Yang ran out of the school gate and anxiously stopped a cab. Going to Qingyun Road. He sat on the passenger side and eagerly instructed the driver. Where is Qingyun Road? The driver looked at this high school student who was covered in bruises and disheveled clothes, and couldn't help but mutter a little in his heart, fearing that his bloodstains would dirty the seat. You drive along the road, I will tell you to stop when you arrive. Xiao Yang said anxiously, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency and anxiety. Although the driver has doubts about the recent frequent carjacking and murder cases, more than let the car to drive to the remote place of murder, but see, this person looks like a high school student appearance, although 18 years old and adults, and even physical fitness than some middle-aged men, but in order to earn a little extra money, he still stepped on the gas pedal, to the Qingyun Road. The car traveled for more than 20 minutes and finally arrived at Qingyun Road. Xiao Yang stared unblinkingly at the scenery flying by outside the window. Those monotonous green trees seemed to be full of vitality and hope in his eyes. Stop! Xiao Yang suddenly shouted. The driver was startled and hastily stepped on the brakes. Xiao Yang quickly took out a 50 yuan bill and shoved it to the driver. No need to look for it. After saying that, he couldn't wait to jump out of the car. The driver looked at the meter display, 53 yuan, although some of the heart is still short of 3 yuan, but see Xiao Yang covered with bruises, hurried appearance, but also inconvenient to catch up, had no choice but to turn around and go back to the city. Xiao Yang walked quickly into the woods along the slope and soon found the cluster of bushes. He gently plucked away the branches and leaves, and a pair of long white and slender legs were faintly visible. A warm current surged in his heart. Fortunately, this place is in the middle of nowhere and has not been discovered. I really didn't mean to do it. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your clothes being too thin. It can't be blamed on me. Xiao Yang had a helpless look on his face. His hands gently lifted the girl up, but the next thing he did was to make a mistake. Send her home? But he didn't know where her home was. Send her to the police station? But with her current appearance, it was really inappropriate to appear in that kind of place. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and find something for the girl to wear that could cover her shame. Xiao Yang scratched his head in agony, and secretly chafed in his heart. If only the Huaxia coins in the Supreme System had not been depleted, he would have directly instantly moved to take her home, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. Just as he hugged the girl, full of sorrow, the girl's pale lips suddenly moved slightly. Are you awake? Xiao Yang tentatively called out lightly, while gently shaking her. The girl slowly opened her eyes were confused, as if she was still sleepwalking. Are you really awake? Xiao Yang looked straight into her eyes and asked again. The girl stared at Xiao Yang for a while, as if she was trying hard to recall something. Suddenly, she realized that she was wearing an unfamiliar shirt, and her skirt and high heels were nowhere to be found. Ah! The girl instantly realized what was going on and screamed and flailed her arms about, her nails accidentally scratching Xiao Yang's cheek. Xiao Yang held the girl and tried his best to avoid her fidgeting, but he had no choice but to put her down first. As soon as the girl got free, she immediately got up and stumbled around trying to escape. You stop right there. Don't run. Xiao Yang was quick on his feet and pulled her arm. The girl screamed and struggled, but she couldn't break free. Seeing that she could not escape, the girl suddenly knelt on the ground, bawling, Please don't hurt me. How much money you want I'll give you. My family is very rich, just beg you to let me go. Chapter 4 Halfway to Kill a Rash. Xiao Yang helplessly loosened his hand and explained, You misunderstood, I am not a fucking kidnapper, it is me who saved you. The kidnappers ran away a long time ago. The girl looked up at Xiao Yang's bruised and naked appearance, and her heart was still full of suspicion. Xiao Yang had to explain that these scars are to save her to get, the shirt on the body is also her. The girl was silent, her memory was interrupted from the moment she was covered her mouth, and then woke up to Xiao Yang holding her, and naturally mistook him for the murderer. Xiao Yang recounted the events in detail, and the girl listened half-heartedly. In this way, near the bus station should have surveillance, we go to see the surveillance video is clear. Xiao Yang proposed. The girl only began to believe him a little. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she asked in a low voice, Did you see me all naked? When Xiao Yang heard this, he suddenly scratched his head again, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, the girl angrily rebuked, You rascal! Then she picked up a stone and smashed it at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was caught off guard, his forehead was smashed squarely, and blood immediately flowed down. Ah! Are you all right? Seeing this, the girl shouted in panic. Xiao Yang covered his forehead and sat on the ground. The girl hurriedly pounced over and nervously checked his wound, filled with guilt. Right at this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly smelled a fresh scent, and in front of him was the girl's proud body that was hidden under her thin shirt. The girl noticed that something was wrong, and followed Xiao Yang's gaze to look over. The stinking rascal, still looking. Careful, I will dig out your eye beads. The girl roared and slapped Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was slapped by this slap and fell to the ground, not moving. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl thought that she had used too much force and knocked Xiao Yang out. The girl approached again and carefully held Xiao Yang's shoulders. Big sister, you will kill someone if you kill like this. Xiao Yang slowly sat up, and the girl's palm print was still on his face. I am sorry. But you cannot look at me like this anymore. The girl shyly said to Xiao Yang. Good, I don't look, I close my eyes always, okay? Xiao Yang helplessly compromised. There is no need to close your eyes. The girl said with some embarrassment. Then let's have a good chat, don't move your hands and feet. Xiao Yan looked at the girl and said seriously. The girl nodded solemnly. My name is Morong Chushue, really thank you very much for saving me, now, I want to formally thank you. Saying that, Xi Yingying bowed and knelt on the soft grass, her gesture elegant and sincere. No. You are not polite, quickly get up, it is just a matter of lifting my hand, my name is Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang responded with a smile and hastily helped her up. Can you lend me your cell phone to make a call? I want to notify my family. Morong Chushue's voice trembled slightly with a hint of shyness. Of course, give. Xiao Yang did not hesitate to hand over his cell phone. The screen of the phone was already broken because of the previous struggle, but he did not care. Morong Chushue took the cell phone and looked at the broken screen. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This was broken when she saved me, right? It's okay, turn around, just send me a new one. Xiao Yang joked. Ha, must, and to the most expensive. After a moment's hesitation, Morong Chushue said with a smile. Morong Chushue carefully dialed her family's number and briefly informed her location before she hurriedly hung up and returned the phone to Xiao Yang. They would arrive soon. She breathed a sigh of relief and a reassuring smile appeared on her face. Just then, Xiao Yang was keenly aware of a familiar white van coming in the distance. After the van stopped, 3 people jumped out of the van, the same 3 kidnappers that he had taught a lesson to before, and this time, each of them was holding a pistol in a fierce manner. Be careful. Xiao Yang reacted quickly and pounced Morong Chushue into a nearby bush. The 2 of them were close together and their breathing was clearly audible. Morong Chushue's face was pale and her body was stiff, not daring to make the slightest movement. As for Xiao Yang, although he was in danger, his body couldn't help but react, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Morong Chushue sensed Xiao Yang's abnormality, her cheeks instantly turned scarlet and her breathing became rapid. That kid should have fallen quite lightly. One of the kidnappers said, with a bit of smugness in his voice. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Morong Chushue was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. Damn, we planned for half a month, we wanted to get a few 100 million, who knows that halfway killed a rash. Another kidnapper viciously cursed. Just look for it in this neighborhood, he can't run far. Not even a shadow, this kid will not be scared away, right? There's no mistaking it, this is the place. He must have hidden himself. It's been so long, I guess he has already left, we have worked for nothing. It's really fucking infuriating. Just as they were talking, one of the kidnappers had already walked up to Xiao Yang's side and had his foot on his left-hand side. Morong Chushue was so scared that her face turned green and she trembled. Her trembling made it even harder for Xiao Yang, but he could only endure it. Big brother, what should we do then? A kidnapper asked anxiously. Find another opportunity, we can't just give up. The leader of the kidnappers said calmly. But they must be even more vigilant now, how can we still start? Another kidnapper said worriedly. Stupid, this is the right time for us. Normal people would think so and give up. But we're going to do the opposite and catch them off guard. The leader of the kidnappers smiled wryly. Big brother is brilliant. The other 2 kidnappers chimed in. I've read a lot of military books. You know, there's no such thing as deception in war. Okay, let's go back first and find another opportunity. The leader of the kidnappers waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Yes, big brother. The three kidnappers responded and dispersed, ready to leave. Just then, one of the kidnappers accidentally stepped on Morong Chushua's hair. Ah! Morong Chushua can't help but cry out in shock under the pain. Who? Several kidnappers immediately became alert and raised their guns to the bushes. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt a wet patch on his leg and he knew that this was Morong Chushua's incontinence due to fear. But he didn't have time to think about it because the kidnappers had already pushed aside the bushes and found the person they wanted to kidnap. Morong Chushua was already scared stiff and even her breathing became weak. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yang quickly propped up the ground and swept his legs, kicking the three kidnappers down one after another with lightning speed. Their guns also came out of their hands and fell to the ground. One of the kidnappers tried to pick up the gun, but was kicked out by Xiao Yang. Having lost their weapons, they could only choose to physically fight with Xiao Yang. Although it was difficult for one kidnapper to withstand Xiao Yang's attacks, with three kidnappers coming together, the situation immediately became tense and intense. Xiao Yang's left fist was like a dragon as it swung out violently and swung one of the kidnappers directly to the ground. The ensuing attack on his right side followed him like a shadow, followed by a vicious kick on his back. He swayed, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. In this flash of lightning, the two kidnappers took the opportunity to try to pick up the gun on the ground. Xiao Yang was flabbergasted in his heart, but did not panic. In his haste, he stomped on the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust, which instantly raised dust in all directions, causing the two kidnappers' eyes to blur. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yang quickly counterattacked, punching and kicking, knocking them down one by one. The crisis was not lifted. The kidnapper in the back took advantage of Xiao Yang's distraction to attack again, and kicked Xiao Yang's back. Xiao Yang lost control of his body once again and was kicked to the ground. This time, the two kidnappers combined their efforts and firmly subdued him to the ground. Bring the gun, I'll shoot him. The leader of the kidnappers roared angrily, and one of the juniors hurriedly responded, wanting to go and pick up the gun. Chapter 5. How did a poor man come? He just took a step, but suddenly stopped, and his face showed a horrified look. Only to see a bodyguard in black clothes and sunglasses, holding a long gun, coldly standing not far away. Hurry up! The leader of the kidnappers urged, but the junior brother was so scared that he backed up. The kidnapper leader's heart sank and he turned to look, only to see another bodyguard also holding a gun against him, his gaze like a torch. Quickly run! The leader of the kidnappers was shocked in his heart, and the three of them lost their nerve and fled towards the van in a sorry state. Although the bodyguard quickly chased after them, but in the end, it was still not as fast as they fled. The bodyguard returned and gently picked up Morong Chushua. Miss, are you all right? At this time, Morong Chushua's father also hurriedly rushed to. Morong Chushua saw his father, immediately tears fell like rain, crying into his father's embrace. Xiao Yang silently watched all this from the side and noticed a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of its background in his heart. Afterwards, they traveled together to the Morong family's villa, and the circumstances of the matter were clarified. Inside the villa, Xiao Yang bathed to heal his wounds and changed into brand new clothes. When he walked out of the dressing room, he only saw that Morong Chushua had already changed into an exquisite princess dress and was fully dressed, just like a princess in a fairy tale. This one is for you. Morong Chushua handed over a latest model cell phone, which is a little bit of my heart. This is too expensive, I'm kidding, I cannot accept. Xiao Yang hastily excused himself. This is the only one, you don't want to have no way. Morong Chushua insisted and stuffed the cell phone into Xiao Yang's hands. Xiao Yang helplessly accepted the cell phone, but saw Morong Chushua suddenly shy up. The things before, you are not allowed to say out. Xiao Yang smiled and responded, then you don't mention about me either. Morong Chushua froze, then her cheeks flushed, pouted, you rogue. Saying that, she made a gesture to hit. Xiao Yang laughed and dodged, and the two of them frolicked. At this time, Morong Chushua's father walked in, looking serious. Xiao Yang, you come here. Inside the study, Morong Chushua's father handed over a thick envelope containing a bunch of $10,000 in cash. This is a thank you gift, but please stay away from my daughter in the future. His tone was as cold as ice. Xiao Yang froze and asked in confusion, what does it mean? Our family's situation is extraordinary, you are just an ordinary person, I don't want you to affect my daughter's life. Morong Chushua's father was blunt. I am just seeing justice, I don't mean anything else. Xiao Yang defended. It is best to be so. Morong Chushue's father said coldly, take the money and leave. This place is not suitable for you. Xiao Yang sniffed and couldn't help but sneer, you think I saved your daughter for money? Your daughter's life is only worth this $50,000? How ridiculous. You keep the money, I won't get close to your daughter anymore. Saying that, he raised the banknotes and the envelope into the air, and the banknotes flew like snowflakes. Xiao Yang passed through the curtain of money that was flying in the sky and left decisively without the slightest stop. Morong Chushue's father froze on the spot, speechless. Walking out of the door of the villa, Morong Chushue suddenly called out to Xiao Yang, with a hint of reluctance in her voice, where are you going? Why don't you stay and have dinner together? I really want to thank you properly. Although she had grown up in pampering and had always been a bit repulsed by contact with the opposite sex, after that intimate experience with Xiao Yang, the sense of shame in her heart had long since dissipated, and was replaced by an indescribable feeling of goodwill and attachment. Xiao Yang stopped his steps, looked back at her and smiled faintly, no need, I really have something to do, see you next time. After saying that, he waved his hand, turned around and left the villa with big strides. Hey! You at least leave a contact information to me, ah. Morong Chushue looks at his fading back, her heart is filled with confusion and reluctance. She didn't understand why this boy, who made her heart feel good, would reject her invitation so decisively. For half a month thereafter, Xiao Yang had been busy working to raise money for college tuition. Although he was confident in his grades, he was still a little unsure in his heart about what exactly he could achieve in the exam. However, a perfect score in the science composite was the only thing he could be sure of. The moment the results were announced, the total score of 718 points still shocked him. Cowardly worthy of the supreme system, this score is enough to be proud of the same generation of heaven's bright scholars, right, jia. Qingbei University, I, Xiao Yang, am here. He filled out the volunteer without hesitation, looking forward to a new college life. The summer vacation was spent in peace, and although Xiao Yang was looking forward to the appearance of a new mission, there had been no movement. One night, he worked at the supermarket, carrying mountains of goods into the warehouse alone, sweating with exhaustion. Looking at the results in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. In the beginning, I really shouldn't have been so brave to throw the money away, that $50,000 can top my salary for a year. Thinking of that mysterious system from earlier, Xiao Yang decided to inquire about it. Only to see the supreme system's little elf suddenly appeared in front of him, dancing, playfully asked, want me yet? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, when is the new mission coming? The elf smiled, that depends on the mood of the system. Aren't you the system? Xiao Yang asked suspiciously. I am only the assistant of the system is the supreme existence, I cannot represent it. The elf said in a petulant manner. What exactly is the system? Xiao Yang asked. The elf blinked, you want to know? Then you need 1 million huaxia coins to unlock the secrets of the system. 1 million. You are also too outrageous. Xiao Yang exclaimed. Not only does it unlock the secrets, but it also allows you to transcend time and space and explore the world of higher dimensions. The elf said seductively. Higher dimensions? Xiao Yang's heart is filled with curiosity, good, then I'll save up my huaxia coins to unlock it and see what secrets the system actually has. Don't be too confident, no one has been able to unlock the secrets of the system for 10,000 years. The elf reminded. In the blink of an eye, September came, and Xiao Yang stepped into the top school in China, Qingbei University. At first, it was a temple for students from the Cold family, but as time passed, more and more rich second-generation people poured in, and now more than 90% of the students had deep backgrounds. Qingbei University had become a springboard to step into the upper class, and the students were here not only to study, but also to expand their connections. Xiao Yang dragged his luggage and stepped into the dormitory, only to see that 3 people had already arrived first in the room. They were dressed in famous brands, one of them was even wearing private customized clothing, the jacket was worth a lot of money, and the limited edition sneakers on his feet were even more rare goods. The 3 people were talking, and as soon as Xiao Yang entered, the 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Xiao Yang was wearing a simple shirt that cost less than $100, his jeans were also cheap goods, but only $50, and on his feet were miscellaneous shoes that cost $40 a pair. He just stepped into the dormitory, a boy will cast a cold smile, humming, that laughter is full of disdain and contempt. I am Xiao Yang, hello everyone. Xiao Yang greeted warmly despite sensing the wrong atmosphere. However, his enthusiasm was met with indifference from the 3, who only occasionally looked at him askance with slanted eyes, as if he was air. Hey, how come there is a poor man? It's a real bummer. One person complained in a low voice, his voice is full of dissatisfaction. I should bring perfume, this poor flavor is really bad. The other person is even more exaggerated, orchid fingers lightly fan, eyes full of ill will, glancing at Xiao Yang as if looking at a mole cricket. Chapter 6. The peacock opens its screen, makes much of it. Xiao Yang keenly perceived the hostility in the dormitory, but he didn't say much, just silently organizing his luggage, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Let's go, let's eat. We still have to receive our military uniforms in the afternoon, military training will start soon. A person proposed. Good, go. The other two heard, immediately got up and left, leaving Xiao Yang alone in the dormitory. No wonder there are a lot of people dropping out, this atmosphere is really depressing. Xiao Yang thought in his heart, although he had heard of the ethos of Qingbei University before, he had not expected the wind of comparison to be so serious. Here, it was as if he had become the weakest of the weak, despised by all. He looked up at the designer goods Suzy Heo in the neighboring bed. That should be the leader of the three, the other two always followed him like a shadow. Depressing and unpleasant, isn't it? Here comes the new mission, pretend to be a pig, pretend to hit the face, make the other party spit out blood in anger, reward 500 huaxia coins. Right at this moment, a young suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes, and she said playfully, "You finally came." Xiao Yang gazed at her, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. This is a time-limited mission, oh. It must be completed within a day, otherwise it will fail. Yao Yao reminded. One day? Pretending to be a pussy in this rich man's pile? And to make the other party spit out blood in anger? How is this possible? Xiao Yang questioned. He felt that this task was simply making things difficult for him. That's your business, I'm only responsible for issuing the quest. After saying that, Yao Yao disappeared into thin air. Is it possible to overwhelm them in their studies? Xiao Yang began to think about it, but I just came to school and there is no exam to prove my strength. Forget it, let's eat first. After Xiao Yang organized his luggage, he decided to go to the cafeteria to eat first. When he walked to the front of the cafeteria, he found that it was already swarmed with people. When he got closer, he heard people talking. The school flower is here. Another boy is going to confess his love. No one is good enough for her. Yes, it's good that the school beauty is single, so that we single dogs can still fantasize about her. I'm not happy with anyone who gets her. Xiao Yang wasn't interested in these comments, he just wanted to eat quickly. Right at this moment, the three of his roommates suddenly rushed out, with Suzy Heo holding flowers in his hands, and rushed into the crowd. Look, there are boys going. The crowd began to stir. New schoolmates, right? Some people murmured. A junior chasing after the school flower girl, how interesting. Suzy Heo knelt in front of the school flower and said with deep emotion, "School sister, I." However, before he could finish his words, the school flower left under the escort of the bodyguards, not even looking at him. Suzy Heo knelt in place and stubbornly shouted, "School sister, I will definitely chase you." The peacock opened his screen and made a fool of himself. Someone in the crowd muttered disdainfully. The school flower sister has been enrolled in school for more than a year, and has had an endless stream of suitors throughout all grades, including many former school grass-level characters. However, they were all unable to do anything to impress the school flower girl's heart. As a result, the school flower girl was regarded as an unconquerable existence, but this inspired more boys to challenge her. When the school beauty sister passed by the cafeteria, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and she called out loudly, "Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang looked back at the sound and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could not believe his eyes that the school beauty schoolmate was Morong Chuxue. Morong Chuxue? He was secretly shocked in his heart, never expecting to meet her here. However, remembering those words in front of her father, Xiao Yang's heart surged with a wave of complex emotions, and he decided that it would be better to keep his distance. Thus, he pretended not to see her and turned around to stride into the cafeteria in an attempt to avoid this sudden encounter. But Morong Chuxue, as if she had identified him, chased after him and pulled Xiao Yang's arm. "Xiao Yang! Why are you here?" She was all smiles, as if she had met an old friend she hadn't seen for a long time. "I came here after I passed the exam." Xiao Yang responded blandly, trying to make his tone sound indifferent, but the flash of surprise in his eyes was hard to hide. The surrounding crowd instantly boiled over and cast curious gazes. Who was that kid? Surprisingly, he was able to make the school flower take the initiative to talk to him? The crowd murmured, their voices rising and falling. I don't know him, look at how shabbily dressed he is, how could the school beauty know him? Someone bristled with disdain. Could it be her boyfriend? Unlikely, there are so many rich and handsome guys in our school, how could she be interested in him? Another person speculated. But he seems to know the schoolgirl well, maybe he's a low-key rich second generation. Another person came up with a new opinion. A rich second generation would dress like this? You're kidding. Immediately someone retorted. This is really low-key, rich people don't show off, what do you know? Another person retorted, an envious glint in his eyes. Between the arguments, Suziheo almost collapsed. He angrily dropped the rose in his hand and trampled it hard on the ground, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. What kind of person was Xiaoyang, this doggy, in the end? Why was the schoolflower so gentle with him? The jealousy and anger in his heart erupted as steeply as a volcano as he witnessed Morong Chushua intimately pulling Xiaoyan while Xiaoyan looked so cold. How dare he be cold to the schoolgirl? Who does he think he is? Suziheo's fists were tightly clenched and his veins rippled as if he would explode at any moment. Big brother, don't be angry, we'll teach him a lesson for you. Seeing this, the two little brothers immediately agreed, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in the bottom of their eyes. Stay away from me. Xiaoyang shook off Morong Chushua's hand, a hint of impatience in his tone. He knew that he could not get caught up in this storm and had to get out as soon as possible. For what? Where did I offend you? Morong Chushua's eyes were full of aggression, she didn't understand why Xiaoyang would suddenly be so cold to her. No, just don't come near me. Xiaoyang turned around and quickly walked towards the food pickup area. Xiaoyang served a plate full of rice and found a dining table to sit down. Morong Chushue, however, followed closely behind and sat down as well. Why don't you let me get closer? She once again pursued the question, her eyes flashing with unwillingness and doubt. Xiaoyang had never treated Morong Chushua so coldly before, which was hard for her to accept. However, in order to keep her away from himself, Xiaoyang could only continue to act indifferent. You are fierce to me. What did I do wrong? When Xiaoyang was about to eat, Morong Chushua suddenly snatched the chopsticks from his hands and picked up a piece of braised pork and handed it to his mouth. Don't be like this, I have my own hands. Xiaoyang snatched back his chopsticks and his tone became even colder. Morong Chushua looked at Xiaoyang in shock, her eyes gradually turning red. She did not understand why Xiaoyang suddenly became so strange and cold. The Suziheo who was observing in the dark was even more furious, he slammed the table, that kid dared to let the schoolflower feed him. I haven't even touched her hand. He was so agitated that he couldn't even speak, he accidentally bit his tongue and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Ding Dong pretending to hit the face mission completed, rewarded with 500 huaxia coins. Right at this moment, Yao Yao suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyang's eyes, while the others were unaware of it. Chapter 7 This kid's peach blossom luck is really thriving. Xiaoyang looked at Yao Yao in front of his eyes in dismay, and he never expected the mission to be completed just like that. At this time, Suziheo came raging with his two little brothers, his face full of anger and arrogance. You're tired of living, aren't you? How dare you mess with me, Suziheo? He swung his fist to strike, as if he wanted to knock Xiaoyang to the ground with a single punch. The nearby bodyguards alertly noticed the movement over here, but when they saw that the target was Xiaoyang, they retracted their imminent steps. Their duty was only to protect Morong Chushua, and they did not want to intervene in the strife between other people. Ah! Morong Chushua was shocked to see Suziheo and his group rushing aggressively, she could not help but cover her mouth and exclaim in shock, her eyes filled with worry and panic. Suddenly, Suziheo swung out a fist but it stalled in mid-air. Xiaoyang lightly lifted his left hand and without any effort, he steadily caught Suziheo's fist, making him unable to move. Suziheo, the playboy rich young man who spent his days drinking and drinking, where could he beat Xiaoyang, who had been practicing since he was a child and had extraordinary hands? Just this? Xiaoyang slowly turned his head, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He fiercely pinched, and Suziheo was stunned as he felt as if his fist was going to be crushed, the pain was unbearable. He had never expected that Xiaoyang would have such amazing strength, causing his legs to go weak and he involuntarily fell to his knees. The two junior brothers were stunned and helpless, staring blankly at Suziheo who was struggling in pain, not knowing what to do. What are you waiting for? On. Suziheo roared, trying to break free from Xiaoyang's grip. Only then did the two juniors come back to their senses and pounced on Xiaoyang on the left and right. Xiaoyang, however, quickly got up and pulled Suziheo and pushed him violently, and Suziheo, like a leaf blown up by a gale, crashed into the two juniors. The three of them stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Suziheo struggled to stand up and shouted, together, "Fuck him to death." The three of them rushed at Xiaoyang again, trying to subdue him. Xiaoyang's body dodged and easily avoided Suziheo's punch. With a reverse kick, Suziheo was once again kicked to the ground. Another junior brother came with a knee bump. Xiaoyang dodged again while twisting his arm, and with a click, it seemed to be dislocated. The last person kicked, Xiaoyang grabbed his hand and pushed his leg. The man was suddenly on all fours, in a sorry state. In just 10 seconds or so, all three of them were on the ground, unable to get up. The bodyguards and the onlooking students were shocked and dumbfounded by this scene. Who is he? So powerful? Someone in the crowd asked in a low voice. Freshman, I guess, somehow got acquainted with the school flower. Another person replied. Maybe it's because he's handsome? Or rich? Another person guessed. Handsome? Except for being a good fighter. Money? The Morong family is rich. Someone retorted. Then what's so special about him? Maybe the background is deep, we just don't know. The real person doesn't show his face. Suziheo struggled to get up, covered his back and stumbled away, and the two minions followed suit, leaving in disgrace. The security team rushed in on the news, and the captain asked, "Is there a fight?" Xiaoyang smiled indifferently and said, "No, just a few people accidentally fell and attracted onlookers." After saying that, he sat down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. The security guards returned with no success, shaking their heads and leaving. Just then, a woman wearing tight jeans and a white t-shirt came running on high heels, a piece of paper raised in her hand, and shouted, "Xiaoyang!" Between her runs, her hip line swayed, causing the chefs to look sideways. This kid's peach blossom luck is really prosperous. A lewd man said with envy. Xiaoyang looked up at the sound, only to see the counselor Lin Jia running in a hurry. He stood up and asked, "Teacher Lin, what's wrong?" "Xiaoyang, I'm sorry, the dormitory was assigned to you wrongly, you should be in the computer science department," Lin Jia said with an apologetic face. "No harm done, Teacher Lin, I also want to change my dormitory," Xiaoyang said in relief, a gentle smile on his face. "Then go to dormitory number 502, this is the registration form, just give it to the hostess," Lin Jia said as she handed Xiaoyang a form with a hint of apology on her face. "Thank you, Ms. Lin." Xiaoyang politely took the registration form and responded with a smile. "It's my negligence that made you troublesome and have to change it around." Lin Jia once again expressed her apologies. "It's okay, Ms. Lin, I can do it myself, this is also a new experience." Xiaoyang waved his hand easily and rejected Lin Jia's offer to help. Seeing this, Lin Jia had no choice but to leave. Xiaoyang began to think about the next thing to do: change dormitory, receive military training uniforms. A series of trivial matters surged to mind. He hurriedly ate the rest of the meal, got up and ran to the dormitory. Morong Chushua looked at Xiaoyang's back without saying goodbye, angrily stomped her foot and muttered, "How can this person be like this?" Xiaoyang returned to his original dormitory and simply packed his luggage. At this time, Suziheo and the others were still in the infirmary dealing with their previous injuries. He dragged his suitcase and ran towards dormitory building number 5. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory area of the computer science department, he felt a very different atmosphere from that of the finance department. Most of the students in the computer science department were dressed plainly, and there were few brand name clothes to be seen. They were all working hard to learn technology, hoping to make a living with their abilities in the future. Xiaoyang found the dormitory 502 and pushed the door to enter, only to see a dark-skinned boy seriously cleaning the window. "Hello, I am Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang took the initiative to greet him with a friendly smile on his face. Hello. I'm Wu Dashin, just call me Dashin." The boy turned around and responded with a big smile. Xiaoyang sized up Dashin, only to see that he was wearing a pair of jeans with patches, looking naive. A snakeskin pocket was placed next to him, while there was no suitcase. Although Xiaoyang himself was an orphan and had been living on his own, his life still looked superior in comparison. "Leave a phone number, it will be convenient to contact in the future." Xiaoyang pulled out his cell phone that was worth tens of thousands of dollars. When Dashin saw Xiaoyang's cell phone, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. "Wow, your cell phone is really good. I haven't seen such a good cell phone since I grew up." This is a gift from someone else. In fact, I wouldn't buy such an expensive cell phone. Xiao Yang explained with some embarrassment. Dashan, on the other hand, took out his own Nokia old man's phone, and Xiao Yang realized that he had actually been considered very lucky. Don't all computer students have to buy a computer? Dashan asked curiously. Yes, programming assignments and other things have to be done with computers. Xiao Yang replied. Is a computer expensive? Dashan then asked. This depends on the configuration. The better the configuration, the more expensive. Xiao Yang explained. Configuration? What is that? Dashan is a bit confused. It is the CPU, memory. The better they are, the stronger the performance of the computer, the higher the price. Xiao Yang patiently explained. Dashan scratched his head and laughed nervously. I don't understand any of this, I haven't touched a computer much. You really haven't played with a computer? Xiao Yang asked with some surprise. Our village only has a TV set, how can we have a computer? Dashan said with embarrassment. Then how come you want to learn computer? Xiao Yang asked curiously. I went out to work back to the relatives said programmer's ape is very powerful, the annual salary can have hundreds of thousands of it, I just want to try, see if I can also earn so much money. Dashan said with anticipation. Chapter 8 are favored are emboldened, cannot get but always in commotion. Well, then take the time I accompany you to go shopping for computers, I myself also buy one by the way. Xiao Yang proposed. Good, thank you. Dashan responded happily. Quickly go, time is running out, let's get our military training clothes first. Xiao Yang urged Dashan, and the two hurriedly left the dormitory together. Walking on the road, Xiao Yang began to calculate in his mind. Although the money from the summer job was barely enough for tuition, the computer and living expenses were another big expense. It seems that he has to find another part-time job to make it work, he pondered as he walked. After receiving his military training uniform, Xiao Yang headed to the commercial area near the school in the afternoon. The military training ended in the afternoon, so it was just right to go for a part-time job in the evening. He walked all the way along the streets, carefully browsing through the recruitment information posted in front of the stores. Among the many stores, Xiao Yang finally chose to stop in front of a store called Chushui Coffee because of his experience working in a coffee shop. This name, it was the same as Morong Chushui, how interesting, it wouldn't be her family's property, would it? Xiao Yang looked at the name of the store named Chushui Coffee and muttered in his heart. After entering the store, Xiao Yang looked around and realized that business was booming in the store, but there was obviously not enough manpower. He walked straight to the manager, who was worried about the shortage of manpower. After a simple interview, Xiao Yang, with his rich coffee knowledge and skillful brewing skills, was immediately recognized by the manager and arranged for the evening shift. The evening shift is from 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., with an hourly wage of $15, and an extra bonus at the end of the month based on sales. The manager explained in detail and handed him a set of brand new black overalls, his eyes full of expectation. I understand, manager, I will definitely do a good job. Xiao Yang received the uniform and responded with confidence, then returned to the school to eat and prepare for the evening's work. At this time, Morong Chushui was anxiously looking around the school for Xiao Yang's figure. When she finally spotted Xiao Yang, she saw that he was leaving the school in a hurry, and an inexplicable loss could not help but rise in her heart. However, she quickly pulled herself together and decided to quietly follow and see where exactly Xiao Yang was going. Seeing this, the two bodyguards also hurriedly followed. Eventually, Morong Chushui's heart was filled with curiosity and surprise when she realized that Xiao Yang was actually working at a coffee shop. Her small mouth pouted, and she thought in her heart, humph, usually ignore me, let's see where else you can hide as a barista. So, she decided to enter the store to find out. The bodyguards wanted to follow her to protect her, but was stopped by Morong Chushui. You guys go back, no need to follow, I'm fine. The bodyguards look embarrassed and mention their safety concerns, fearing that Morong Chushui will encounter any more danger. Oops, how will the kidnappers come back? They are not stupid, and I am alone this time, small target, it's fine. Morong Chushui impatiently waves her hand, signaling the bodyguards to leave. Although the bodyguards hesitate, they feel that Morong Chushui has a point, so they can only nod helplessly and leave. Morong Chushui walks into the coffee shop alone and walks straight to the counter. Xiao Yang was looking down and concentrating on washing the cups, completely unaware of her arrival. Handsome guy, have a cup of coffee. Morong Chushui deliberately said in a sweet voice, wanting to give Xiao Yang a surprise. Xiao Yang looked up at the sound and saw Morong Chushue standing in front of him at a glance. His heart could not help but surge with surprise. Why is it you? Right at this moment, a black shabby minivan was parked outside the coffee shop, and inside the car was none other than the kidnapper from before. Through the car window, he gazes closely at Morong Chushue inside the store, his eyes flashing with greed. After changing cars, they plan to lay their hands on Morong Chushue again. Big Brother found Morong Chushue in the cafe, no bodyguards around. This is a good opportunity. He excitedly dialed the phone and reported to his accomplice. Very good, follow a few days, find out her route and then make a move. This time it must be successful, there can't be any more blunders. Instructions came from the other end of the phone, his voice was cold and firm. Inside the store, although Xiao Yang was surprised in his heart, as a barista, he knew his duty. He politely asked Morong Chushue, which kind of coffee do you need? Morong Chushue deliberately made things difficult, and a long list of complex requirements came out. I want a cup of iced coffee, half low coffee and half espresso, with black sugar, hazelnut-flavored milk, raspberry, mulberry, and skim milk, churned milk, 3 ices, medium cup. Xiao Yang was a little embarrassed by this series of requests, and smiled bitterly. Can you say it slower? I didn't remember it clearly. Morong Chushue feigned anger and lectured, new here? Can't hear how to serve customers? Customers are dissatisfied, how can the store make a profit? What kind of bonus do you get? Xiao Yang had no choice but to apologize. I'm sorry, it was my negligence, please say it again. Morong Chushue was secretly happy in her heart, enjoying Xiao Yang's obedience. She deliberately slowed down and repeated her order. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, recorded it carefully and meticulously. At this time, there was already a queue behind Morong Chushue, and some people began to impatiently rush. However, Morong Chushue did not care, her heart was only curious and playful towards Xiao Yang. For the last time, listen up and don't make any more mistakes. Morong Chushue deliberately sped up her speech, and a string of complicated coffee-making requirements came out like a series of shots. Iced coffee, half low coffee, half espresso, with brown sugar, hazelnut-flavored milk, raspberry, mulberry, and skim milk, churned milk, 3 ice, medium cup. Xiao Yang repeated her needs word for word. Morong Chushue immediately froze. Xiao Yang actually repeated it accurately and without missing every detail. Yo, little brother's learning ability is quite strong. But she still had an evil smile on her lips and snickered. Thanks for this customer's compliments, remember to give a 5-star favorable review. Xiao Yang squeezed out a professional smile. After fetching the coffee, Morong Chushue purposely chose a window seat and sat down, savoring the mellowness of the coffee while admiring Xiao Yang's working appearance. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart, he who worked seriously was really handsome. This handsomeness was not only because of his appearance, but also because of the concentration and persistence with which he treated his work. She couldn't help but ask herself, why do I always disdain those suitors, but I am moved by this person who is indifferent to me? This question puzzled her. Is this the so-called favored are emboldened, but those who can't get it are always stirring? Perhaps, this was the so-called not fighting, or maybe it was that unique temperament of Xiao Yang's body that attracted her. At this exact moment, Suzy Heo, Chen Fei and Yan Lei stepped into this cafe. They were just passing by chance, but they caught a glimpse of Xiao Yang at work through the glass window, and were instantly tempted to take revenge. They had previously had a grudge with Xiao Yang over some trivial matters, and this time they had just caught the opportunity and wanted to teach him a good lesson. Come and have a cup of coffee. Suzy Heo rudely kicked open the door, striding towards the counter and shouting provocatively at Xiao Yang. His eyes were filled with hostility, as if he wanted to eat Xiao Yang alive. Xiao Yang scrutinized them, knowing that the visitors were not good, but due to his status as a customer, he could only force down the anger in his heart, took out the paper cups, and asked coldly, what do you want to order? 3 cups of American style. Suzy Heo stood still with his companion and stared provocatively at Xiao Yang, as if waiting for the other party to make a mistake. Any other requests? Xiao Yang tried his best to remain calm and asked. Cut the crap, hurry up and do it, I'm waiting to drink. Suzy Heo arrogantly yelled, completely disregarding the feelings of the people around him. Chapter 9 School Sisters Overbearing Support. Xiao Yang was silent and began to skillfully make coffee. Soon, 3 steaming cups of Americano were ready. He placed the paper cups on the tray and handed them to the 3 Suzy Heo. What is this? Suzy Heo deliberately picked a fight and pretended to look dissatisfied. You ordered the Americano. Xiao Yang replied calmly. I ordered a cappuccino, do you have a problem with your ears? Suzy Heo slapped the counter and yelled, causing the people around him to look sideways. You clearly said American style. Xiao Yang pointed out, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Suzy Heo turned his head and asked his companion, what did I just say? Cappuccino. The two replied in unison, cooperating very well. Did you hear that? You're the only one who heard it wrong? Suzy Heo smiled proudly, as if he had won a victory. Xiao Yang knew that they were purposely making things difficult for him, but due to the work rules, he could only hold his tongue and poured out the Americano that was already made according to their request, and remade 3 cups of cappuccino. With this, his paycheck almost went down the drain, and he even had to pour money to make up for the loss. Cappuccino this time? Xiao Yang reconfirmed, afraid of any further mistakes. Right. Suzy Heo nodded in satisfaction. After the coffee was ready, Suzy Heo began to nitpick again, who let you use a paper cup? I want to drink from a porcelain cup. His demands became more and more excessive, as if he was deliberately torturing Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had no choice but to change to a porcelain cup again. Only then did Suzy Heo's trio sit down satisfactorily and began to savor the coffee. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, turned around and went to serve other customers. However, Suzy Heo did not stop there. He quietly instructed Chen Fei, who was beside him, to find a few flies, and then, when no one was looking, he secretly threw the flies into one of the cups of coffee. Damn, there are flies in the coffee! Suzy Heo suddenly shouted. He vigorously stirred the flies in the coffee cup as if he was demonstrating to Xiao Yang. The waitress rushed over at the sound and wanted to find out what was going on. However, Suzy Heo yanked her by the collar and pulled her to the table. The waitress's forehead hit the table hard and the plate in her hand fell to the ground in response. Xiao Yang's heart burned with anger when he saw this. He immediately went forward to help the waitress up and asked with concern, "What's going on? Are you all right?" The waitress sobbed and told what happened to her. While Suzy Heo asked provocatively on the side, "There are flies in the coffee, what do you say?" "What do you say?" Xiao Yang firmly protected the waitress behind his back, and his eyes coldly looked straight at Suzy Heo. "Kneel down and apologize," Suzy Heo arrogantly shouted. "Kneel down and apologize, or this is not over today." Chen Fei and Yang Lei also chimed in with a condescending look. "Is that so?" Xiao Yang smiled blandly, "Then I have to see if there are any flies first. If it is a false accusation, I will not stop." "Damn, see who is falsely accused, 3 dead flies, see, 1 is still alive." Suzy Heo roared, grabbed the coffee cup and picked out the disgusting fly with a spoon, as if showing off his results. "Isn't this a fly or a hawk? Still saying that we are falsely accused?" Chen Fei and Yang Lei also came forward, cheering with a smug look on their faces. Xiao Yang slowly bent down, gently lifted the cup and gazed at the fly struggling in the coffee. Suddenly, his figure flashed, one hand fiercely pinched Suzy Heo's neck, and the other hand poured the coffee along with the fly into his mouth without mercy. Suzy Heo was caught off guard, the coffee and the fly slipped into his belly together. He was nauseated and wanted to vomit, but how could he not vomit out? He could only watch the fly sliding down his esophagus. His heart was filled with fear and anger. "Ah, hey! You fucking..." Suzy Heo covered his neck, his eyes red and angry at Xiao. "Didn't you say there was a fly? Where is it? How come I can't see it?" Xiao Yang blinked his eyes in a pretense of doubt. Morong Chushue in the corner was planning to help, but when she saw the scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly, and in her heart, she was secretly happy that someone finally dared to confront a guy like Suzy Heo who was bullying others. "You fucking want to die?" Suzy Heo roared angrily, grabbing Xiao Yang's collar, and his 2 little brothers were also rubbing their fists, ready to strike at any time. "Want to fight?" Xiao Yang stood calmly, his eyes revealed disdain and contempt. "On your face of kidney weakness, can beat me?" Suzy Heo remembered the tragic situation of being beaten up by Xiao Yang in the afternoon. He could not help but loosen his collar, but his heart was still unwilling. "Call the store manager. I want to file a complaint." Suzy Heo shouted loudly, trying to use the power of the store manager to suppress Xiao Yang. The store manager heard the news and saw the scene in front of him. He was confused and didn't know what to do. "I'm the store manager, what's going on?" The store manager asked suspiciously. "Your employees put Suzy Heo into the coffee." He wanted to speak and stopped. "The fly has been down, he has no evidence to cite, he can only stare dryly." He filled my coffee," Suzy Heo stammered and accused. The 2 juniors remembered the scene just now and couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Suzy Heo's face became even more ugly. Dunking coffee? The store manager looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Yes, my spirit, temperament, image, and dignity are seriously damaged. What do you say? Suzy Heo asked stiffly. The store manager frowned in embarrassment and looked at Xiao Yang with a decision already made in his mind. Xiao Yang, did you do this? The store manager asked. Xiao Yang nodded. It was me. I took the initiative to serve him coffee. You have seriously violated the law. Deduct all your wages. Don't come tomorrow. The store manager said coldly. Suzy Heo smiled smugly, thinking that his plan had succeeded. Just as Xiao Yang was about to turn around and leave, Morong Chushua suddenly snapped, "Wait." The crowd looked at her in surprise, not knowing what drug she was selling in her gourd. Miss Morong? The store manager respectfully greeted. What's going on? Morong Chushua pretended to be puzzled and asked. The employee poured coffee on the customer. I fired him. The store manager explained. You are fired. Morong Chushua suddenly said to the store manager. The store manager was stunned. Me? Yes, you. Morong Chushua nodded. The girl behind Xiao Yang was the new store manager. The girl's eyes widened in shock, while the store manager looked puzzled. But I'm an old employee who has created a very good performance for this store. I care about your little performance? You don't know right from wrong, treating customers as god and employees as slaves? Morong Chushua reprimanded the store manager, turned to the girl and said, You are the store manager, Suzy Heo, and such people are blacklisted. They are not allowed to step into this store again. The girl is shocked and excited. She didn't think that she would be so lucky to become the store manager of this store, and also receive Morong Chushua's appreciation. Hear that? Morong Chushua asks. Hear that? The girl nodded solemnly. Morong Chushua turns to Suzy Heo's group, her eyes revealing disdain and disgust. Still not rolling? Do you want me to call someone to kick you out? Suzy Heo's group was speechless and could only leave in disgrace. And you, get lost too. Morong Chushua says to the store manager. The store manager still wants to argue, but is interrupted by Morong Chushua's angry shout, Get lost. Hear that? The store manager also had no choice but to leave helplessly, and the entire cafe once again returned to calm. Looking at the first snow coffee signboard, Xiao Yang's heart was shocked, suddenly realized that this is Morong Chushua, that woman's industry. The heart cannot help but sigh, and her fate is really cut and dry. Chapter 10 The Boss's Kiss. Once he thought of all the special care he might face next, the corner of his mouth hooked up a helpless smile, slowly took off his chest work plate, gently placed on the desktop, turned around and wanted to leave in style. Yo, where is this going? Morong Chushua's voice sounded violently. She quickly stepped forward, her eyes full of doubts and reluctance. Xiao Yang stopped, his eyes firm. Resign, leave here. Why? Why are you always avoiding me? Morong Chushua steps forward, hands spread to block down the road. Xiao Yang is silent. If you don't understand, you can't leave today. Morong Chushua was resolute. Just as the swords were drawn, Yayo abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. She smiled playfully and announced, Xiao Yang, a new mission challenge is here. Conquer the goddess of this school, Morong Chushua. No one has been able to get close to her so far. Do you dare to take it? A line of golden subtitles appeared in the air at the right time. Mission content. Forcefully kiss Morong Chushua, and keep it for 1 minute. Let her heart surge, can't stop. Reward, 1,000 huaxia coins. Xiao Yang quickly calculated in his heart. This huaxia coin was the key to unlocking new skills. Glancing at Morong Chushua, who was oblivious to all this, he smiled in his heart and decided to accept this sudden challenge. Are you sure? Yao Yao's eyes were sly. Remember, shut up after the kiss, silence is golden, otherwise everything goes to zero. Xiao Yang nodded slightly, and Yao Yao then turned into a brilliant light and disappeared. The people around him were still immersed in their respective coffee scents and were unaware of it. Xiao Yang. Morong Chushua called out several times. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, her dissatisfaction gradually rose. Xiao Yang gazed at her, a hint of playfulness and determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he swept his arm around her neck, and their lips were tightly pressed together at that moment. Morong Chushua's eyes widened, full of shock and overwhelm. Xiao Yang's kiss was overbearing and deep, causing her to completely lose her usual calmness. Her heartbeat was like a drum, almost jumping out of her chest. This is my secret weapon, Overlord's kiss. Enjoy this moment of sinking. Yodo's voice softly rings in Morong Chushua's ears, accompanied by a breeze of wings flapping and a smug laugh. For Morong Chushua, this feeling was unfamiliar and exciting. She felt that her defenses were collapsing a little bit, her body involuntarily weakened, and she almost relied on Xiao Yang. The customers and employees in the cafe witnessed this scene. All of them were stupefied, especially those employees who were used to Morong Chushua's high and cold appearance on weekdays. They were even more shocked. After a minute, Xiao Yang slowly ended this deep and passionate kiss, leaving Morong Chushua with a blushing face and mesmerized eyes standing alone. Without a word, he turned around and left, leaving behind a string of enigmatic backs. Morong Chushua froze in place for a while before reacting to the fact that she was actually forcibly kissed. I was surprised. That she quickly adjusted her state, and the aura of the queen returned again. Xiao Yang, you give me a stop. Have the guts not to run. Saying that, she chased out regardless of everything, vowing to get back. Right at this moment, a clear and pleasant ding sounded in Xiao Yang's ears. Xiao Yao appeared again, her face full of joy. Congratulations. The mission has been perfectly accomplished. 1,000 huaxia coins have been credited. More cool skills, waiting for you to unlock. Oh. Hu Xiaoyang took a deep breath, finally able to speak. This feeling, it's really exciting. Yao Yao lightly waved her palm. A brilliant holographic light screen instantly unfolded in front of Xiao Yang's eyes, like the most brilliant star river in the night sky, various icons flashing, intertwining with the small golden locks to create a dreamy scene. Watch out, primary perspective, only 100 huaxia coins. Primary force, thief cheap, 50 huaxia coins. There is also primary invisibility, also just 100 huaxia coins. You now have 1400 huaxia coins in hand. Which skill do you want to unlock? She flicked her wings, bringing up a breeze, and her tone was full of temptation. Xiao Yang's eyes quickly swept across the light screen. Each skill made his heart flutter. I want all of these, but can I only choose one? Can't I be greedy? Oops, 1,400 huaxia coins is quite a lot, but after unlocking it, there will only be 400 huaxia coins left, so I have to be careful with my spending. Yao Yao blinked and reminded. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, his brows locked as if he was making a major decision. In the end, his eyes locked onto the perspective skill. Let's go with it, elementary perspective. Okay, got it. Unlocked for you immediately. Before his words fell, the small golden lock on the perspective skill icon shattered in response to the sound, turning into a bit of starlight and dissipating into the air. Elementary perspective, 100 huaxia coins have been deducted. Do you need to use it now? She confirmed again. No, keep it first and use it at the critical moment. Xiao Yang shook his head and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then, Yao Yao will retire first. Call me anytime you need me. Oh. Together with Yao Yao's silhouette, Yao Yao disappeared into the holographic light screen, leaving behind only a faint aroma. Xiao Yang, what are you muttering here? Secretive. Morong Chushua suddenly pinched him, hurting him so much that he almost didn't scream. At this time, the lights in the dormitory hallway lit up one by one and then went out one by one, leaving only a few dim lights swaying at the end of the corridor. Crap, lights out means the door is locked. You can't get out tonight. Xiao Yan looked at Morong Chushua and said with a helpless face. Although he had instantaneous transfer skills, suddenly disappearing in plain sight was bound to cause unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, the huaxia coins were limited, so every use had to be carefully calculated. Ha! Then how am I going to get back to the dormitory? Morong Chushua anxiously stomped her feet with a helpless face. What's going on with you two? The boys on the side curiously came over, their eyes filled with gossip. How did the boys' dormitory bring a girl in? Another boy also came over, surprise written all over his face. Right at this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open and Wu Dashan's figure appeared in the doorway. Xiao Yang? You came back? This is... Wu Dashan looking at Xiao Yang and Morong Chushua, too surprised to speak. Xiao Yang was quick on his feet and pushed Morong Chushua into the dormitory before quickly locking the door. He turned around and hitched Wu Dashan's shoulder and gathered the surrounding boys in a low voice. Brothers, do me a favor, this matter must be kept secret. I will treat you all to dinner when I return, and I will never go back on my word. Xiao Yan lowered his voice and said. Not simple just came to handle the school flower sister, but also brought into the dormitory? Is the dormitory aunt blind? A boy teased. Don't ask, just keep it a secret. We are brothers. Xiao Yang emphasized seriously. Okay, then you have to treat us to a good meal, or else this won't be over. The other boy said with a smile. No problem, I'll definitely let you guys eat to your satisfaction. Xiao Yang quickly agreed, and the boys dispersed one after another. Dashan, tonight you have to go to another dormitory to squeeze in. Xiao Yang looked at Wu Dashan and said with some embarrassment. Why? Why? Wu Dashan looked at Xiao Yang with a stunned expression. Please, there is a girl in there, she can't leave tonight, she can only stay here. There are only 2 of us in the dormitory, I'll pay for all your meals next month, help a brother out. Xiao Yang patted Wu Dashan's shoulder and pleaded. Chapter 11 Sisters Stay. Once heard of the meal all-inclusive, Wu Dashan instantly happy, line, no problem. I used to sleep in the cowshed, so it's no big deal. Thank you, brother. I'll send you a cooler later. Xiao Yang said gratefully. So, Wu Dashan went to the next dormitory, while Xiao Yang began to think about how to arrange Morong Chushua's accommodation for the night. Xiao Yang lightly returned to dormitory 502, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Morong Chushua standing alone in the darkness, her hands twisted together in anxiety, obviously at a loss for words over this sudden change of events. Looks like you'll have to stay here tonight. Xiao Yang tried to make his voice sound as relaxed and natural as possible, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. No, I want to go back to my own dormitory. Morong Chushue protested almost instinctively, with a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Keep your voice down, don't let the dormitory aunt hear you, or both of us will suffer. Xiao Yang hurriedly reminded, fearing that it would lead to unnecessary trouble. I don't care. Morong Chushua's voice still can't help but raise a few points, with a few points of anxiety and helplessness. The dormitory door has been locked, now go out and have to let the aunt open the door. Do you want the whole school to know that you broke into the boys' dormitory at night? Xiao Yang persuaded in a serious manner, trying to make her understand the reality of the situation. Morong Chushue heard this and really fell into silence, obviously weighing the pros and cons. After a few moments, she hesitated and said, Then where will I sleep? Wu Dashan went to another dormitory to squeeze in. You sleep on my bed, I sleep on the floor. Xiao Yang had long thought of an arrangement, and his tone was full of sincerity. There is a bed over there, isn't there? Morong Chushua pointed to another bed in the corner, eyes full of doubt. That is Wu Dashan's bed, I have to send his things over, I can't let him come back without a place to sleep. Xiao Yang patiently explained, trying to eliminate her concerns. Then I really can only stay? Morong Chushua's voice carries a hint of helplessness. Don't worry, as soon as Auntie opens the door tomorrow morning, I will send you back. Guarantee that God does not know and ghosts do not realize. Xiao Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. Morong Chushua reluctantly nodded, suddenly as if she remembered something, fiercely raised her head to look at Xiao Yang. Did you just hold me and instantly move? Xiao Yang was shocked in his heart and hurriedly covered her mouth and made a silent gesture. Hush. I have the ability to instantly move, but this matter can never be publicized. Do you really have supernormal capabilities? Morong Chushua's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity and surprise. Yes, but I don't have enough qi and blood right now, so I can't use it anymore. Xiao Yang did not want to waste Huaxia coins by exposing too much, so he casually made up a reason. You can't use it anymore? Morong Chushua was full of concern and said. I've used it twice in a row to save you, I'm dizzy now. Xiao Yang pretended to be weak and rubbed his temples to make his words more convincing. Are you all right? Morong Chushua nervously held him up, her eyes full of worry. It's okay, just a little tired. Xiao Yang barely squeezed out a smile. Then I can only sleep here tonight. Morong Chushua sighed helplessly and began to accept this reality. After Xiao Yang sent Wu Dashan's bed to the next dormitory, he brought a pot of steaming water and returned to the 502 dormitory. At this time, Morong Chushua had already started to undress and prepare for bed. Under the moonlight, she was only wearing a small white undershirt, her delicate figure was hidden, just like a fairy under the moonlight. Xiao Yang's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, but he forced himself to hold back his inner urges and tried to keep himself calm. Help me get a basin of water, I want to remove my makeup. Morong Chushua's voice naturally sounded. Xiao Yang answered and walked over to her with the water basin. Morong Chushua took out her makeup remover and began to carefully remove her makeup in the mirror behind the door. However, due to the dim light, she was somewhat unable to see her face. Xiao Yang, use your cell phone to help me take a picture of my face. Morong Chushua ordered without looking back. Xiao Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight, illuminating her cheeks. Under the reflection of the light, Morong Chushua's plain face was still beautiful and attractive, no less than when she was wearing makeup. You look better without makeup. Xiao Yang couldn't help but praise. Makeup is a basic courtesy, but it's really quite troublesome. Morong Chushua said with a smile as she cleaned her face. Xiao Yang handed over a towel. Morong Chushua took a look, but found that the towel had a big hole in it. This has been used for many years. Xiao Yang scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and explained. The towel is not expensive, why be so frugal? Morong Chushue looked at him in disbelief. I am an orphan, no one cares, so I have to save it. Xiao Yang lowered his head, and his voice carried a trace of imperceptible despondency. Morong Chushue smiled, her face flashed a trace of apology, and said softly, I am sorry, I did not mean to make you angry. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, waved his hand and laughed with a generous face. It's fine, I'm a big boy, how can I be bothered with a little woman like you? Don't take it to heart. At this time, Xiao Yang's heart was secretly calculating, the newly unlocked perspective skills might help him find a way to get rich. Buying lottery tickets, right? Wouldn't it be a sure way to make money if he just used his perspective skill to look at the lottery numbers? Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. I am ready to sleep. Morong Chushua's voice interrupted Xiao Yang's thoughts as she burrowed into the comforter, yet she was still wearing her daily clothes. Xiao Yang noticed this and couldn't help but ask, You're just going to sleep like this? Isn't it hard to wear jeans? Morong Chushue shrugged helplessly, there is no way, no pajamas to change. Jeans are so tight, sleeping is definitely not comfortable. Xiao Yang said with concern. But you are here, how can I have the nerve to take them off? Morong Chushue asked rhetorically, her face flushed with a touch of redness. It's not like I haven't seen. Xiao Yang muttered in a low voice, but I didn't expect to be heard by Morong Chushue. What did you say? Morong Chushue's voice raised a few points. No, nothing, I'm just saying, if you don't want to take it off, just sleep like this. Xiao Yang hurriedly changed the topic and started laying the floor. Morong Chushue laid down, but then suddenly sat up and looked at Xiao Yang and said, Why do you have to sleep on the ground? Isn't there a bed over there? Xiao Yang without good temperament gave her a glance, that is a steel wire bed, hard as slate, no mattress you try to sleep? Morong Chushue sniffed, her face sank, obviously unhappy. Xiao Yang saw the situation, quickly explained, my tone heavy point, don't be angry, I'm not afraid that you sleep uncomfortable. In any case, you are fierce me, apologize. Morong Chushue, however, did not let up, crossed her arms and looked as if she would not stop until she apologized. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly and had to say, Fine, missy, I'm wrong, okay? Don't make a scene, if you wake up the hostess aunt, we will all be in trouble. As soon as the words fell, a sharp knock came from outside the door. Open the door. Why is there a girl's voice inside? The dormitory is being checked. Chapter 12 Hostel Manager suddenly checks the dormitory. The voice of the hostel manager's aunt accompanied the knocking on the door, shaking the wooden door violently. Xiao Yang and Morong Chushue looked at each other with panic in their hearts. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent, as if it would break the door open at any time. Xiao Yang, however, still had no intention of opening the door. The hostess aunt knocked on the door to no avail, so she began to rummage for the key to the 502 dormitory, and the sound of metal clashing was crisp and audible, sending chills down the spine of the heart. What should I do? Should I hide? Morong Chushue anxiously asked, making a move to run to the balcony. Xiao Yang was quick to pull her back and said in a low voice, Are you crazy? This is the 5th floor, jumping will kill you. But what if the hostel ants find out and report it to the school? Morong Chushue's voice had a hint of trembling in it, obviously frightened. Although Xiao Yang also wanted to use instantaneous movement to solve this trouble in his heart, he was afraid of exposing his secret on the one hand, and couldn't afford to waste this valuable skill on the other. Just as he was hesitating, the door lock suddenly sounded a click. Xiao Yang had a bright idea and quickly picked up Morong Chushue and gently placed her back on the bed before lying down himself. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, light spilled in, and the figure of the hostel ant came into view. Auntie angrily walked in, only to find Xiao Yang lying on the bed, holding his cell phone in one hand, with his earphones stuffed in his ears. As soon as he took off Xiao Yang's headphones, he questioned why Xiao Yang didn't hear the knocking. Xiao Yang pretended to be innocent and said, Oops, Auntie, I may have some problems with my cell phone's external amplification, I didn't hear you knocking on the door, I'm really sorry. Auntie glanced at Xiao Yang's cell phone screen on the live video of a young lady dancing, his face instantly sank. What kind of bad content are you watching in the middle of the night? Give me to turn off. Xiao Yang repeatedly apologized and promised never to watch it again. Auntie asked about another person in the dormitory. Xiao Yang had a bright idea, lied that Wu Dashan cannot stand the smell of his feet, ran to sleep in another dormitory. Auntie really close to Xiao Yang's feet smell, and then frowned and said, "Young man, your feet stink, can be treated ah." Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, Auntie, I didn't just finish the game, I didn't have time to wash my feet, don't mind me." In this way, a storm finally passed without any danger. At this time, Morong Chushuen and the nest feel that they are about to suffocate to the limit. She could not bear it. Quietly reach out, ruthlessly pinched Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ate the pain, couldn't help but ouch. The sound in the silent night seemed particularly ear-piercing. The hostess aunt turned her head in confusion, staring at Xiao Yang with a torch-like gaze, as if waiting for the other party's explanation. "It's okay, Auntie, just got too excited watching the video just now, hee hee hee." Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly. Auntie shook her head, muttering that young people, just don't know moderation, and then prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Morong Chushue just wanted to poke her head out to get some air, but she didn't expect Auntie to suddenly come back and turn around violently. Xiao Yang was quick on his feet and almost instinctively pressed Morong Chushue back under the quilt and covered her tightly with the quilt. "Auntie, is there anything else you need?" Xiao Yang asked in a calm manner, but his heart was in a state of confusion. "Don't watch the video, rest early," Auntie warmly prompted. "I'm going to sleep right now." Xiao Yang smiled and watched the aunt leave. Morong Chushue heard the aunt left, violently lifted the quilt, gasping for air. "Suffocated me to death. Do you know how hard it was for me just now?" She shouted loudly as if she wanted to vent out all the depression in her heart. Xiao Yang hurriedly covered her mouth and reminded in a low voice, "Auntie hasn't gone far yet, keep your voice down, don't invite him back." Morong Chushue dissatisfiedly pushed him away and complained, "I'm suffocating in the quilt, you're still there chatting with Auntie. If I didn't pinch you, were you guys planning to chat all night? The time you pinched me, you almost let Auntie find us." "Luckily, I acted well and fooled him." Xiao Yang laughed bitterly. "How come you have this kind of live streaming app in your cell phone? Uninstall it for me right away." Morong Chushue said with a serious face. "Yo, are you jealous?" Xiao Yang deliberately teased her, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Bah! You're the one who's jealous." Morong Chushue's cheeks blushed slightly and retorted. Okay, I'll just unload it, so don't chant, little ancestor," Xiao Yang helplessly compromised. "Also, go back to your floor and sleep. Don't think about taking advantage of me." Morong Chushue pointed to the ground and said. "The ground is cool, your bed is so big, can't you let me squeeze in?" Xiao Yang tried to fight for it. "The bed is so small, I won't squeeze with you. You sleep on the ground." Morong Chushue is determined. Okay, no more squeezing, I'll sleep on the floor, okay." Xiao Yang sighed helplessly and obediently returned to the floor. "Before you avoided me like what, now why are you so good to me?" Morong Chushue suddenly asked. "It's not because of your father." Xiao Yang sighed and said. "My father?" Morong Chushue froze. "He approached me before and gave me $50,000 to leave you." Xiao Yang confessed. "What? How could he be like this?" Morong Chushue's eyes widened in shock. "Maybe he thought that a poor boy like me would hold you back." Xiao Yang said with a bitter smile. "How could he do this to you? You are my savior." Morong Chushue said angrily. "But I didn't confiscate that money and just threw it away." Xiao Yang added. "I'll go back and ask him." Morong Chushue said that she was about to get up. "If you make a scene, he will only throw more money at me and may even bribe the principal to let me drop out. You looking for him will only make me more troublesome, I still want to study properly." Xiao Yang hurriedly persuaded her. "But how can he do this to you?" "I'm not willing to do it." Morong Chushue is still indignant. Okay, I won't hide from you in the future, just pretend nothing happened, okay?" Xiao Yang consoled. "Really?" Morong Chushue brightened up. "Of course, I never go back on my word." Xiao Yang said seriously. "Then if you behave well, I'll let you go to bed." Morong Chushue patted the mattress with a hint of mischief on her face. "I am not interested if you are wearing clothes." Xiao Yang glanced at her and deliberately lay on the ground, putting on an indifferent look. "You stinky hooligan." Morong Chushue's cheeks flushed crimson as she picked up a pillow and smashed it at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang lightly caught the pillow and laughed, "Just in time, I am short of a pillow, thanks." "You give me back my pillow." Morong Chushue huffed. You threw something to me, if you want it, come and get it yourself. Xiao Yang said provocatively. You think I don't dare? Morong Chushue said and was about to rush out of bed to grab the pillow. Unexpectedly, she really just jumped down without any hesitation, and her foot impartially stepped on Xiao Yang's most vulnerable and deadly part. Chapter 13 Crunchy Man. Xiao Yang was completely defenseless. A sudden sharp pain instantly swept through his entire body, causing him to almost burst into tears. Morong Chushue, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the power of her kick, and only cared about snatching the pillow and smiled triumphantly. What's wrong with you? Why this sudden expression? Morong Chushue blinked her big innocent eyes, looking at Xiao Yang, who was almost twisted into a ball in pain, her face full of doubts. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth in pain, but he could not squeeze out a single word, and only tightly covered that heavy wound between his legs. What's wrong with you? Did you have a heart attack? Do you want me to call 120? When Morong Chushue saw Xiao Yang's appearance, she immediately panicked and scrambled to help him. Xiao Yang forced himself to endure the severe pain, snatched back the cell phone, and said in a bad mood, "Stupid ah, is this what a heart attack is? Heart disease should be covering the chest, not here." Morong Chushue then came to a realization. Her eyes finally fell between Xiao Yang's tightly covered legs, and a flash of redness instantly appeared on her face. Although she hadn't personally experienced that kind of pain, she had heard of men crunching there, right? Thinking of her 98-pound slamming down like that, she couldn't help but feel apologetic and whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Let me rub it for you?" Saying that, she panicked and stretched out her hand, but then stopped violently, realizing that it was not a place that could be touched casually. Xiao Yang grimaced in pain, but still did not forget to flirt. "Didn't you want to rub it? Why did you stop?" Morong Chushue was ashamed and angry, kicked Xiao Yang's waist and drank, "You rascal! You are adding insult to injury." Xiao Yang exaggeratedly covered his waist and pretended to be in more pain, but in his heart, he was secretly happy that this girl was quite interesting. Seeing this, Morong Chushue hurriedly stood up, sat back on the bed and said somewhat uneasily, "Don't pretend, I just kicked it lightly." Xiao Yang loosened his waist and the pain did gradually ease. He looked at Morong Chushue and pretended to be aggravated and said, "You just faked that pain too? I was really in pain." "That's not faking. Do you think my acting skills are that good?" Xiao Yang slowly got up and took a deep breath. Right at this moment, a loud thud suddenly came from outside the dormitory door. The two instantly quieted down and looked at each other. A trace of panic flashed in their eyes. "Auntie is back?" Morong Chushue asked Xiao Yang with a mouthful, her hands tugging at the quilt tightly. Xiao Yang shook his head, signaling her to hurry and hide under the quilt. Morong Chushue reacted extremely fast and quickly pulled up the quilt, wrapping herself tightly. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, quietly walked to the door and listened with his ears, but he could no longer hear any movement. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in his heart, worrying that it was Auntie eavesdropping outside the door. Suddenly, he remembered the perspective skill he had just acquired and decided to give it a try. Only to see his mind move, a green-colored light instantly enveloped his entire body. Xiao Yang was surprised to find that he could actually see through the door. Only to see a group of computer science students standing outside the door, who were sticking to the doorway and eavesdropping. Xiao Yang was happy in his heart, gently gripped the door lock and pulled it violently, and the door opened with a sound. The 7 or 8 boys lost their leverage and fell to the ground. They looked up and realized that it was Xiao Yang. They were embarrassed and hurriedly climbed up to flee the scene. After Xiao Yang closed the door, one of his classmates poked his head out playfully and asked, "What was the situation inside just now? How did she call you a rascal?" Xiao Yang smiled but did not answer, just urged them to hurry back to the dormitory. The students laughed and left, but also agreed to listen to Xiao Yang tomorrow to tell this interesting story. After Xiao Yang returned to the dormitory, Morong Chushue couldn't wait to ask, "Are they eavesdropping?" At this time, Xiao Yang's perspective skills still had not disappeared. In front of his eyes, Morong Chushue's figure was unobstructed. The snow-white skin, long legs, and delicate figure. Xiao Yang could not help but swallow his saliva, and his heart was secretly glad that he had such a skill. "What happened to you?" Morong Chushue found Xiao Yang staring at himself with a dull gaze and panicked to check if there was something wrong with him. "No, nothing." Xiao Yang hurriedly came back to his senses and shook his head in a calm manner. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "This skill is also too powerful. However, I can't let her find out." Morong Chushue suddenly felt an inexplicable chill coming over her, she subconsciously hugged herself tightly with her hands and curled up her legs with a hint of caution in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? It's weirdly scary. Xiao Yang, however, because of this action of hers, his sight fell more clearly on her legs. At that moment, it was as if he was attracted to something and his gaze was fixed on that tattoo on her leg. It was a 5-petaled rose, delicate and colorful, as if it carried some kind of mysterious power. Xiao Yang gazed at it for a long time and could not help but secretly marvel at the delicacy and uniqueness of the tattoo. The power of the perspective skill allowed Xiao Yang to gain insight into all the details even in this dimly lit chamber. He could not help but marvel at this ability in his heart. However, as the skill faded, the rose tattoo also faded into the darkness and everything returned to its original state. However, that pattern, had been deeply imprinted in Xiao Yang's mind, lingering. What is that thing? Why do I feel so familiar? It seems to have been seen somewhere. Xiao Yang muttered in his heart, but he did not dare to easily open his mouth to ask Morong Chushue for fear of accidentally exposing the secret of his own skills. The next morning, the sky had just turned fish belly white, and the students had changed into camouflage uniforms and hurriedly rushed to the cafeteria. The military training seminar was scheduled for 8 o'clock, time was running out, everyone did not dare to have the slightest delay. Get up, lazy pig. Xiao Yang returned from washing up and saw Morong Chushue still in deep sleep, so he gently shook her shoulder. Morong Chushue woke up in a daze, saw the camouflage clothes in Xiao Yang's hands, and instantly woke up a lot. Change, let's mix out, avoid the hostel. Xiao Yang lowered his voice and said. This. You have not worn it, right? Morong Chushue somewhat hesitantly received the camouflage clothing, her face flushed with a touch of redness. Rest assured, no, I have not had time to wear it. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Then you go out, I want to change my clothes. Morong Chushue, with a red face, pushed Xiao Yang out of the door. Although Xiao Yang was a little reluctant, he still obediently closed the door. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming. A team of instructors were coming up the stairs to check the bedrooms one by one. Xiao Yang's heart tightened and he secretly sweated for Morong Chushue. At this exact moment, Morong Chushue just happened to take off her jeans and had not yet found where the camouflage uniform was. Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not care less and violently pushed open the door and rushed in. Morong Chushue exclaimed, just wanted to say something, but was covered by Xiao Yang's mouth. Don't make a sound, the instructor is coming. Xiao Yang lowered his voice and warned. What to do? I haven't put it on yet. Morong Chushue looked at Xiao Yang in panic, her eyes full of anxiety. Chapter 14. I heard that you are very capable of fighting. Quickly wear it, I will take you away. Xiao Yang quickly made a decision and started to help Morong Chushue get dressed. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer, and the instructor's chortles were coming and going. Morong Chushue had no choice but to hastily put on her camouflage uniform. Xiao Yang then unfolds his pants and gestures for her to lift her feet. Morong Chushue sat on the edge of the bed and stretched out her legs, her face as red as an apple. Xiao Yang quickly put on her pants. The whole process was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Just at the moment when the instructor was about to push the door open, Xiao Yang quickly put on Morong Chushue's camouflage hat with the brim pressed down and her hair tucked in haphazardly. In this way, Morong Chushue's gender is not so easy to detect. Xiao Yang himself wore everyday clothes and pulled Morong Chushue to hide behind the door. Whose bed is this? The instructor's sharp gaze swept across the dormitory and finally settled on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang responded mine while quietly pushing Morong Chushue out of the dormitory door. He himself followed closely behind, taking the opportunity when the instructor was off guard. He pulled her along the stairs and darted down. The students who had finished checking the dormitory were crowding in the hallway and heading out. Xiao Yang and Morong Chushue blended into the crowd and managed to escape the instructor. Scared the hell out of me. After escaping from the boys' dormitory, Morong Chushue let out a long breath of relief, her face filled with the celebration of surviving a robbery. I'll probably have to be punished for going back. Not only did I not fold the quilt, but I also escaped. Xiao Yang said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, I will compensate you. Morong Chushue patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. I will send you delicious food during military training. That's more or less the same. Xiao Yang nodded, his heart secretly looking forward to the food feast during military training. But I wore your clothes, how am I going to return them to you now? Morong Chushue frowned and looked at Xiao Yang with a helpless face. You go back to the girls' dormitory and hurry to change and bring it to me. Otherwise, I don't have camouflage clothes, this thing can't be explained, and I might have to add a penalty. Xiao Yang also had an anxious face. The two had no choice but to run all the way to the girls' dormitory. Morong Chushue moved quickly, in a short while to change their own clothes, while camouflage clothing carefully packed into a shopping bag. Roommates see this, have cast a curious gaze. Morong Chushue can only casually say that it is someone else's clothes, and then hurriedly left. Xiao Yang had already waited downstairs with some impatience, attracting a lot of sidelong glances and snickers from the girls. Finally, Morong Chushue ran back out of breath and handed over the camouflage clothes to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang received the camouflage clothing and without saying anything, turned around and hurried back. Just as he reached the door of the dormitory, he froze. Only to see the 8 instructors were waiting in line, each with an expressionless face and sharp eyes. "Do not fold the quilt, still want to slip? You kid quite good the instructors reprimanded. Xiao Yang just wanted to argue. The instructors held up another pink jacket and a pair of women's jeans. How can this be explained? The instructors' eyes were like torches questioning. Seeing this, the students gloated and covered their mouths to snicker. Xiao Yang cursed in his heart, that idiot Morong Chushue even left her clothes behind. This is my cousin's. Xiao Yang was in a hurry and casually made up a reason. Your cousin? The instructors obviously didn't quite believe it. Yes, she is also in school, pampered. Know that I came to study, so I threw the dirty clothes to me to wash. Xiao Yang explained stiffly. How to prove it? The instructors pressed step by step. You can ask her all. Xiao Yang had no choice but to make this suggestion. The instructors asked Xiao Yang to make a phone call immediately. Xiao Yang had no choice but to do so. He dialed Morong Chushue's phone, and the instructor took the call and asked directly. Although Morong Chushue was puzzled, she quickly reacted and cooperated with Xiao Yang to act out the drama, confirming that the clothes were indeed washed by her letting Xiao Yang wash them. Good, it's all right. The instructors finally let Xiao Yang go and threw the clothes to him. Only then did this storm settle down. Xiao Yang took Morong Chushue's clothes and muttered in his heart, this Morong Chushue is really a troublemaker. Last night she was misunderstood by the hostel auntie and today she almost let the instructors misunderstand her. Hey, I'm really unlucky to get involved with her. The quilt is folded, go with them to run 20 laps. The instructor pointed at the row of people in the corner and said. Xiao Yang had no choice but to throw Morong Chushue's clothes on the bed and walk out of the dormitory. Seeing this, a classmate came close and wanted to help wash the clothes, but was scared by Xiao Yang's angry stare and retreated back in a hurry. After running 20 laps, the military training briefing finally began. After the lengthy speech, it was already close to noon. The teams were going to be divided in the afternoon, and there was only an hour's break at noon. Xiao Yang rushed to the cafeteria on a hungry stomach, only to find that his wallet had been stolen at some point. Son of a bitch thief, give me a stop. He cursed in his heart and immediately chased out. The thief rode all the way to escape, Xiao Yang in hot pursuit. Through the school gate, the thief turned into an alley. Xiao Yang followed without hesitation, but found that at the end of the alley, the thief stood with a group of punks, the leader of which was Su Zihao, who previously had a problem with him. Just your name is Xiao Yang, I heard that you are very capable of fighting, A big man waved the iron pipe in his hand, while Su Zihao looked on in triumph. Although Xiao Yang was brave, the other party was outnumbered and he had to retreat for the time being. Just then, Yao Yao suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, a new mission has come. Yao Yao said with a smile. There is no time right now. Xiao Yang's brows were furrowed and he was clearly not in the mood to pay attention to her. The reward is very generous, a whole 2,000 huaxia coins. Yao Yao said in a seductive tone. When Xiao Yang heard this, his heart stirred and he couldn't help but ask, what is the task? Run 1,500 meters in 4 minutes, however, if you exceed the time limit, you will get nothing, even the huaxia coins you saved before will have to be cleared. Yao Yao blinked her eyes and explained with a serious face. You are forcing me to compete with the Olympic champion. Xiao Yang laughed bitterly and muttered in his heart about the difficulty of this task. The timer is starting. Yao Yao didn't care about that much and directly pressed the stopwatch, looking at Xiao Yang with a wry face. Hey, at least give me time to warm up. Xiao Yang protested, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Yao Yao mischievously reminded, Master, 5 seconds have already passed, oh. Even though Yao Yao addressed Xiao Yang as master, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this Yao Yao was the dominant player in this game. Xiao Yang could not care less, turned around, and ran wildly towards the depths of the alley. Behind him, the fat big man waved his iron pipe, shouting "Give me chase," and a group of gangsters followed closely behind, as if a group of hungry wolves chasing their prey. Xiao Yang clenched his fists and sprinted at full speed. The wind whistled in his ears, and the stone walls on both sides swept by as fast as movie cameras. He ran wildly along the twisting alleys, without direction, just wanting to get rid of this group of pursuers as soon as possible. After running more than 1,000 meters, he was already panting, but the good thing was that his pursuers were already far behind him. "Master, refueling. There are still the last 500 meters left." Young's voice rang in his ears, cheering him on. Chapter 15. If she can be my girlfriend, I am willing to break her bones to make soup for her. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and continued to run wildly. Those 2,000 Chinese coins were the key to unlocking his new skills. He longed to have the agility skill to win with speed instead of relying solely on force. "Master, go for it. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Yo-Yo's voice grew more and more excited. Arrived. Accompanied by Yao Yao's cheers, Xiao Yang finally crossed the finish line. He was gasping for air, his hands were holding his knees, and his body was slightly trembling. 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Yao Yao checked the stopwatch and said with some regret, "Time out." Xiao Yang smiled bitterly, in his heart, although he was a little unwilling, he knew that this was the truth. "If you hadn't hesitated for those 5 seconds just now, you might have succeeded." Yao Yao comforted. Just then, the footsteps of the pursuers were getting closer and closer, as if they would pounce at any time. "This kid is still running really fast." The big man gasped and looked at Xiao Yang's back from afar. "However, master, you can still get a reward of 1,000 huaxia coins. Oh." Young suddenly reminded. "Really?" Xiao Yang smiled, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he turned to face the upcoming pursuers. "Then I will use this huaxia coin to unlock the agility skill." "Can't run anymore?" The big man approached Xiao Yang with a fierce smile. "The front is a dead end, I will see where you can still run." Suzy Heo caught up on his bike and said smugly. "When did I say I want to run away?" Xiao Yang glanced at them disdainfully. "You bunch of little yakuza, you deserve me to run away?" "Xiao Yang, what are you pretending for? Do you know who they are?" Suzy Heo stood next to the big man and tried to overwhelm Xiao Yang with his aura. "The head is as big as a pig, so naturally it is a stupid pig." Xiao Yang sneered without mercy. "You don't want to be arrogant. Give me a fight." The big man was furious, waving a steel pipe and rushed up. A group of gangsters also surrounded, ready to beat Xiao Yang. At this time, Xiao Yang has quietly activated the agility skill. In his eyes, the movements of the crowd seemed to have slowed down, just like a slow-release movie camera. He easily dodged the big man's steel pipe and struck the big man's eye socket with a punch. Twice the speed, twice the power, the big man fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Seeing this, the juniors stopped in their tracks, their eyes flashing with terror. Xiao Yang knew that the time limit of the skill was limited. He did not dare to delay and immediately launched a charge. His speed was amazing, and before the punks had time to react, he had already rushed in front of them. One punch at a time, the punks were like leaves blown away by the gale, they fell to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, all of them were already wailing, and none of them were able to stand up. "Warming up isn't even over yet, why are you lying down first? Get up for me and continue the battle." Xiao Yang's foot stepped on the punk's chest, his eyes were stern and his tone was domineering. Suzy Heo witnessed this scene from the sidelines, his heart was shocked, he really couldn't figure out when Xiao Yang became so tough. The speed of that speed was simply staggering. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and fled from this place in a panic on his car, leaving behind a field of begging minions and Xiao Yang's lonely and arrogant silhouette. "Still come?" Xiao Yang coldly questioned the feet of a gangster. That gangster has long been scared to shiver, hastily begged for mercy. Xiao Yang smiled contemptuously, retrieved his wallet, patted the dust on his body, and turned around to return to school to eat. After the meal, he went straight to the basketball court, his heart filled with anticipation for the military training life to come. There were a total of 3,000 new students, divided into more than 50 companies, each with about 60 people. Xiao Yang and Gao Chang, who was 1 meter 9 tall, were assigned to Company 44. Gao Chang, the champion who had swept the school with his basketball skills in high school, was admitted to Qingbei University as a specialty student. The moment he appeared on the court, he caused the girls to scream repeatedly, and even the neighboring companies gave him sideways glances. Seeing him play basketball with his fingertips, his movements were so smooth and flowing that the cheers of the girls were so loud that they almost overturned the whole basketball court. Gao Chang, however, pretended not to hear, and continued to show off his skills, crotch dribbling, spinning forward. Each action attracted a gasp. "Oomph, just know how to play ball, what's so great about it?" A boy hummed disdainfully, but was immediately retorted by the girl next to him, "Can you beat him? Don't denigrate Gao Chang here." At that moment, the instructor sternly ordered Gao Chang to put down the basketball, but Gao Chang disdained it and casually threw it to the side of the court. The 44th Company quickly assembled and formed 5 columns according to their height. Gao Chang stood at the end of the line and stood out. The military training officially started under the scorching sun, and after a few hours, everyone was sweating and exhausted. Rest for half an hour and gather in place. The instructor's order was like heavenly music, and the crowd filled the entire basketball court as if they were relieved. At this moment, a white dress floats. Morong Chushua holds 2 bottles of pulsation in her hand and walks into the court with a light step. Her skirt fluttered with the wind and her hair danced in the breeze, just like a fairy descending to earth. The crowd's eyes were instantly attracted, and they cast stunning gazes. Was that a fairy descending to earth? It's too beautiful. A boy couldn't help but marvel, while another tried to sneak a peek at the scenery under her skirt. Morong Chushue is 1.7 meters tall with long shining legs as she walks straight into the ranks of Company 44. Why is School Flower's sister here? The boys' hearts are filled with doubts. And Gao Chang was also attracted by Morong Chushue's appearance. He suddenly got up, grabbed the basketball and dribbled and jumped alone when the crowd was exhausted. He made a beautiful shot from outside the 3-point line and the basketball went into the net in response, drawing cheers from all around. Gao Chang stood confidently, thinking he could attract the girls' attention. However, Morong Chushue walked straight towards Xiaoyang, who was sitting on the ground resting, completely ignoring him. She gently knelt down in front of Xiaoyang, elegantly straightened her skirt, gently held the pulsation with her white legs and handed it to Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, drink some water to quench your thirst." Saying that, she stuffed the cold pulsation into Xiaoyang's arms. "I have a heat stroke, I don't have the strength, you feed me." Xiaoyang lay down on the ground and lazily looked at Morong Chushue in front of him and smiled wryly. The boys of 44th Company were all stunned. They just couldn't figure out how this fairy-like girl could recognize Xiaoyang. And even took the initiative to bring him water? Even to feed him water? The boys from the other companies also cast astonished gazes. Although some of them had already seen Morong Chushue's elegance, more freshmen were still unfamiliar with her, the school flower of Qingbei. At this moment, they finally realized her overwhelming beauty, the kind of beauty that could not be described in words, but could only be deeply imprinted in their hearts. "When she looks at me, I feel that I have no regrets in this life." In the distance, a fat man gazed at Morong Chushue obsessively, his eyes drawn. "If she can be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to break her bones to make soup for her." Another fine dog also gazes at Morong Chushue with an infatuated face. Chapter 16: The First Kiss of the Schoolgirl. "Oomph, it must be plastic surgery. How can a mortal have such a perfect face?" A fat freckled female disdainfully skimmed her mouth, her eyes filled with jealousy. "What do you know? People have good genes and a superior family history. Morong Chushue's father is rich and prominent, married to a beautiful wife and gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Is this something you can compare to?" A boy who knew about her family's situation retorted, his tone filled with envy. "What does it have to do with you if it's better?" The fat woman shot back, and the boy was speechless. Although he had fantasized countless times about spending quality time with Morong Chushue, he also knew clearly that it was just a far-fetched dream. Gao Chang's heart was filled with indignation and resentment when he saw that Morong Chushue had been accompanying Xiaoyang. What kind of virtue does he have? Not as tall as me, not as handsome as me, and not as good a player as me. How could he get her favor? Gao Chang stared at Xiaoyang with red eyes. Xiaoyang proudly lies on the ground and asks Morong Chushue to feed him water, but he didn't realize that this action angered her. Morong Chushue fiercely pinched his arm, causing Xiaoyang to cry out in pain. "It's good enough to bring you water, but you want me to feed you? If it wasn't for apologizing, I would have ignored you," Morong Chushue said in a bad mood. Xiaoyang knew that she loved her face, so he took the water and drank it himself. The loud gurgling sound made the people around him cast envious gazes. He took a big gulp and exclaimed, then smiled, and asked Morong Chushue, "Do you want me to feed you?" Morong Chushue lightly pushes him and rejects his good intentions. While the two of them were playing around, Gao Chang felt that this was a provocation and insult to him. He gritted his teeth but could do nothing about it. He could only stand frozen on the sidelines. The eyes of the entire audience were focused on Xiaoyang, while Gao Chang was like a clown who was left out in the cold. Just then, a group of people walked over. The boy in the lead was Qin Lang, the captain of the Qingbei basketball team, who was already a junior. He was followed by a girl in a super short skirt, who was none other than Zhao Lina, the captain of the school's cheerleading team. Zhao Lina was graceful, with a goose-egg face, thick and curly eyelashes, and small pink lips, just like an exquisite doll. She was wearing a black tight-fitting ultra-short skirt, with a white halter hanging down low, revealing a tantalizing scenery. With her feet in black thin-heeled high heels, her pink toes and white jade feet made people unable to resist looking at her a few more times. Although her height is not as tall as Morong Chushua, the high heels give her an aura that does not lose to the other party in the slightest, but instead adds a bit more poise. The black ultra-short skirt wrapped tightly around her rounded buttocks, her body twisted between walks, making the boys look at her and linger. Zhao Lina and Morong Chushua had very different styles, but were equally charming. When the school flower was selected, although everyone was more inclined to choose the pure type of girl, if it came to the level of beauty and enchantment, cheerleader Zhao Lina was definitely not inferior to Morong Chushua. It was only because her style was much sexier that she lost the name of school flower. Zhao Lina stepped into the court along with the basketball captain Qin Lang. Qin Lang stood still in the center, gently slapped the basketball twice, looked around at the freshmen, and opened his mouth to say, "Hello everyone, I'm the captain of the varsity basketball team, Qin Lang, and this is our cheerleader, Zhao Lina. Taking advantage of the break, we would like to recruit some basketball players. I wonder if there are any students who are good at basketball? Isn't recruiting done after military training? Why is it so urgent?" A student asked curiously. "The president of Taekwondo and I are arch enemies and often compete for talent, so I come first to discover it every time," Qin Lang explained. "Despicable," someone muttered in a low voice. "This is the tactic by which I led my team to 3 college basketball league championships," Qin Lang said proudly. "You were the captain of the team when you were a freshman?" someone asked in surprise. "That's right, because I was super strong, I became the captain in my freshman year. If someone can beat me, I'll give up the captaincy immediately," Qin Lang issued a challenge. The crowd was silent at his words, and no one dared to answer the challenge. Qin Lang's strength was evident to all at Qingbei University. How easy would it be to beat him? "There's a reward for winning a ball against me," Qin Lang said with a slanted smile. Even with such attractive conditions, no one under the field moved, as if everyone was shocked by Qin Lang's invincible aura. "Hey, don't you want to know what the reward really is?" Qin Lang asked with a smile, his tone full of teasing. "What exactly is it?" Finally, someone couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked. He, that would be a kiss from me." Zhao Lina winked and threw a wink at the crowd, and instantly, the boys' hearts fluttered. The moment these words came out, the originally silent stadium instantly boiled up, and the crowd enthusiastically signed up for this rare opportunity. Hey, don't rush, you have to line up. This is my first kiss, you have to cheer oh," Zhao Lina said in a delicate voice, her face flushed with a touch of red, adding a few points of charm. "First kiss? How is that possible?" Some people were skeptical. "Don't look at her, she usually seems quite open, but this is really her first kiss. I've been chasing her for 2 years but couldn't catch up, she said that she has to wait for her true love," Qin Lang explained from the side, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "I really didn't expect that you actually still have your first kiss." The boys marveled, looking at Zhao Lina with even hotter eyes. "You can't judge a book by its cover." Zhao Lina pouted, but her face was filled with happiness and anticipation. "Then if someone really wins over you, won't you lose your first kiss?" a boy asked after her. "I believe that Captain Qin Lang won't lose, it's precisely because I'm confident that I dare to make such a promise." Zhao Lina twisted her body and looked at Qin Lang with a firm gaze, her eyes full of trust and admiration. The boys were infected by this deep love and trust and were eager to try. Although they knew that Qin Lang's strength was unfathomable, for the sake of Zhao Lina's kiss, they felt that it was worth a fight. "Okay, here are the rules. Everyone has 2 chances, 1 attack and 1 defense, 1v1, as long as you can beat me once, you'll be considered a winner." Qin Lang began to explain the rules of the match, his tone was full of confidence and calmness. The boys who were confident that they had good ball skills began to line up for the game, and the eyes of the entire court were focused on them. For the first battle, a boy with a height of 187 walked up. Although he was not as tall as Qin Lang, he was still confident. Zhao Lina acted as the referee, and when the whistle blew, the game officially started. The boy quickly dribbled the ball and broke through, the speed of which made the crowd gasp. Breakthrough! Someone shouted loudly. Just as the boys were rushing straight to the basket ready to make a layup, Xin Lang smiled and followed up. His speed didn't seem to be fast, but it was just the right amount of time to get stuck in the boys' offensive route. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xin Lang was letting go of the ball, deliberately adding some suspense to the game. Without hesitation, the boys leaped up for a layup, their movements smooth and graceful. Just at the moment when the basketball was about to leave his hand, Xin Lang appeared in front of him like a wall. Chapter 17. Who else dare to fight with me? Only when he gently tapped, the basketball changed direction and landed on the ground. At the same time, the boy was also knocked out and fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, the disparity in strength was displayed to the fullest. The corner of Xin Lang's mouth sketched out a faint smile, his eyes like a torch, looking towards the boy who fell to the ground, and then he leisurely stepped, easily picking up the basketball that rolled to the ground, as if the basketball was in his pocket. Who else dares to fight with me? Although his words are light, but like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The boys who had been rubbing their fists and eager to try, seemed to be blown by the cold wind at the moment, and all of them beat the drum of retreat. Xin Lang's strength had long surpassed their level, pushing the threshold of professional basketball. The original dense queue instantly thinned out, leaving only 5 or 6 warriors who were fearful in their hearts, but even more eager for the glory of that victory under the gaze of more than 300 pairs of eyes, as well as the mouth-watering reward of cheerleader Zhao Lina's first kiss. I'll do it! A loud challenge cut through the air as another boy stepped forward. Xin Lang smiled faintly and threw it gently, and the basketball flew steadily towards the challenger like an obedient pet. The boy carefully received the ball, his eyes fixed on Xin Lang as if he wanted to memorize his every move. Xin Lang, on the other hand, still maintained that calmness, as if he had everything under control. Suddenly, as if the boy had made up his mind, he pushed hard, and the basketball, like an arrow leaving the string, went straight to the rim. The surrounding audience exclaimed in shock, "This ball is impossible to score." Some people asserted. Others sighed, perhaps this is his last attempt in desperation. However, after the basketball traced a wonderful arc in the air, it regrettably brushed against the basket and bounced back. Just then, the boy took an arrow step, attempted to bypass Xin Lang, and went straight to the rim. The bystanders exclaimed that this was his ploy. Just in the nick of time, a palm as calm as a mountain came out of nowhere and steadily intercepted the basketball. Xin Lang, who, like a god of heaven, easily caught the ball and landed heavily, steady as a mountain. The boy froze in place, his face full of unbelief. Xin Lang gently shook his head and sighed. The level of this session, it is indeed a bit not good. Even Zhao Lina couldn't help but shake her head, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. The crowd murmured as Xin Lang seemed to have become synonymous with invincibility. One by one, the challengers silently retreated, leaving only Xin Lang and Zhao Lina looking at each other, as if they were lamenting the insignificance and inferiority of the challengers. Right at this moment, a firm voice pierced through the sky, "I'll come." The crowd looked for the voice, only to see Gao Chang standing up, his eyes glittering with defiance. Courage was commendable. Xin Lang nodded approvingly and casually threw the basketball towards Gao Chang. Gao Chang steadily caught the ball and stood still, while Xin Lang casually took a few steps closer. "How about this? I'll let you have half of my strength, how about that?" Xin Lang made a seemingly generous offer. However, Gao Chang smiled coldly, "No need, you may not be able to win against me even if you go all out." Upon this statement, the audience exploded, discussing Gao Chang's arrogance. Xin Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Then I'm not polite." Gao Chang began to slap the basketball with a steady and powerful rhythm, and Xin Lang praised the solidity of his basic skills in his heart. He knew deep down that this matchup would be one of the few challenges in his basketball career. Although he knew nothing about Gao Chang's past, not even his glorious history of being a national champion, from the aura revealed in each of Gao Chang's movements, Xin Lang had already keenly sensed the extraordinary strength of his opponent. On the surface, he still maintained that ease and calmness, but deep inside, he had already secretly built up his strength. Gao Chang, this unfathomable opponent, made Xin Lang feel an unprecedented pressure and challenge. Suddenly, Gao Chang launched a swift attack with the ball to Xin Lang's left side, and Xin Lang reacted quickly with his years of experience in the game and moved to defend. Just when his left foot had just stabilized, Gao Chang suddenly made an unexpected sharp stop and turn movement, back against Xin Lang and then quickly broke to the right, which was a subtle and brilliant fake. Xin Lang, a veteran with 10 years of experience, was deceived by Gao Chang's cunning and wisdom. Gao Chang seized the opportunity, and like a cheetah, he easily crossed Xin Lang's defense in an instant. Xin Lang hurriedly turned around and tried his best to catch up, but Gao Chang's speed was as fast as lightning, and in just a few steps, he had already rushed under the rim. Only to see him jumping violently, like an eagle spreading its wings, ready to shoot. Xin Lang is also not willing to show weakness, and leapt, attempting to use his body to block the rebound. However, he never thought that Gao Chang flicked his wrist, the basketball, as if by magic, deftly around the back of Xin Lang, from his armpit lightly fly out, cut a nearly perfect arc, and ultimately penetrate the net into the swish sound of a crisp ring. Both of them landed at the same time, but Xin Lang froze in place with a stunned face. He couldn't believe that he had been fooled twice in a row by Gao Chang's cunning fake moves. Gao Chang, on the other hand, with a few moments of disdain, turned around and strutted towards Xiaolina, the corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil smile. "Your kiss, it should belong to me now." The whole audience was instantly in an uproar. Xin Lang's invincible myth was broken so easily by Gao Chang. Xiaolina was also stunned. She had never imagined that Gao Chang would be able to defeat Xin Lang, not to mention that she was unwilling to hand over her first kiss so easily. However, in full view of everyone, the promise she had made was like a shackle, making it difficult for her to go back on it. Just as Gao Chang was approaching step by step and Xiaolina was caught in a dilemma, Xin Lang suddenly stepped forward and tried to stop it all. However, Gao Chang mercilessly pushed him away, mocking, "Willing to gamble, willing to lose, don't you understand such a simple truth?" Xin Lang's heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Xiaolina was in a hurry and shouted, "Wait! The match isn't over yet, perhaps there is still someone stronger than you." Although it was clear in her heart that there was little hope, she still wanted to use this opportunity to stall for time and look for a turnaround. Gao Chang sneered at her words, "Do you think it's possible?" With that, he slammed the basketball to the ground with force, and it bounced up as he shouted, "Who else? Who dares to fight?" That voice echoed like thunder on the court. The court instantly became silent. No one dared to fight. Gao Chang stood in the center of the field like a king, imposing. Xiaolina, on the other hand, was like a lamb to be slaughtered, looking around helplessly. Her heart was full of expectations, longing for someone to step forward, challenge Gao Chang and save her from the fire. Although the boys outside the arena were dissatisfied with Gao Chang's arrogance, no one dared to step forward to challenge him. Xin Lang was already an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, and Gao Chang, who had defeated Xin Lang, was even more like a godlike existence. In the face of Gao Chang's arrogant provocation, the students could only endure in silence, watching him strutting and showing off in the center of the court. The breeze gently blew across the basketball court, Xiaolina's hair fluttered with the wind, and her pitiful appearance made people feel pity. But no one dared to stand up for her. The basketball that was discarded by Gao Chang rolled down in the corner alone, gently rolling with the wind, making a gurgling sound that was especially clear in the silent court. "Who else is there?" Right at this moment, a thunderous sound once again broke the tranquility of the court. Chapter 18. If you're a dish, practice more. Gao Chang's roar was still echoing in the air, but he saw an arm reach out like lightning and steadily grab the rolling basketball. A figure in camouflage uniform stood up proudly under the scorching sun, the sunlight sprinkled on his body through the gaps of the leaves, outlining his resolute and upright silhouette. "And your grandfather me." A voice, a thunderclap on the flat earth. Only to see that camouflage hat being violently removed, spinning, and falling to the ground. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Where exactly is this fierce person? Surprisingly, he dared to challenge Gao Chang at this time. Wasn't this Xiao Yang? The sharp-eyed students recognized him. Xiao Yang's name was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layer after layer of ripples in the crowd. He held the basketball steadily in one hand, his pace was calm and steady, and he walked step by step towards the unbeatable Gao Chang. A hint of surprise flashed in Gao Chang's eyes, then he smiled playfully and said, "You are the Xiao Yang that the school flower sister is looking at?" The surrounding students were also talking, feeling both surprised and curious about Xiao Yang's sudden appearance. "This girl seems to be a freshman, is he here to die?" Grabbing the ball with one hand is quite pretentious, let's see how you'll lose later. "Gao Chang, abuse this guy to death, let him dare to seduce our goddess sister." Xiao Yang, as if he did not hear the surrounding clamor, he walked straight to the front of Xiaolina, softly comforted, "Do not worry, I will not force you to do anything, your first kiss should be left to your true beloved." Xiaolina looked at Xiao Yang's determined eyes, a warm current welled up in her heart and a grateful smile appeared on her face. "Can you really win?" Xiaolina's voice carried a hint of worry and anticipation. Xiao Yang let out a light laugh with a confident and uninhibited look, "Who knows, but one has to try, right?" Gao Chang looked Xiao Yang up and down disdainfully. In his opinion, this guy who came out of nowhere was nothing more than a nobody and was not to be feared at all. Xiao Yang made a proposal to decide the winner in one game, and if he lost, he would voluntarily stay away from Zhao Lina. Gao Chang naturally accepted the challenge with confidence, and in his mind he had already calculated how to show off his basketball prowess in front of the school flower. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially began. Gao Chang had just set up his stance, ready to launch an attack, but he was surprised to find that Xiao Yang had already rushed to the basket like lightning, jumped up, and the basketball drew a perfect arc in the air and went into the basket. The whole court was instantly in an uproar. Xiao Yang's speed was so fast that everyone was stupefied. Gao Chang froze in place, simply unable to believe his eyes. How was this possible? He roared, unable to accept that he had suffered a defeat in such a short period of time. You have lost. Xiao Yang's voice sounded faintly as he bent down to pick up the basketball without a trace of smugness on his face. Gao Chang, on the other hand, was furious and attempted to backpedal. This doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. Cut it out, just practice more if you're a vegetable, what's the point of cheating? The students accused Gao Chang of not keeping his word and playing a scoundrel if he couldn't beat him. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, stood aside with a bland face and quietly watched Gao Chang's scandalous behavior with the stance of a victor. Hey, why are you like this? Can't you see that Zhao Lina is not willing at all? Still have to force a kiss? Xiao Yang said to Gao Chang while shooting the basketball. Zhao Lina panicked and hid behind Xiao Yang, looking at Gao Chang in fear. Xiao Yang won, don't play tricks. That doesn't count. Gao Chang still roared, refusing to accept the fact that he had lost. Fine, then let's do it again. Gao Chang shouted provocatively. He just couldn't believe that he, a former national champion, would lose to this nobody. Xiao Yang looked helplessly at Zhao Lina behind him. He still had to compete. What should he do? Zhao Lina nervously tugged at Xiao Yang's clothes, her eyes filled with worry. So, can you win if you compare again? Xiao Yang teased Zhao Lina. Who knows, just now was considered lucky. Zhao Lina's arm trembled slightly. She looked at Xiao Yang pleadingly. You don't, I believe you, must win. Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Lina's determined eyes, and a surge of ambition welled up in his heart. Good, then I will give you another chance. He turned to look at Gao Chang. His battle spirit was soaring. This time you attack. Gao Chang's eyes blazed as he stared at Xiao Yang. This time I must go all out and show you what true basketball strength is. He secretly thought, just now he must have been gullible, this time he must snowball. Xiao Yang threw the basketball gently, and the basketball landed steadily in Gao Chang's hands. Then, Gao Chang caught the basketball and stood on the center court line, forming a confrontation with Xiao Yang. Zhao Lina stood on the side, her fingers lightly clamped the blue metal whistle, her lips slightly trembling, her heart full of anxiety and anticipation. This duel, who will actually die? The students began to coax, their voices rising in waves. Xiao Yang, abuse him. Abuse him. Although everyone had no idea in their hearts and didn't quite believe that Xiao Yang would be able to defeat Gao Chang again, Gao Chang's arrogant appearance was really unappealing to people, and everyone hoped that he would be taught a lesson and thwarted. When Gao Chang heard this, his anger instantly blazed as if it was going to consume his entire being. He gripped the basketball tightly, his eyes staring at Xiao Yang as he gritted his teeth and said, this time, I will definitely go all out and show you how powerful I am. Don't beep, let go. Xiao Yang said indifferently. His heart was clear, the effect of his agility skill was about to disappear, he didn't have any extra time to delay here. Gao Chang slapped the basketball, clenched his teeth, and the muscles of his entire body tightened up, as if he was a fierce beast ready to strike. Suddenly, he rushed towards Xiao Yang's left side like a bolt of lightning. His speed was dazzling. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, Gao Chang's movements seemed to be several times slower. No matter how Gao Chang accelerated and changed his moves, in Xiao Yang's eyes, they all looked so light and powerless, as if they were child's play. Gao Chang's heart was secretly happy. He thought to himself, this time, I will use the fake moves that I have practiced 10,000 times, absolutely no one can defend. Just see him skillfully crotch dribbling, hands move fast, like a phantom. The students can hardly see his movements, can only vaguely see the basketball in his hands back and forth between the shuttle. Gao Chang's footsteps are strange and changeable, the body rotates like a dancer, every action is gorgeous and smooth, attracting students' burst of marvel. This movement was too damn cool. It was almost as if he was dancing. I can't see his movements at all, I definitely can't defend. 3 people may not be able to defend against his magnificent moves. Why is Xiao Yang standing still? Is he scared silly? I guess so, Gao Chang must have won this time, just now Xiao Yang was just a fluke. Just as the students were talking, thinking that Gao Chang was about to win, Gao Chang suddenly made a sharp turn, looking like he was going to break through from the left side, but then he turned around to Xiao Yang's right side in an attempt to catch Xiao Yang off guard. However, Xiao Yang stood still, as if he had already seen through Gao Chang's scheme. He just quietly looked at the basketball in Gao Chang's hand. Suddenly, Gao Chang was surprised to find that the basketball in his hand had disappeared. Chapter 19 School Flower Sister Forcibly Kissing Xiaoyang? Gao Chang looked up sharply and was shocked to find that the basketball had landed firmly in Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang calmly slapped the basketball and slowly walked towards Gao Chang, the look as if he was idly walking. When did he do it? Gao Chang's heart was in shock. He had no idea when the basketball changed hands. The surrounding students were also stunned, their eyes turned to Xiaoyang along with Gao Chang, but no one noticed when the basketball was transferred from Gao Chang's hands to Xiaoyang's hands. It was too fast. This speed is simply not something that people can have. Some people marveled. Xiaoyang simply reached out and easily took the basketball from Gao Chang's hands without moving half a step himself. Gao Chang was like a clown as Xiaoyang snatched the ball away by moving his fingers. A classmate said with a laugh. Gao Chang stood in the center of the field, looking at Xiaoyang who was walking slowly. A strong sense of shame welled up in his heart. How can I be fooled by you? He roared angrily and clenched his fist and rushed towards Xiaoyang in an attempt to reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Xiaoyang, however, remained calm as he gently slapped the basketball as if he was teasing Gao Chang. Gao Chang attacked, but could not even touch the edge of the basketball. In Xiaoyang's eyes, Gao Chang's movements were as slow as a snail, while his every movement was as fast as lightning in Gao Chang's eyes. Xiaoyang walked towards the rim step by step, and Gao Chang circled around him, trying to stop him from shooting, but in vain. How does this feel like monkeying around, ha? Yeah, Gao Chang, this dog then now can't play basketball at all, simply crushed by Xiaoyang. Hey, you can't judge a book by its cover. No wonder the schoolgirl has her eye on him, so he's a master of the world. Just when the crowd was talking, Xiaoyang suddenly bent down and clutched the basketball with both hands. Gao Chang knew that he was going to shoot and hurriedly blocked in front of Xiaoyang, stretching out his arms for defense. Xiaoyang aimed at the basket and stomped the ground to jump. Gao Chang hesitated and did not jump immediately. He was worried that it was a fake move by Xiaoyang. When he saw Xiaoyang really rise off the ground, he realized that he had been fooled. Xiaoyang's explosive power multiplied as he rose up into the air at a height far beyond his usual height, as if he was about to touch the sky. He easily dunked the basketball into the basket, and the moment the basketball entered the basket, Gao Chang was knocked to the ground in a sorry state. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, landed firmly on the ground with a victor's smile on his face. Xiaoyang hung above the basket, like a king overlooking the world, looking down on Gao Chang who was in a terrible state. The whole court was instantly shocked. The air seemed to freeze, the crows were silent, only the sound of the basketball bouncing after it landed echoed, crisp and loud. Zhaolina was dumbfounded, the whistle in her hand unconsciously slipped down to her chest, and her eyes, which usually flashed with spiritual light, seemed to be fixed at the moment. The eyes of the entire stadium were focused on Xiaoyang's upright body. He was like a light that illuminated the entire stadium. Wow, cool! Morong Chushua was the first to react. She cheered excitedly, her voice was clear and pleasant, breaking the silence of the scene. Only then did Zhaolina come back to her senses. She scrambled to pick up the whistle and blew it with great force. The sharp sound of the whistle broke through the sky. Xiaoyang dashingly jumped off the basket. Zhaolina came flying. A hand raised Xiaoyang's right hand, loudly announced, "The winner, Xiaoyang." Gao Chang struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes staring at Xiaoyang's back. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing and returned to the team in ashes. His pride, his confidence, was completely shattered at this moment. You are safe. Xiaoyang smiled at Zhaolina, handed the basketball back to her, and turned around to leave. In the next second, Zhaolina pulled him back. Don't go, it's not over yet. Xiaoyang was slightly stunned, then laughed. I said, I won't force your first kiss. But Zhaolina looked at him fondly, and all of a sudden, she violently jumped into Xiaoyang's arms and tightly hugged his neck. At this moment, the effect of Xiaoyang's system-given agility skill had disappeared. Zhaolina's sudden move caught him off guard and he was completely unable to react. Xiaoyang had just come back to his senses when he felt a soft and moist heat coming from his lips. Zhaolina's lips had already covered up, and were tightly attached to him. His eyes were filled with Zhaolina's exquisite face, her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes were gently trembling, her soft lips were entwined with his, and the hot and wet feeling instantly surrounded him. In full view of everyone, more than 300 pairs of eyes, including the students and instructors, all witnessed the sudden kiss. The entire stadium seemed to have stood still, leaving only the sound of the two people's entwined kisses echoing in the air. Gosh! What's going on here? Some students cried out in shock, their voices filled with disbelief. Too damn explosive, Xiao Yang was forcibly kissed by the cheerleader. Another classmate shouted excitedly. No! My goddess! My first kiss! A lewd man's eyes widened, wanting to die. A girl covered her eyes and screamed, seemingly too irritated by the scene to accept it. Morong Chushua's heart was in turmoil. Although she had never clarified her relationship with Xiao Yang, she had always thought that the boy beside her belonged to her. Yet at this moment, she saw this boy being taken so wildly by another girl, and her heart was mixed. Could it be that she was jealous? No, how could she, Morong Chushua, be jealous? She kept denying her inner feelings, but the stifled feeling lingered on. She stared at Xiao Yang, wondering in her heart if she had really moved her heart. No, that couldn't be possible. What are you doing? Xiao Yang finally pushed Zhaolina away as a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Zhaolina, however, smiled without saying anything and just looked at him mischievously, her beautiful eyes flashing with cunning. As I said, your first kiss should be reserved for someone you really like. I was only joking with you in order to save you. Xiao Yang said seriously. But I just like you. Zhaolina said unabashedly as she was about to approach Xiao Yang again. Right at this moment, Morong Chushua suddenly rushed over. She pushed Zhaolina away, tightly hugged Xiao Yang and kissed him unexpectedly. The wet, sweet and soft feelings surrounded Xiao Yang once again, and he stared wide-eyed at the familiar and beautiful face in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Morong Chushua. Her eyes were closed, she was biting her lips tightly, and a blush rose on her fair skin. Wow! The students once again exclaimed in shock. This time the level of surprise was no less than earlier. School flower sister forcibly kissed Xiao Yang? I didn't see it wrong. There are surprised melons every year, but today there are especially a lot of them, and I've had my fill of them. Being kissed by two goddesses in a row, if I were you, it would be worth it to get cancer right away. Let go of Xiao Yang, let me suffer this kind of sin. After a deep kiss, Morong Chushua slowly let go of Xiao Yang, turned to face Zhaolina, her eyes firm and domineering. He is mine. How could Zhaolina show weakness? She stood up her chest and did not give in. I kissed first. He should be mine. The corner of Morong Chushua's mouth hooked up a cold smile, remembering the previous forced kiss in the cafe. I knew him earlier than you, kissed him earlier. Chapter 20. It's the one that's so handsome. I didn't see it, so it doesn't count. Zhaolina disdainfully looked away, obviously unwilling to accept this fact. Morong Chushua once again wrapped Xiao Yang's neck. Hard mouth, do not go down, voice with provocation, now see? Zhaolina was completely enraged. She could not accept her favorite man was Morong Chushua so easily snatched away. She rushed over and hugged Xiao Yang, trying to mouth him again. Morong Chushua also not willing to show weakness, the two pushed and shoved while trying to occupy Xiao Yang, the scene once out of control. Xiao Yang was held tightly by the two, unsteady, stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhaolina and Morong Chushua, however, did not give up, and together they pounced on Xiao Yang's body and tried to kiss him forcefully without regard to his image. Xiao Yang only felt that the red lips and mouth do not continue to attack. The two soft bodies pressed on his body, gusts of strange fragrance came to his nose. His fingers have nowhere to rest, want to push and afraid to touch the sense of the parts, so he had no choice but to give up resistance, let the messy mouth do not. Soon after, Xiao Yang's face was covered with red powder and lip prints, looking both wretched and funny. More than 300 pairs of eyes as well as students passing by were deeply attracted by this sudden scene and cast surprised gazes. What's going on? A student who had just returned from buying water outside was so alarmed that the water in his hand almost fell to the ground. What is this? This doing? Another boy looked from afar, only to see two girls pressing on a boy's body. The scene was chaotic. Xiao Yang was pressed to the point that it was a little difficult to breathe, and what embarrassed him even more was that his second brother was a little out of control. There were too many people around him, and he could only endure this painfully. Just at this moment, the instructor finally spoke out to stop the farce. Enough! Even though you guys aren't freshmen, you can't fool around like this. The instructor shouted loudly, his tone filled with majesty. Only then did the two women stop and climbed up to leave after hearing this. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, lay on the ground panting heavily as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. At this time, outside the basketball court, a girl wearing denim shorts stopped and stood. She stared at Xiao Yang's direction, her black hair fluttering gently with the wind, her eyes deep and mysterious. The two women left under the watchful eye of the instructor, while the girl in denim shorts was reluctant to leave for a long time. Her gaze never left Xiao Yang. Until the instructor blew the whistle to gather, she reluctantly withdrew her sight. The 44th company assembled. The instructor's whistle sounded, and the students quickly lined up and stood at attention. The instructor shouted. The instructor shouted, and the students reported in turn, their voices neatly harmonized. The training lasted until 5:30. The students were all exhausted and complained about the hot weather and the hard work of the military training. Xiao Yang walked towards the dormitory with the crowd, while the girl with the jean shorts saw this and tried to look for him, but she was scattered by the crowd. She anxiously searched for Xiao Yang in the camouflage-clad crowd, but never found him. What to do? The girl was in a panic. She did not know Xiao Yang's name and could not call out to him, but could only rely on his face to recognize him in the crowd. Seeing the crowd gradually dispersed, the girl still did not find Xiao Yang. In desperation, she thought of the righteousness and kindness that Xiao Yang had shown before, so she pretended to break her foot and cried out for help. Ouch, the foot hurts. The girl softly sat on the ground, covered her ankle with both hands, and cried out in pain. The crowd heard the sound have looked back. The girl saw the situation, called louder, "Good pain, who will help me?" She covered her ankles, face full of pain. A few boys smelled around, concerned about the girl's situation. The girl took the opportunity to eagerly search for Xiao Yang's figure in the bustling crowd. However, the familiar silhouette seemed to blend into the sea of people and disappeared without a trace. This cheapskate, unexpectedly did not help me. The girl muttered secretly in her heart, and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. Hey, do you guys know that boy who is particularly good at basketball? The girl decided to change her strategy and asked the students next to her, with a hint of eagerness and anticipation in her voice. Which basketball player? A boy scratched his head in confusion, obviously not following the girl's thoughts. It's the one that dunks the most, the one that's so handsome. The girl's eyes sparkled as if she was talking about a legend. Oh, you're talking about Xiao Yang from our company. The boy came to a realization, and it just so happened that Xiao Yang was not far behind him at that moment. Yes, it's Xiao Yang. The girl was overjoyed at the words, lightly leapt up as if her foot injury was instantly healed. She pushed her way through the crowd and shouted, "Xiao Yang! Xiao Yang!" In the distance, Xiao Yang turned his head at the sound of the voice. His eyes searched through the crowd and finally settled on the girl's face that was full of smiles. Didn't you break your foot? The boy next to him looked at the girl's sudden jump and was so surprised that his jaw dropped. Well, now, seeing him makes it all better. The girl responded with a smile and then ran towards Xiao Yang like a gust of wind. Xiao Yang looked at the jean shorts girl running towards him and his heart was filled with doubt. Do I know her? He secretly pondered, but could not find any memories of her in his mind. The girl ran excitedly, but once again accidentally broke her foot not far from Xiao Yang. Ah! She let out a cry of pain as her body lost its balance and flung herself at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang instinctively stretched out his hand to catch her, but because of inertia both of them fell to the ground together. Are you all right? Xiao Yang picked up the girl and asked with concern. The girl's cheeks were scarlet, and Xiao Yang then realized that he had accidentally placed his hand where it shouldn't be. Sorry. He drew back his hand in a panic, while the girl exclaimed in a petulant manner. Don't touch me. The girl pushed Xiao Yang away and tried to stand up, but because of the pain in her feet it was difficult to walk and she fell to the ground again. She looked at Xiao Yang in annoyance as if it was all his fault. You said not to touch. Xiao Yang shrugged helplessly, feeling a hint of aggression in his heart. You. The girl was so angry that she couldn't speak, only to feel her but hurt even more. Okay, don't toss it, I will take you to the infirmary. Xiao Yang once again picked up the girl and let her lean on his shoulder. Don't you ask me why I'm looking for you? The girl couldn't help but ask on the way. See the doctor first, don't fall bad. Xiao Yang supported her and walked quickly towards the infirmary, more concerned about her injuries in his heart. The doctor examined and said that there is no big problem, just soft tissue contusion, prescribed some medicine. The girl lying on the bed in the infirmary, Xiao Yang took the safflower oil, ready to help her apply. You are so nice. The girl looked at Xiao Yang's serious appearance and couldn't help but smile. It was me who made you break your foot, of course I have to be responsible. Xiao Yang also smiled, with a gentle face. Still count on you having a conscience. The girl nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Yang gently picked up the girl's ankle and took off her pink short socks. The girl's pink and white feet were exposed, the toes were coated with pink nail polish, obviously well tended. Xiao Yang smeared his palms with safflower oil and slowly smeared it along the girl's ankles to the center of her feet. The girl felt a warmth coming from the soles of her feet, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation. Her bare mouth undulated and her t-shirt shook gently. She couldn't help but let out a slight murmur, and her breathing became rapid. Chapter 21: Falling into the schoolgirl's nest. The girl violently retracted her feet and shyly hugged her legs tightly. "I'll do it myself, I'm ticklish," she stammered, a blush spreading across her face. "Did it hurt you?" Xiao Yang asked with concern, afraid that he had accidentally hurt her. "No. Just itchy," the girl answered with a red face, but in her heart, she was secretly glad that she recovered her feet in time. "Then you rub it yourself, safflower oil put here, I go first." Xiao Yang got up and left. "Wait." The girl hurriedly called out to him, "I have something to ask you." Xiao Yang turned around and looked at her doubtfully. "What is it?" "We haven't met before, right? I'm Zhuamushi, a sophomore in the history department." The girl introduced herself. "It's a schoolmate again." Xiao Yang secretly muttered in his heart. The history department's sophomore Zhuamushi in front of him seemed to be more mysterious and unpredictable than he had imagined. "I saw you playing basketball this afternoon, it was really handsome," Zhuamushi said with a smile. "It was just like that, just lucky." Xiao Yang pretended to be modest. "That's not your real level, right?" Zhuamushi suddenly changed her words and stared at him with a torch-like gaze, as if she wanted to see through his mind. Xiao Yang was shocked in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm. "How do you know?" He secretly speculated, could it be that his secret has been discovered by her? "Have you seen this pattern before?" Zhuamushi took out his cell phone. The screen displayed a black pattern, a delicate rosebush, appearing both mysterious and bizarre. Xiao Yang's heart trembled violently the moment he saw the pattern. This was exactly the tattoo he had seen on Morong Chushue before. It was as if had seen him trying to remain calm, trying to hide the waves in his heart. "Where is it?" Zhuamushi eagerly asked after it, with a trace of excitement in his voice that was hard to hide. "Can't think of it," Xiao Yang stammered, his eyes flickering. He knew that there might be a huge secret hidden behind this pattern, and he did not dare to reveal it easily. "Think carefully." Zhuamushi climbed up and stared urgently at Xiao Yang. "What are you looking for this pattern for?" Xiao Yang tried to change the topic, but his heart grew more and more curious. "This is the coat of arms of the Rosebed Society," Zhuamushi explained, with a hint of awe in his tone. "The Rosebed Society? What is that?" Xiao Yang was at a loss, feeling very unfamiliar with this name. That was an ancient and mysterious organization that was said to hold the key to a higher dimension. Zhuamushi said with a gloomy expression, "I will tell you in detail later." "You really can't remember where you've seen this pattern?" "Really can't recall." Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, what exactly is the relationship between this Rosebud Society and Morong Chushue? "Then you suddenly became so agile when playing basketball, do you know why?" Zhuamushi once again threw out a question, his eyes full of expectation. "I don't know, it just suddenly felt like there was a surge of power in my body." Xiao Yang answered truthfully, his heart was also full of doubts. "I think you have resorted to some kind of special power, and this kind of power is likely to be related to the Rosebud Society." Zhuamushi spoke in a shocking manner, causing Xiao Yang to freeze. "What is it that you are looking for?" Xiao Yang could not help but ask, his heart filled with curiosity about Zhuamushi's purpose. "A higher dimensional existence," Zhuamushi said seriously. "I have been studying this field, and my deduction has been supported by the relevant professors. It's just that they haven't found a way to observe higher dimensions yet." Xiao Yang's heart set off huge waves after listening to Zhuamushi's words. He suddenly remembered his Supreme System assistant, Yao Yao, and the mysterious tattoo on Morong Chushue's body. All of this seemed to point to an unknown realm, a world he may have never touched before. He must find Morong Chushue and ask for clarification. Thus, without hesitation, he picks up his cell phone and starts rummaging for Morong Chushue's contact information. He wanted to know what kind of secrets this Rosebud Society was hiding, and what Morong Chushue had to do with it all. Xiao Yang was just about to press the dialing button when the door of the infirmary was violently pushed open by a force, as if even the air was shaken by it. A delicate and flamboyant figure like fire came into view. The high heels that were as red as flames struck the ground and made a crisp sound, the black silk tightly wrapped around the long and slender legs, the ultra-short skirt swayed with the wind, and the small halter was aptly outlining the perfect curve of her body. A head of black hair like a waterfall spread over the shoulders, thick eyelashes, a pair of eyes as if they can hook away the soul of people. This outfit was completely unlike what a student should look like. However, that was indeed Zhao, the cheerleader and school flower that made countless boys go crazy for her. "Xiao Yang, you bastard, how dare you hide here? You didn't even tell me when military training was over, you're too much." As soon as Zhao entered the door, she went straight towards Xiao Yang with a rush of energy, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Xiao Yang was startled by this sudden turn of events, and the cell phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. As for Zhuamushi on the side, she also cast a surprised gaze, although she had long heard of Zhao Lina's great name, but when she really saw it, she still couldn't help but be shocked by her beauty and temperament. She knew that although Zhao Lina looked slutty and unruly on the outside, her heart was actually as pure as a piece of white paper. She had read countless history books and knew countless people, so she was naturally able to tell that Zhao Lina was not the kind of open-minded woman rumored to be, and instead, she envied her for her spontaneous and daring character. Zhao Lina tugged on Xiao Yang's arm and was about to drag him out. "Follow me, accompany me to go shopping." "Wait, what are you doing? I still have things to do." Xiao Yang struggled, his heart filled with doubts. He hadn't finished his words with Zhuamushi, and he still wanted to find Morong Chushue. "Accompany me shopping, it's as simple as that," Zhao Lina said as a matter of course, as if this was an obligation that Xiao Yang should fulfill. "Why? Why should I accompany you shopping?" Xiao Yang asked in disbelief. "You took away my first mouth do not, and still ask why? You bad guy." Zhao Lina widened her eyes and pretended to be angry. Xiao Yang and Zhuamushi both froze. They didn't expect Zhao Lina to suddenly bring up this matter. "Obviously it was you who took the initiative to kiss me, how can you say that I took away your first bite?" Xiao Yang defended. "No matter, anyway, you just took away my first mouth, you must be responsible," Zhao Lina said in a domineering manner, with an unreasonable look. "I really have something going on right now, can we go shopping another day?" Xiao Yang tried to excuse himself. "No way. As my boyfriend, you must center on me, how can I give you my first kiss for nothing?" Zhao Lina said stubbornly. "You go with her, don't make a scene here." Seeing this, Zhuamushi hurriedly came out to persuade. She knew that if Zhao Lina made a scene in the infirmary, it wouldn't be good for the other patients. Xiao Yang looked around. The other patients were all suffering from heatstroke from military training. One by one, their faces were pale. It really wasn't suitable to make a scene here. So, he helplessly sighed and said, "Okay, I'll accompany you, but keep your voice down, don't disturb others." When Zhao Lina heard this, she turned her anger into joy and pulled Xiao Yang and bounced out of the infirmary. Chapter 22 Master, new task coming. As soon as she was out of the infirmary, she pulled Xiao Yang to a silver motorcycle. Xiao Yang fixed his eyes on it and was stunned. That turned out to be a Dodge Tomahawk, with a speed of over 670 km per hour. It was the dream car of countless motorcycle enthusiasts. "This is yours?" Xiao Yang asked in surprise. "Of course it's mine, how about it, handsome, right?" Zhao Lina smiled smugly and gently patted the body of the motorcycle. It was already rare for girls to ride motorcycles, let alone a girl like Zhao Lina who favored wild and domineering styles. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be impressed with her, secretly admiring her uniqueness and courage in his heart. "Get in the car, I'll drive you," Zhao Lina said and leapt on and sat on the seat of the motorcycle. Xiao Yang only then realized that from this angle it was surprising that the spring light appeared, and suddenly his face was red, and he quickly pushed her away to sit in front. "Still, it is better for me to carry you. Hee, you are still really thoughtful." Zhao Lina let out a delicate laugh and gave up her seat. Xiao Yang straddled the seat of the motorcycle and felt the warmth and softness coming from behind him, as well as the faint cherry blossom scent. He knew that it was the scent of the new Chanel perfume. The scent was really tempting. "This scent is so good." Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Want to taste it?" Zhao Lina mischievously touched his lips lightly with her white fingers. Xiao Yang's heart stirred. This girl was so unique that he couldn't help but want to get to know her better. "Let's go to the city center. Tonight I'm going to make a big celebration of my first mouth do not," Zhao Lina excitedly chanted as if the whole world was cheering for her. At the moment of full speed ahead, it felt like the whole person was gently lifted up by the air current, as if God himself had inserted wings for you, letting you soar freely between heaven and earth. Zhao Lina tightly hugged Xiao Yang, with a hint of trembling and excitement in her voice. "I have to hold on tighter, or else I'm really worried that I'll fly out." "Why did you choose this motorcycle?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. In his ears was the sound of the wind whistling past, but he could still clearly feel Zhao Lina's breathing. Because this car is worthy of my wild and unruly style. Zhao Lina replied with a smile. The price of this car should not be expensive, right? Xiao Yang guessed. It's only $3 to $4 million. Zhao Lina said lightly. This price can even buy a luxury sports car. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be staggered. For him, this was definitely an astronomical figure. A sports car? How could a sports car have this kind of windy and hot feeling? Zhao Lina put on her helmet and didn't forget to buckle it for Xiao Yang. Hold on tight, we're leaving. Let's go. Zhao Lina cheered excitedly, her voice echoing in the night sky. In front of the infirmary, passers-by cast astonished gazes and praised this rare motorcycle. Wow, that motorcycle looks like Batman's chariot. A girl exclaimed. That's a Dodge Tomahawk, one of the fastest motorcycles in the world. A boy next to her corrected. I'd love to ride one of those. The girl said with a longing look on her face. Don't think about it, we can't afford it. The boy helplessly pulls her away. For the rich girls like Morong Chuxue and Zhao Lina, they can only look up from afar. With a roar, Xiao Yang twisted the handlebar, and the motorcycle catapulted out like a cannonball, instantly disappearing from sight. In the night, the Dodge Tomahawk left behind a dazzling red light, like a shooting star crossing the night sky. The two young men crossing the street only felt a gust of wind sweep by, and the girls' glasses were blown off the ground. What was that? One of them asked in surprise. Is it a sports car? The other said uncertainly. No, more like a missile. The two men looked at the distant light and stayed where they were, unable to return to their senses for a long time. So exciting! Zhao Lina hugged Xiao Yang tightly and shouted, her voice filled with excitement and thrill. Xiao Yang gripped the gas pedal tightly and tried to resist the gusty wind. The distance from Qingbei University to the city center was only 10 kilometers, but it took them less than a minute to look at the outlines of the skyscrapers. The city's lights were reflected in their eyes, as if they were lit up for their arrival. Slow down, we're in the city center, there might be traffic police. Zhao Lina reminded. Xiao Yang, however, did not slow down. Instead, he twisted the gas pedal harder. You're crazy. There is a speed test in front. Zhao Lina exclaimed. I don't have a driver's license. Xiao Yang said helplessly, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. At this time, a temporary checkpoint appeared in front of them, and two traffic police were standing by. The value on the speedometer began to soar and soon broke the 560 kilometers H mark. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Quickly stop him. The traffic policeman exclaimed, yet it was already too late. A gust of wind swept by, leaving behind only a residual shadow and 2 dazed traffic policemen. Quickly chase. The two traffic policemen quickly straddled the motorcycle and with a blast of the gas, they chased after him. Xiao Yang drove the motorcycle into the busy part of the city center. However, he encountered a traffic jam. Although the motorcycle was flexible and versatile, it was difficult to traverse at high speeds in such traffic. The sirens were in hot pursuit, as if urging them to stop. Get on the highway and get rid of them. Xiao Yang glanced back and said with a determined look. Go. Zhao Lina responded without hesitation. Xiao Yang twisted the handlebar again, and the motorcycle weaved in and out of the traffic like a spirit snake, and drove towards the entrance of the highway with great difficulty. After some effort, they finally crossed the traffic and arrived at the highway intersection. Emma finally arrived. Zhao Lina let out a sigh of relief, a smile of life after a robbery appeared on her face. Xiao Yang was just about to accelerate, when suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of his eyes, and the figure of Yao Yao appeared out of thin air, her wings gently waving with a touch of mysterious color. Master, a new task has come. Yao Yao's voice was crisp and pleasant, but it also made Xiao Yang a little helpless. You guy, every time you pick this kind of time to come to a mission, is it on purpose? Xiao Yang complained, his brows slightly furrowed. Yao Yao is just your attentive assistant, how could you intentionally mess up? Yao Yao blinked her eyes in an aggrieved manner, her appearance was very cute. Zhao Lina looked puzzled on the side. Xiao Yang, who are you talking to? Only then did it dawn on Xiao Yang that he had forgotten that Zhao Lina was still around. He quickly adjusted his mind and turned to using his thoughts to communicate with Yao Yao. What mission is it this time? Xiao Yang asked secretly in his mind. There are two motorcycle clubs racing 30 kilometers away. Your mission is to help the weaker side win. The reward is 300 huaxia coins. Yao Yao replied. Only 300 huaxia coins? Xiao Yang was a bit dissatisfied. This reward seemed a bit stingy. The mission is very simple and there is no penalty. Now you only have 200 huaxia coins left. If you don't earn some more, you will have to drink the northwest wind. Yao Yao laughed mischievously. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and felt that although the rewards of this task were not much, it was easy and risk-free, so he nodded. I will take it. Chapter 23, Skill in Hand, Who will compete? Then, Yao Yao will lead the way for you. After saying that, Yao Yao flew ahead, and the light blue light drew a beautiful arc in the night sky, guiding the way for Xiao Yang. Nana, I'll take you to an interesting place. Xiao Yang turned his head towards Zhao Lina and said with an excited face. Where to go? Zhao Lina asked curiously. You'll know when you get there, it's guaranteed to be a surprise. Xiao Yang smiled mysteriously, then accelerated. The tomahawk motorcycle instantly sprayed blue flames, and the two of them disappeared into the night like an arrow off a string. Under the guidance of Yao Yao, Xiao Yang quickly arrived at the edge of a river. Only to see dozens of motorcycles parked by the river, their headlights flashing as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Humph, when it comes to racing, no one in Qingbei can match my speed. A bald man rode a black motorcycle, proudly showing off to the inch-haired man next to him. Behind the two men stood several people belonging to different motorcycle clubs. These motorcycles have been carefully modified. The speed is amazing. The limit speed is close to 400 km/h. And the bald man's car is the best. The highest record reached 460 km/h. In the north of the Qing dynasty no one can break. The inch-headed man once dominated the motorcycle world in Qingbei, but since the bald man appeared, he has not won. This time, the prize money is as high as $100,000, and the man with the inch head has already given all he has. If he lost again this time, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to turn around again, and the Mustang Club that he had created would also face the crisis of disbanding. The members of the Wild Horse Club had complicated eyes, with resignation, anger, and a desire for victory. They knew that this competition was not only for the prize money, but also for the club's honor and dignity. Who will be sent on this time? The bald man provocatively twisted the throttle and the locomotive roared as if demonstrating to his opponent. Although the inch-haired man was highly skilled, he had injured his wrist in the last race and had not yet recovered. And in the Mustang Club, except for the inch-headed man, no one could beat the bald man. Although the other members were upset, they knew that their strength was far from bald man. Have you decided? If we drag this out any longer, I'm going to rule that you guys have lost, and the 100,000 prize money will go to us. The bald man laughed out loud, his voice full of complacency and mockery. Just at this time, a sudden roar came from the distance. A red line cut through the night sky. Xiao Yang carrying Zhao Lina sped too. The tomahawk motorcycle drew a beautiful arc in the air, then rotated 180 degrees and steadily stopped in front of the crowd. I'll do it. Xiao Yang jumped off the motorcycle and declared loudly. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Which one are you? You? The bald man looked Xiao Yang up and down, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. The Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle that Xiao Yang was riding was even more jaw-dropping. This motorcycle was a dream weapon for motorcycle enthusiasts, and it was difficult for street players to reach it at all. Its appearance undoubtedly added a bit of mystery and suspense to this match. Yang gently waved her wings in the air, signaling that Xiao Yang was the representative of the weaker party she was talking about. I will fight on their behalf. Xiao Yang stood up to the team of the inch-haired man with a firm and confident gaze. You? The bald man looked at Xiao Yang questioningly, obviously not believing that this young man who suddenly appeared could be their opponent. Precisely. Xiao Yang smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation. You are not a member of our club, null and void. The bald man tried to ostracize Xiao Yang with the rules. He was well aware of the extraordinary locomotive that Xiao Yang rode, and he was a bit scared in his heart. Now he was. The inch-headed man stepped forward and announced loudly. He looked at Xiao Yang's strength and the shocking tomahawk motorcycle. He knew that this might be their only chance to turn the tide. When the bald man saw this, he was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew that he had little chance of winning in a speed competition. It seemed that he had to plan well to ensure victory. Since we have a new member in our team, I will change the rules and play some new tricks to make the competition more interesting. The bald man smiled wryly and proposed. The little brothers heard, immediately picked up beer bottles from the side of the road, lined up along the track, like a long winding beer bottle dragon. On the 200-meter track, the boys would randomly throw beer bottles, and the players needed to be flexible to avoid them, and once they touched the bottles, they would be considered to have failed. If both sides can reach the finish line, it's a race to the finish line. The bald man explained the new rules in detail, his eyes flashing with smugness. This is not fair. The Mustang Club's juniors protested, knowing full well that such a rule was extremely unfavorable to their own club. Everyone understood that the bald man had originally planned to win in one go with his speed advantage, but now that the advantage was no longer there, he came up with this kind of tricky rule. Although Xiao Yang had a top-of-the-line motorcycle, it was difficult for him to match these riders who had been in the old streets for many years in terms of their skills. What, scared? Admit defeat and save me from having to do it. Bald man confidently provoked. He knew that the Inchman wrist injury, flexibility greatly reduced. This battle he has almost won. Then, the prize 100,000, right? I won't show any mercy. Xiao Yang glanced at the prize box, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. If you can win, the prize money will naturally go to you. The bald man responded disdainfully, he didn't think Xiao Yang had a chance of winning. Then you go first, I will learn. Xiao Yang pretended to be modest, but in his heart he already had a plan. The bald man started the car, and beer bottles came one after another like rain. He had to slow down, go around, carefully dodging every bottle, and finally reach the end without any danger, taking 40 seconds. It's your turn, I'll see how you dodge. The bald man laughed provocatively, he was convinced that his record could not be broken by anyone, after all, that flexible car skills are not something that can be practiced with 10 years of experience. Xiao Yang secretly calculated in his heart, he only had 200 huaxia coins left and 50 huaxia coins were needed to activate the agility skill. Although there was some reluctance, he had to do it in order to win the race. With a thought, he exchanged the agility skill with Yao Yang. The timer started. At the order of the junior brother, Xiao Yang drove the Tomahawk motorcycle like an arrow off the string and sped out. The minions on both sides threw beer bottles, however, these bottles were like slow motion in Xiao Yang's eyes. He didn't need to slow down, easily avoiding each bottle, and the motorcycle weaved through the track like a snake. In just 10 seconds, Xiao Yang reached the finish line. How is it possible? The bald man looked at Xiao Yang in shock, he couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Yang's car skills were so nimble, he had not slowed down the whole time, and all the bottles were easily avoided by him. The minions behind him were also dumbfounded, they couldn't believe that a white guy could have such exquisite car skills and amazing reaction speed. However, the facts were right in front of them, and they had to admit defeat. Ding dong, mission reached, huaxia coins increased to 450. Xiao Yao jumped out of the interface and cheerfully informed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang returned and casually tossed the bonus box to the inch-haired man. This is the bonus you deserve, split it. What is the meaning of this? The inch-haired man was puzzled. Chapter 24, No Regrets. I won the match, you guys take the prize money and split it. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Zhao. Zhao had already put on her helmet and jumped onto her motorcycle, ready to leave with Xiao Yang. Wait a minute. The inch-headed man suddenly shouted. What else is going on? Xiao Yang looked back. You won the race and you don't take any money? How does this make us feel good? The inch-haired man said sincerely. Xiao Yang smiled slightly, he had now unlocked his perspective skills and could exchange money through lottery tickets. These prizes were not something he could even look at. Do you think I still need to modify this car? You guys keep the money, I'm not lacking. After saying that, Xiao Yang wanted to leave, but he was called back by the inch-haired man. What's the matter again? Xiao Yang asked with some impatience. According to the rules of our club, the one with the best car skills is the big brother. Your car skills are unrivaled, this big brother's seat should be given to you. The inch-headed man said solemnly. Xiao Yang shook his head, I still have to go back to school and attend classes, so you can take over the position of big brother. I am not interested. Then at least please give a name and leave a contact information. In the future, if there is something to order, we can also contact you. The inch-headed man pleaded. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang briefly gave his name and then drove Zhao away. Only left the inch-haired man and a group of juniors in place frozen, the heart is full of awe and admiration for Xiao Yang. In order to avoid the traffic police's inspection, Xiao Yang had to slow down the speed of his motorcycle and leisurely travel through the city's night. While passing through the city center, he inadvertently glimpsed a brightly lit lottery station, as if it was a splash of bright color in the dark night. Hey, how about we go buy some lottery tickets for fun? On a whim, Xiaoyang turned his head and proposed to Zhao Lina, who was sitting in the back seat. Don't think about it, how could that kind of thing win the lottery? Zhao Lina shook her head, her tone full of disbelief. What if it won? Xiaoyang smiled and asked back. If I win, I'll give you a kiss. Zhao Lina said casually, thinking it was just a joke. This is too easy. Xiaoyang pretended to be dissatisfied. Then what do you want? Zhao Lina raised her eyebrows and asked. How about once in a while, you take off a piece of clothing? Xiaoyang said with a bad smile. This? Well, but it has to be a prize of more than $1,000 to count, more than $1,000 to take off one more. Zhao Lina thought about it, reluctantly agreed, but her heart does not think that Xiaoyang can win the prize. After all, she also bought a lottery ticket before, know how difficult it is to win the prize, not to mention the jackpot. No regrets. Xiaoyang joked proudly. Of course not regret, as long as you have that luck. Zhao Lina said confidently. The two parked the car and walked into the lottery station together. Although the night is already very late, but the lottery station is still crowded and lively. But most of the people had loss and frustration written all over their faces, obviously not winning the jackpot. A fat man, holding a thick stack of lottery tickets, stood in the corner with two companions, his face full of chagrin. Today's luck is like shit, so damn bad luck. The fat man angrily threw the lottery tickets in his hand on the ground and stepped on them fiercely. There is no money, let's go back. Fatty said dejectedly. Just then, Xiaoyang and Zhao Lina walked in. The fat man glanced at them, couldn't help but open his mouth to advise, young man, don't waste your money, this place feng shui is not good, the shadow of the grand prize have not seen, all are some small fights. Xiaoyang secretly laughed in his heart, he had quietly activated his perspective skills and scanned the pile of lottery tickets. Although there were only a few big prizes, there were small prizes everywhere. He sifted through the tickets without moving and quietly drew out the grand prize tickets and mixed in some small prize tickets to avoid attracting suspicion. The three men were about to leave when they saw that Xiaoyang had bought so many lottery tickets, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks, holding on to the mentality of watching the fun, hoping that Xiaoyang would return empty-handed to console their lost feelings. Are you ready? Xiaoyang held the lottery ticket in his hand and looked at Zhao Lina playfully. At this time, his perspective skill had not disappeared, and Zhao Lina's figure was unobstructed in his eyes. Under the short halter dress, the marvelous figure made his heart go ape and he couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. What's wrong with you? Zhao Lina noticed Xiaoyang's abnormality and asked suspiciously. Nothing. Xiaoyang hurriedly retrieved his thoughts. Scratch it, I am ready. Zhao Lina said confidently. She has already calculated in her heart, Xiaoyang has only 10 lottery tickets in his hand, and he has 9 pieces of clothes on his body. Unless Xiaoyang is lucky today, it is impossible to let her take off all of them. Aren't you afraid that I will really get lucky today? Xiaoyang glanced at Zhao Lina's tantalizing figure again. Although Zhao Lina's height was not as outstanding as Morong Chushue's, her figure was very well proportioned with perfect curves, making people unable to resist wanting to look at her a few more times. Not afraid, even if you are lucky you will only win $1,000, I will take off my shoes and be done with it. Zhao Lina said easily. What if I win tens of thousands of dollars? Xiaoyang intentionally tested. You think you're the god of wealth, saying that you can win? Zhao Lina laughed. This betting center has not seen the jackpot for a month, but also tens of thousands of it. The fat man interjected on the side. I said just in case. Xiaoyang insisted. In case I win I will take off, Zhao Lina talk. Zhao Lina said boldly. That cannot be hereafter, this is for me to see, not for others to see. Xiaoyang said with a smile. Then go to a room, let you see enough. Zhao Lina boldly said. Really? Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Really? Zhao Lina nodded. As the perspective skill dissipated, Zhao Lina returned to her normal state. However, Xiaoyang's heart had already had a plan to win. He knew that he would definitely surprise Zhao Lina today. He leisurely sat down and slowly spread out the lottery ticket in his hand. A group of curious spectators instantly gathered around him, either standing or squatting, their eyes glaring round, afraid of missing any detail. All right, it's starting. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, reached out and pulled out a ticket from the pile of lottery tickets and gently scratched it. Thanks for participating. As the first result was revealed, a sigh of disappointment rang out from the crowd. Xiao Yang was unmoved and continued to draw the next one. However, several lottery tickets in a row all had the same result of "thank you for participating." The crowd's enthusiasm began to fade and a large portion of the crowd dispersed. Some people began to snicker, while others shook their heads and sighed, as if they were watching a doomed show. "Ha, still saying you're lucky, you can't even get a dime." Zhao Lina flirted on the side, her face full of smugness. "Young man," I said it, "don't waste money, your hand luck is not as good as mine." The fat man also laughed, his tone was full of ridicule. "There is no use, we have thrown a few hundred in, not even a bubble." The fat man's companion also can't help but complain. "It seems that the hand luck cannot Xiao Yang rubbed his temples in mock chagrin, and then tore up those unwon lottery tickets as if he was saying goodbye to his bad luck. Chapter 25. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Scratch again. Xiao Yang took out another lottery ticket, and this time he scraped even harder, as if he wanted to scrape away all the bad luck. "Thanks for participating." Booing sounds rang out again, but Xiao Yang was not the least bit discouraged. He firmly believed that his good luck was in the next lottery ticket. Finally, when he scratched the ticket again, an eye-catching $5 came into view. He won. Xiao Yang jumped up excitedly, as if he had won a grand victory. "Che, you still spent $10 to buy a lottery ticket, winning $5 is still a loss of $5. A boy next to him couldn't help but remind. "Oh, you this hand luck, or save it. If you do not win, I send you a fun, take off only high heels to reward you, how?" Zhao Lina more and more complacent, tone full of provocation. "Do not have to, scrape not I admit defeat, I have always been words." Xiao Yang said, took out another lottery ticket, eyes full of determination. The result of this lottery ticket was still "thanks for participating." At this point, Xiao Yang's penetrating eyes were no longer effective, and with the various prizes mixed in the pile of lottery tickets, he could no longer accurately identify which one was the winner. But this instead added a bit of fun. Every time he scratched a prize, he was filled with anticipation. Although he didn't know what the result would be, he was always confident that he would win. He once again took out a lottery ticket and quickly scratched it with a coin. In his mind, he had already begun to calculate how to spend the 50,000 prize money. First, buy a laptop computer, necessary for learning. The top configuration is only 10,000 yuan, the rest of the money can be saved, or invest in some small projects. The sudden wealth made Xiao Yang momentarily at a loss for words. He was accustomed to living a frugal life in the past, but now he needs to think carefully about he was used to living frugally in the past, but now he needs to think about how to consume this huge amount of money. However, on second thought, frequent winning of the lottery is bound to arouse the suspicion of others. Lottery stations often publicize big prize winners, so if he always wins, he will inevitably attract attention. Although you can scratch the prize in private, you need to go to the lottery center to collect the prize, so I'm afraid that frequent appearances will cause unnecessary suspicion. Even if you let your roommate collect the prize on your behalf, it's not a long-term solution. If the secret leaks out, I am afraid that my lottery journey will come to an end. Moreover, the highest prize for this kind of instant scratch ticket is only a few $100,000, and it's hard to win $1 million jackpot. There were many lottery stations across the country, so he couldn't go looking for them one by one, could he? In addition, every time he used the perspective eye, he needed to consume 100 huaxia coins, and now he only had 350 huaxia coins left, so he could only use it 3 more times. This method of earning money was not a long-term solution after all. Just as Xiao Yang's thoughts were racing, he scratched another lottery ticket and surprisingly won $50. He won $50. The guy next to him couldn't help but marvel. This time it's back to the capital. Zhao Lina also smiled. "No, my goal is..." Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Lina. Because of the crowd, he did not say the word off bam, but the meaning in his eyes was already very obvious. Zhao Lina read his meaning, smiled and responded, "You continue to dream, $50 want to go to heaven? But well, if you really win, I can consider giving you a surprise. Shouldn't you go and book a room first? In case I win, I can't let you fulfill your promise on the street, right?" Xiao Yang's gaze evilly swept over Zhao Lina's figure, and his tone was full of teasing. "Don't worry, you win, I instantly open a room, Sunshine Coast Hotel, anytime welcome, no need to make an appointment." Zhao Lina said easily, as if she was fully prepared. When Xiao Yang heard this, his heart couldn't help but be flooded with a wave of shock. Although he had known that Zhao Lina's family was extraordinary, he had never thought that her family actually owned the top luxury hotel in Kyoto, the Sunshine Coast. That was the preferred place for countless stars and tycoons to stay, and the degree of luxury was staggering. Xiao Yang secretly made calculations in his mind and resolved to make quick work of it. He planned to collect the prize tomorrow, then buy a long-desired laptop, and save the rest of the money as a future startup fund. With this in mind, he began to concentrate on scratching the lottery tickets. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 100 yuan. Small prizes fell like raindrops, attracting sideways glances from the surrounding crowds, whose moods were even more eager than Xiao Yang's, as if they themselves were involved in it, sharing the luck. Suddenly, a 1,000 yuan lottery ticket appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. The crowd was first stunned, then a gasp erupted. The fat man was so angry that he clenched his teeth and yelled in annoyance, "Damn, I've been scratching for a week and I've never won such a big prize." The big man is also red-eyed, beating his chest and sighing, "Alas, if I had known I would have bought a few more." Fatty even angrily punched the wall, as if he wanted to vent all his grievances. Xiao Yang proudly raised the lottery ticket in his hand and threw a provocative glance at Zhao Lina. "How's that?" The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, full of confidence. Zhao Lina, although the heart is a little reluctant, but still pretend to be relaxed, leaning on the table, hips gently pressed against the corner of the table, black silk wrap thighs elegantly raised, toes gently hooked, red high-heeled shoes will come off. "Not just 1,000, here you go," she said lightly. "The rest we go to the hotel to scrape it." Xiao Yang proposed. His heart has long had a plan. The two remaining lottery tickets in his hand, respectively, hide 1,000 and 50,000 jackpot. He didn't want to be remembered by the owner of the lottery station because he had won the jackpot, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the surroundings were already full of people, and he didn't want to make too much of a fuss here. Zhao Lina looked at him with some doubt. "Why?" she asked in disbelief. Xiao Yang didn't explain too much, he just gently patted the back of her hand. "Let's go, trust me." Just as they were about to leave, Fatty pulled Xiao Yang back. "Don't go, we are watching with vigor, shave before leaving, let us see the results," he pleaded. The big man also blocked their way. "So many of us watched half a day, you just go? Scrape before you go, do not hang people's appetites." "That's right, scrape before you go, let us also dip into the joy." The crowd chimed in, and the atmosphere became a bit tense for a while. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly and had to sit back in his chair. He took out the coins and took a deep breath before slowly scratching the last two tickets. As the silver covering was scraped away a little bit, the 50,000 grand prize was finally revealed. 50,000. Fatty stared wide-eyed, his little eyes red as he stared at the lottery ticket. The bystanders were also stunned and cast envious gazes. The owner of the lottery station took the opportunity to yell, "I have good feng shui here, come here to win the jackpot. Everyone come and buy it." Xiao Yang, however, sighed in his heart. He knew what this 50,000 grand prize meant to Zhao Lina. He glanced at Zhao Lina, only to see her face turning blue, obviously shocked by the result. In the late summer heat, she wore thin, if she really has to follow the previous agreement to take off the BAM words. Xiao Yang's heart cannot help but be a little worried. Zhao Lina's heart was mixed at the moment, although she knew that the probability of this matter was extremely low, but she did not expect that she had really become that 1%. She regretted her rash decision at first, but as a person of her word, she could not go back on her word. "Let's go." Xiao Yang took her hand and went to the Sunshine Coast Hotel. Chapter 26, Missing the Flavor of Your White Socks. The fat man and the two big men watched them leave with red eyes and talked to each other. Their eyes revealed a hint of a murderous aura, as if they were planning some kind of conspiracy. Xiao Yang and Zhao Lina mounted the Tomahawk motorcycle and carefully stuffed the lottery tickets into their pockets. Fatty and the others had their moves in their eyes, but Xiao Yang did not take it to heart. The motorcycle slowly drove away from the lottery station and blended into the traffic. The night was already dark and the road was clear. Xiao Yang traveled with extra caution to avoid attracting the attention of the traffic police. The two of them drove towards the direction of the Sunshine Coast Hotel, taking in the city's bustle along the way. Xiao Yang's mood was as peaceful and beautiful as the night color. He had the grand prize in hand, a beautiful woman to accompany him, and the bet was a carnival and feast that belonged to him. Xiao Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and it became more and more difficult to hold down that dry heat in his heart. Although the penetrating eye is magical, can see through the clothing, but ultimately like a layer of thin gauze, which has in the hotel is real, no cover to the pain. What's more, there is a time limit for this perspective eye. Once it fails, then you can't see anything. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood, and could not help but hum a song. "I miss your smile, I miss your jacket, I miss the smell of your white socks." The song drifted in the night wind, with a few points of spontaneity and uninhibited. Don't sing, it's hard to hear. Sitting in the back seat, Zhao Lina shouted unhappily, her brows furrowed. Xiao Yang's song had become her biggest worry at the moment. It's not good? Then I'll change the song. Xiao Yang did not stop, instead he sang more joyfully, deliberately trying to anger Zhao Lina. Zhao Lina was furious, reached out and pinched Xiao Yang back waist. Xiao Yang ate the pain, the body swayed, almost collided with the vehicle next to him, scared him. Stop it. This is the highway, not your home. Xiao Yang turned his head and seriously reprimanded. I won't make a scene if you shut up. Zhao Lina gasped, her tone full of dissatisfaction and aggression. Well, I don't sing, then you sing. How can you not have a song to accompany such a good time? Xiao Yang laughed and tried to ease the atmosphere. I promised 1,000 off a piece, now 50,000, I didn't say I would show you. Zhao Lina suddenly said, with a little bit of gambling and helplessness. Then 50,000 shall not take off, bam? Xiao Yang asked back, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. I don't want to show it to you even if I take it off. Zhao Lina firmly said. How do I know if you have taken it off? You mustn't cheat? Xiao Yang asked, as if to break the pot to the end. Zhao Lina was speechless for a while, and only said after a long time, you can't look at it anyway. Then the only way to verify that you take off the bam. Xiao Yang deliberately elongated voice, hanging Zhao Lina's appetite. What? Zhao Lina asked nervously, her voice was a little trembling. Let me close my eyes and touch it to know. Xiao Yang laughed, his tone full of playfulness. You. Zhao Lina was about to get angry again, her cheeks were red with anger. If you don't let me see it and don't let me touch it, how do you prove that you have kept your word? Xiao Yang asked back, as if he had caught Zhao Lina's pain. That can only touch the stomach, not anywhere else. Zhao Lina helplessly compromised, her tone full of helplessness and shyness. Good, only touch the stomach. Xiao Yang promised, but in his heart he played a small plan, pondering how to take advantage of Zhao Lina later. At this time, they did not notice that 2 dilapidated black motorcycles followed behind them, carrying the fat man from the lottery station and 2 big men. Those 3 people had a gloomy face and were obviously not harboring good intentions. Xiao Yang was not panicked in his heart, he thought that Zhao Lina was already in the bag and could not escape him. The 2 were immersed in the conversation, not realizing that the danger behind them was approaching quietly. The river breeze lightly brushed Xiao Yang's face, bringing a hint of coolness. He took off his helmet and enjoyed this rare comfort. Put on the helmet, it's dangerous. Zhao Lina kindly warned. This speed, slower than a bicycle, what's so dangerous? Xiao Yang was unimpressed and shook his head with a smile. As soon as the words fell, an old grandpa rode his bicycle past them and whizzed past them, surprisingly faster than their motorcycle. You were overtaken by a bicycle, good for you? Zhao Lina was dissatisfied. The scenery is so good, what's the hurry? Xiao Yang looked towards the river bank, a few moments of intoxication flashed in his eyes. The river was wide and sparkling, reflecting the brightly lit buildings on both banks. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and the reflection swayed with the water waves, as if it was an absolutely beautiful painting. Go down for a walk, the scenery below is even more beautiful. Xiao Yang said, driving the motorcycle turned toward the embankment and rushed downward. On the embankment with green grass, the motorcycle roared through the soft lawn and rushed straight to the river. Ah! Zhao Lina cried out in shock, her body swaying as the motorcycle tilted, as if she was going to be thrown out of the vehicle in the next second, falling into the unknown darkness. Xiao Yang, however, steadily drove the motorcycle and sped down the steep embankment, eventually driving smoothly into the quiet path along the river. The path was lined with lush trees, contrasting sharply with the hustle and bustle of the main road above. While the main road was streaming with locomotives, one after another whizzing by, it was as if this place had been forgotten in time, with only the 2 of them and the roar of their motorcycles remaining. The 2 of them had just stepped into the trail when they felt that their surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if the entire world had stood still. Xiao Yang's nerves, however, were taut. He was keenly aware that there was a motorcycle following behind him, and at the same time, a motorcycle suddenly appeared in front of him, speeding down the trail, blocking his way. The trail was so narrow that it could only accommodate 1 vehicle. Xiao Yang realized that he had been caught between the front and back, and had to stop with the emergency brake. He secretly calculated in his mind that this was definitely someone doing this on purpose. On the black motorcycle, a fat man slowly stepped down, his helmet hit his face, but Xiaoyang still recognized him by his black clothes as the guy from the lottery station. At the same time, behind Xiaoyang also stepped out two Hans, also with helmets covering their faces, but with the cold light of fruit knives flashing on their waists, they looked particularly blinding. Ah! Zhao Lina hugged Xiaoyang tightly, her body trembling like sifting chaff, her eyes filled with fear and unease. "You're shaking so much that my back is itching," Xiaoyang said in a pretense of relaxation, as if he did not notice the crisis looming in front of him. "Didn't you see the knives in their hands?" Zhao Lina anxiously reminded, with a hint of trembling. "Saw." Xiaoyang responded indifferently, but a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. "Yo, we meet again so soon, guess what we want to do?" The fat man sneered, his tone full of threats and provocations. "Oh, what do you want?" Xiaoyang asked in a pretense of incomprehension, but in his heart, he was already prepared to deal with it. "Hand over the lottery ticket and the money, otherwise," the fat man said bluntly, his greedy gaze fixed on the lottery ticket in Xiaoyang's hand. Chapter 27. It's me who has eyes without pearl. Although he coveted Xiaoyang's motorcycle, the fat man was clear that the motorcycle was too conspicuous and was difficult to get rid of. Therefore, his target was clearly the lottery ticket and prize money in Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang scrutinized the three people in front of him and secretly assessed the strength of both sides in his mind. He was confident that he had the ability to fight with one of them, but the other party was armed with sharp blades, so he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to retreat if he fought hard. What's more, he still had Zhao Lina to protect. With no choice, Xiaoyang decided to outsmart them. "Lottery tickets for you guys," he pretended to compromise and said, while pulling out the lottery ticket. A glint of greed flashed in the fat man's eyes and he reached out to pick it up. Just at the moment when the fatty reached out to pick up the ticket, Xiaoyang suddenly withdrew his hand and at the same time kicked the fatty's stomach viciously. Caught off guard, the fat man was kicked and staggered back a few steps, and eventually fell into the river because he lost his footing, splashing up layers of water. Seeing this, the two Hans became furious and swung their swords to attack Xiaoyang. One of them even turned towards Zhao Lina in an attempt to grab her as a breakthrough. Xiaoyang, however, quickly turned around and protected Zhao Lina tightly behind him. The big man swung his knife and stabbed at him. Xiaoyang dodged the attack with a flash of his body and lightly dodged the attack. At the same time, he kicked out, sending the sharp blade in the big man's hand flying into the river. The big man was not willing to show weakness and swung his fist to attack again. At this time, the other big man also joined the battle, and the two of them teamed up to deal with Xiaoyang. "Save! Help! Ah!" Just then, the fat man in the river began to struggle and call for help. It turned out that he did not know how to swim at all, and he was getting weaker and weaker as he flailed in the water. The two big men were momentarily at a loss for words, and they were distracted to look at the fat man. Xiaoyang took advantage of the situation and kicked the big man in front of him into the river. There was a plopping sound. The big man fell into the water and fortunately could swim, struggling to swim to the shore but unable to climb up. The other big man, however, did not hesitate to leap into the water to save Fatty when he saw this. Xiaoyang smiled at the motorcycle that was in the way and kicked it hard. Plop! The motorcycle rolled down the river like a leaf blown up by a gale. "Bastard!" The big man in the water roared, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. "I wanted to leave one for you guys to ride away, but since you scolded me, I won't leave any of them." After Xiaoyang said this, he kicked over another motorcycle fiercely. There was a plopping sound. The motorcycle crashed into the river like a boulder, splashing a huge splash. "Cursed horse, don't let me meet you again!" The big man angrily pounded the river bank, splashing the water, yet to no avail. He could only watch the motorcycle sinking and floating in the water, but he was powerless to pull it. In the end, he could only give up helplessly, watching Xiaoyang and Zhao Lina speed away carrying laughter, leaving only his angry curses and the sound of the river heaving behind him. Upon arriving at the Sunshine Coast Hotel, the waiters revealed their astonishment at the sight of Xiaoyang, especially when he appeared on the motorcycle that was the only one of its kind in the city, which caused quite a stir. Wasn't this the motorcycle of the boss's daughter? How could it be in his hands? A waiter muttered suspiciously. That's right, it's the only one in the city, how could he have it? Another waiter was also puzzled. Couldn't be a delivery boy? Someone guessed. Probably delivering a car to the owner's daughter. Another person chimed in. Since Zhao Lina was wearing a helmet, the waiters didn't recognize her. When they saw Xiaoyang in a cheap outfit, they couldn't help but question his intentions. "What are you doing?" One of the waiters stopped Xiao Yang's way with a few disdainful words in his tone. "Staying at the store." Xiao Yang replied succinctly. The waiter looked Xiao Yang up and down. Seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his heart became even more skeptical. "Do you want to stay in a hotel even if you are like this?" The waiter said nonchalantly. "Can't you?" Xiao Yang asked back, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Is this car yours?" The waiter pointed at the motorcycle. "No." Xiao Yang replied frankly. The waiter released his words and was about to open his mouth to kick people out when he saw Zhao take off her helmet, her hair flying like a waterfall. The waiter's face instantly became respectful. "Big Miss Zhao. How did you?" Waiter stuttered, his eyes filled with fear and awe. "My car can't park here?" Zhao Lina asked indifferently. "Of course I can, it's me who has no eyes." The waiter hastily slapped himself, his attitude was respectful to the extreme. "This is your family's hotel, you want to park wherever you can." Zhao Lina held Xiao Yang's shoulder and got out of the car. Xiao Yang also jumped down. They stood side by side at the entrance of the hotel with a great deal of vigor. "Can we stay in the hotel now?" Xiao Yang asked with a smile. "Of course, which suite would you like to stay in?" "I will arrange it right away." The waiter's attitude turned 180 degrees, bending down and smiling. "Is there a presidential suite?" Xiao Yang followed the rich man's example and casually threw out the car keys, which the waiter caught in a hurry. There are, immediately arranged." The waiter held the revolving door and respectfully sent the two inside. "We'll do it ourselves, you guys get busy," Zhao Lina said to the waiter with a condescending and indifferent face. The waiter smiled and retreated, watching the two walk into the elevator. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered to himself, "Scared to death, that kid is even Miss Zhao's boyfriend? It can't be, she has such high standards." Another waiter also scratched his head and said doubtfully, "Maybe he has a head, just that we don't know. In the future, you can't judge people by their appearance, if you offend him, you'll lose your job." Xiao Yang and Zhao Lina walked side by side towards the front desk. The two uniformed ladies bowed and greeted them with smiles. "Miss Xiao," they said respectfully in unison. At the same time, they also threw a friendly smile at Xiao Yang. "Get me a room," Zhao Lina said indifferently. "Wait a moment." The lady quickly operated the computer. "How about the 49th floor panoramic presidential suite? The view is wide open and the scenery is beautiful." "It's fine," Zhao Lina answered succinctly. The lady handed out a black card. Zhao Lina took it and walked to the elevator with Xiao Yang. Their silhouettes looked particularly well matched under the light, as if they were a pair made for each other. As the two girls watched Xiao Yang and Zhao Lina leave, they whispered behind their backs, their voices small but clear in each other's ears. "Who is that boy?" one girl asked curiously. The other girl shook her head. "I don't know, it doesn't look like he's the son of any group." "Then how is he qualified to walk together with Miss Zhao? Could it be that he is?" Before her words fell, she was interrupted by her companion. "Don't talk nonsense, Miss Zhao's boyfriend is an enigma, how can we just guess?" Just as they were discussing, the lobby manager came over, and the two immediately sat upright and put on a serious working appearance. "Want to deduct money again?" The manager gave them a look of pretended authority. "No, manager." The two girls replied in unison, but in their hearts, they dared to be angry at this manager who oppressed his subordinates. The manager frowned, but still couldn't help but ask, "Was it Miss Zhao who entered the elevator just now?" "Yes, manager." One of the girls replied respectfully. "Which room is she staying in?" The manager asked after her, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Room 4909. The girl told the truth. The manager nodded, and then walked towards the elevator, secretly calculating in his mind how to use this opportunity to express himself, and perhaps even get a promotion and a raise as a result. Chapter 28. I'm a decent man. The door to the room was tightly closed, and the security locks fell down tightly, isolating the outside world from the hustle and bustle. Inside the room, cozy lights sprinkled down, creating a different kind of atmosphere. Xiao Yang stepped into the suite and was instantly shocked by its spaciousness and luxury. As he looked around, he saw that the hand-woven white carpet covered the entire living room, and his feet felt as soft as stepping on a cloud. The intelligent lighting system changed colors as people walked around, creating a variety of different atmospheres, making it seem as if he was in a dream. Zhao Lina wriggled into the room, her cheeks slightly red, looking a little shy. She looked at Xiao Yang and whispered, "Hurry up, do you still want me to help?" Xiao Yang teased, You close your eyes. Zhao Lina nodded shyly and walked to Xiao Yang's side, gently blindfolding him. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and felt the towel being tied tightly around his head. He smiled helplessly. "It's okay now, right?" he confirmed, with a hint of anticipation. Zhao Lina nodded, and with no more excuses to stop her, she began to slowly remove her clothes. High heels, stockings, and suspenders flew at Xiao Yang one by one, each accompanied by a different aroma and touch, making him feel both surprised and embarrassed. When the last two pieces of clothing were about to come off, Zhao Lina suddenly hesitated. She stood there, looking at Xiao Yang at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" "There are still 2 pieces left," Xiao Yang urged, a hint of teasing in his tone. But. Zhao Lina twisted and squirmed, seeming to have something difficult to say. "What are you afraid of? I cannot see." Xiao Yang comforted, trying to ease her tension. "What if you suddenly take off the towel?" Zhao Lina was still uneasy. "I am a gentleman," Xiao Yang said sternly. "Who knows?" Zhao Lina pouted, looking a little aggrieved. "Then what do you say?" Xiao Yang spread his hands and expressed helplessness. "Tie you up," Zhao Lina proposed, but then felt that this idea is not too good. "Don't help me, my Miss Xiao, willing to bet to lose. You toss me around like this, be careful of playing me bad." "Hurry up," Xiao Yang urged. "You were so brave just now, how can you get hurt so easily?" Zhao Lina said half-jokingly. Xiao Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, even if you win, we do not play, always can? It's genuinely hard to be tied up." He sighed in compromise, with a hint of an embarrassed blush on his face. Zhao Lina, however, firmly shook her head. "No, Zhao Lina, am true to my word. My father taught me that promises must be honored. The success of our hotel relies on honesty, although sometimes we may suffer losses, but those who laugh in the end must be those who keep their word." Her tone was firm and unquestionable. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly, then turned around. "Then you take it off, I will turn around." He stood up and turned his back to Zhao Lina. Despite his best efforts to remain calm, his heartbeat accelerated indisputably. A subtle sound came from behind him. It seemed to be the soft sound of a buckle being undone, or the sound of fabric gently touching the skin. Xiao Yang felt a wave of softness against his back. It was Zhao Lina walking behind him barefoot and stuffing 2 soft masses into his hands. He squeezed it and the knot in his throat involuntarily moved slightly. He could feel the temperature and touch coming from that softness, causing a strange feeling to well up in his heart. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the aroma struck him, causing him to think about it. His mind had already unconsciously sketched out Zhao Lina's delicate figure, and the image was both blurry and clear, making him unable to control himself. Right at this moment, the doorbell outside the door suddenly rang abruptly, interrupting his thoughts. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Both of them were startled. Xiao Yang quickly turned around and looked at Zhao Lina. "Who?" he asked, a hint of nervousness flashing in his eyes. "My dad?" Zhao Lina also revealed a panicked look. If her father found out about their current appearance, she would definitely be heavily punished. "Oh no!" Zhao Lina snatched back the bra and tried to put it back on with a trembling hand, but she couldn't fasten the clasp. She anxiously asked Xiao Yang for help. "Quickly help me." Xiao Yang recklessly took off the towel and tried to help Zhao Lina. When he saw the sorry state of Zhao Lina at the moment, he froze. Everything about Zhao Lina was in his eyes, causing his heart to jump violently. The doorbell outside the door became more and more urgent, seemingly urging for something. "Ah!" Zhao Lina cried out in shock when she saw Xiao Yang staring at her with unblinking eyes. Xiao Yang hastily covered her mouth and whispered, "Do you want the outside to hear?" "But..." Zhao Lina blushed with shame and squatted down to cover her body, not knowing what to do. "I have seen it all, don't care about this, now we have to think about how to deal with your father," Xiao Yang said eagerly. His eyes still could not help but sneak a glance at Zhao Lina. Right at this moment, the doorbell rang again. The sound was like a rush. "Quickly, help me buckle up." Zhao Lina covered her chest and stood up, her back facing Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang picked up the bra and walked around her body, trying to help her fasten the clasp. But he knew nothing about women's bras. This was his first time touching something so intimate, and he failed to succeed twice in a row in the midst of his hands and feet. The doorbell outside the door became more and more urgent, as if to say that the guests can't wait. "Hurry up and open the door to welcome the guests." "Idiot, can't even do this." Zhao Lina glared at Xiao Yang angrily, took the bra herself, and quickly fastened the clasp. My first time. How can I be skillful? Xiao Yang defended, but realized that Zhao Lina had already turned to face him. His gaze involuntarily slid down and saw Zhao Lina's delicate body wrapped in a bath towel, as well as her slightly reddened cheeks from shyness and anger. There's no time, I'll drape the bath towel, you quickly hide in the cabinet. Zhao Lina said in a hurry. Xiao Yang quickly hid in the closet while Zhao Lina scrambled to put on her NN, wrapped her bath towel, and rushed to the door. When she opened the door to her room, she was surprised to find that it was not her father standing at the door, but the lobby manager. The lobby manager's face was full of smiles, and that smile carried a few points of flattery and currying favor. Miss Xiao, still staying at the hotel so late, are you hungry? Do you want me to prepare some food for you, or have some of our signature snacks? Prepare your mom. Get lost. Zhao Lina was furious, her current mood was like a volcano about to erupt. She kicked the lobby manager hard. The lobby manager was caught off guard and directly rolled to the side. Zhao Lina obviously did not relieve her anger, her eyes widened in anger, and she kicked several times, each kick carrying endless anger and rage. Who let you ring the doorbell? Don't you know that I am doing something important inside? She roared, her voice filled with unstoppable anger. The lobby manager was kicked in a daze. He didn't understand what he had done wrong at all, he only felt Zhao Lina's fierce kicks, like a raging wind and rain. He tried to dodge, but it didn't help at all. Chapter 29, No one helped me to the green clouds, I treaded snow to the peak of the mountain. Pick up my shoes. Zhao Lina ordered again, her voice cold and majestic. The lobby manager hurriedly bent down to pick up his shoes, but he accidentally received another kick. He wailed in pain, but didn't dare to resist, and could only cover his buttocks and flee in a sorry state. This commotion startled the surrounding waiters. They gathered around, but they didn't dare to make a sound, they just silently followed Zhao Lina, fearing that she would accidentally slip and fall. In their hearts, they were actually secretly happy, because the lobby manager usually always bullied them, and now that they saw him suffer, their hearts couldn't mention how painful it was. Zhao Lina kicked the lobby manager all the way until she kicked him into the next room before she stopped. She stood in the doorway and said coldly, "Don't bother me when I'm staying at the hotel, or else I'll beat you once when I see you." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving the lobby manager shrinking alone in the corner, his face full of wounds, his heart full of doubts and incomprehension. After a lot of tossing and turning, the time was already close to 10:30 at night. The dormitories of Qingbei University had to lock the doors and turn out the lights at 11 o'clock, and the management was especially strict for freshmen, who would be expelled if they stayed out at night for 3 times. Xiao Yang looked at the time and was secretly anxious in his heart. He knew that he could not continue to waste time here, otherwise he would not be able to make it back to the dormitory in time. Thus, he had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to play the game and get on his motorcycle to carry Zhao Lina back to school. For Xiao Yang, he did not have a family background to rely on, the only thing he could rely on was his own efforts. He wasn't like Zhao Lina, Moron Chushua, or Su Zihao, those rich kids who could live comfortably by inheriting property even if they didn't study. He had to study hard in order to change his fate. Not only did Xiao Yang have no background, he could even be said to be homeless. No one helped me to reach the green clouds, but I trekked on snow to the top of the mountain. Perhaps this is the destiny of orphans. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Yang did not mention the fact that he won the lottery. When he was ready to undress and rest at night, the lottery ticket accidentally fell out of his pocket. At that exact moment, Wu Dashan walked in. He curiously picked up the piece of paper and was surprised to find that it was a $50,000 lottery ticket. "You are too lucky." Wu Dashan marveled. "I'm just lucky." Xiao Yang smiled faintly. "Xiao Yang, can you lend me $1,000 to buy a computer?" Wu Dashan stammered, with a bit of shyness on his face. $1,000? 1,000 can only buy a second-hand one, it's useless. I will lend you $10,000. Xiao Yang said generously. He knew the importance of a good computer for learning and living in this era. $10,000? Wu Dashan stared at Xiao Yang with wide eyes, incredulously. "Buy a better one, you can use it in the future." Xiao Yang said in a serious tone. "Too expensive, I can't afford it." Wu Dashan lowered his head in some frustration. "I borrowed you, do not need to return, count me to send you." Xiao Yang patted Wu Dashan's shoulder. "No, I cannot just ask for other people's things." Wu Dashan waved his hand repeatedly and refused Xiao Yang's good intentions. "Look after you, all the students of Qingbei University are not simple. This amount of money will be nothing to you in the future." If you don't want to take it for nothing, consider it a loan, and you can pay it back whenever you want, without charging you interest. After Xiao Yang said these words, Wu Dashan looked at him with tears in his eyes, his heart filled with gratitude and admiration. He deeply knew that he had met a truly good brother and good roommate. How did this? You suddenly come to this? Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Dashan, who was in front of him with tears in his eyes and opened his arms to hug himself tightly, and was filled with doubts. Wu Dashan's emotions have obviously reached its peak, his voice choked, as if every word was squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. Oh, I'm too touched. Xiao Yang, you're really a good person, no one has ever been so good to me. The next day, the military training finally came to an end. Xiao Yang was full of joy thinking about cashing in the prize to buy a long-awaited computer, but was coldly interrupted by a burst of urgent footsteps. Only to see Wu Dashan, with an anxious face, running furiously, that posture, as if there was a wolf dog chasing behind him. Dashan, what's wrong with you? Running so fast, afraid that you won't be able to catch up with the hot ones? Xiao Yang snickered, while taking a few steps back and raising his hands in a calm gesture. Wu Dashan was gasping for air, his camouflage uniform was as wet as if he had just fished it out of the water. Brother Yang, it's not good. When I was resting from military training today, I overheard Su Ziheo's gang hiding and muttering. Oh? What did they say? What did they say? Are they plotting something bad again? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. I didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered, so I didn't hear what was being said. Wu Dashan scratched his head, a helpless face. Then you this expression, I thought you heard what state secrets. Xiao Yang laughed out loud. But the key is, they keep mentioning your name over and over again. I feel that they definitely do not have good intentions. Wu Dashan had a worried face. They probably did not take advantage of the last time. The heart is not happy, want to find another opportunity to retrieve the scene. It's okay, the soldiers come to block, water to cover the earth. I Xiao Yang why fear? The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth hooked up a faint smile. Brother Yang, you still be careful good, Su Ziheo gang sinister and cunning, what means are made out? Wu Dashan is still uneasy, repeatedly urged. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Xiao Yang patted Wu Dashan's shoulder, his tone firm, if they dare to bully you, although tell me, see I do not pack them. With my character, they shouldn't be able to look at me and won't find me in trouble. Wu Dashan smiled nervously. Okay, don't talk about this. I'm going to redeem my prize to buy a computer. Which one do you want? Apple or something else? Xiao Yang changed the topic. I don't know anything about this, you can do what you want. Wu Dashan scratched his head and looked a bit rushed. What about Apple? The performance is good and the appearance is cool. Xiao Yang proposed. Apple? Isn't it the one you eat? How did it become a computer? Wu Dashan was confused. Ha, you nerd, you have to come out for air once in a while, don't soak in the library all the time. Xiao Yang laughed his head off. I'm poor, I can't afford to buy anything. Wu Dashan somewhat self-deprecating. Xiao Yang then realized that although he compared to Wu Dashan life is quite moist, but in front of Morong Chushua, Zhao Lina those white rich beauty, he is also an ordinary person. Then I'll see to it, I guarantee to satisfy you. Xiao Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. When the dormitory is connected to the internet, you can go online more often, don't always be so closed. You are also a senior student of Qingbei University, you have to have some insight. Xiao Yang said seriously. Good, listen to you. Wu Dashan nodded with a simple smile. Afterwards, Xiao Yang left the school alone, took the subway and went straight to the lottery center. After a lot of twists and turns, he finally cashed in his winnings, and although there was only 40,000 left after deducting the tax, it was enough for him to buy 2 high-end laptops. He rushed to the electronic market without stopping, carefully selected 2 strong performance laptops, after confirming that there is no error, then rushed back to school. When he walked out of the subway station, he was shocked to find a dozen black motorcycles lined up outside the station. Each vehicle is printed with the logo of the Mustang Club. At this time, an inch-haired man saw him with sharp eyes, quickly stepped forward and respectfully shouted, "Boss. Chapter 30 Be good and let me beat you up." Xiao Yang raised his head, his eyes collided with the inchman, only to see that the inchman was followed by a group of minions, each riding a cool motorcycle, as if a group of wild horses ready to go. Yo, you guys are on a group outing? What, my $100,000 to make your car are birds of a feather? Xiao Yang smiled and joked. The inch-headed man hemmed and hawed and pointed to the black motorcycle beside him that shone with a metallic luster, thanks to the boss's blessing, our cars have been upgraded, and now they are formidable. Boss, do you want to try your hand at it? Xiao Yang waved his hand. Don't, I'm not as idle as you guys. I still have things to do, I have to go back to school. Inchman is not dead, continue to invite, just a drink, the brothers want to thank you properly. Your car skills that time, simply, we still remember it. That's just a small skill, don't exaggerate. Xiao Yang let out a light laugh, revealing a bit of humility in his tone. The inch-haired man gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're being too modest. Your car skills, I can't hope to catch up with you. Just call me Xiao Yang, don't be so formal. Xiao Yang laughed, trying to correct the name of the inch-haired man. Okay, Xiao Yang on Xiao Yang. However, boss, you really do not drink a cup? The inch-haired man asked again, his eyes full of anticipation. Said don't call me boss, you guys go by yourselves, my military training is not over yet. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of the school. After the end of military training, Xiao Yang dove headlong into the matter of cashing in the prize to buy a computer, and couldn't even bother to eat dinner. Seeing that the time was still early, he decided to go to the cafeteria and try his luck. When he walked into the cafeteria, the lights were already dimmed and there were few students left. Xiao Yang searched all the way along the windows, but found only some leftovers. Alas, it seems that he will have to go hungry tonight. He sighed, slightly lost in his heart. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears, Xiao Yang. He turned back, only to see Morong Chushue standing not far away with a few moments of surprise on her face. Why are you also here? Didn't eat either? Xiao Yang asked curiously. Morong Chushue pouted and pretended to be angry, saying, You didn't even come to find me, so of course I can only come by myself. Moreover, I've been waiting for you to eat together for quite a while. Sorry, I'm a bit busy today, I just went to buy a computer. Xiao Yang explained, with some guilt in his heart. Morong Chushue waved her hand. I have a lot of computers at home, you said earlier, I will send you a few. Xiao Yang quickly shook his head. I cannot take your things for nothing. Morong Chushue lowered her head, her voice was a little low. You saved me, a few computers are nothing. I would have liked to send you a sports car, but my father did not allow it, and told me to stay away from you. Xiao Yang froze. You told your father? Morong Chushue nodded. Well, he is too much. Xiao Yang patted her shoulder. Forget it, don't talk about it. I'm hungry now, let's eat something first. He walked towards the ramen window and shouted, Boss, a bowl of braised beef noodles. The chef answered and began to skillfully pull the noodles. The water in the iron pot bubbled and the aroma was overflowing. Right at this moment, Xiao Yang felt someone approaching. Morong Chushue gently pulled his sleeve. Xiao Yang, look. Xiao Yang turned around, only to see a group of people walking over in great numbers. At the head of the group was Su Zihao, who stood not far away with a smile, his eyes revealing a few moments of provocation. Yo, isn't this Xiao Yang? What, eating noodles? Su Zihao greeted with fake enthusiasm. He was followed by a group of killer-style punks, all with shiny chains and hair as messy as explosions. They stared at Xiao Yang with slanted eyes, as if they were ready to charge at any time. Xiao Yang swept a glance and estimated that there were more than 20 people. What's going on? Is there something wrong? He asked indifferently. Morong Chushue quietly said to him, They look unsuspicious, I'll call security. Su Zihao caught their whispers and let out a cold laugh. Humph, just what I want. Once the security guards come, I can let them see with their own eyes how Xiao Yang brawled with people outside the school. If you do it on campus, Xiao Yang, you will be expelled, ha. Morong Chushue angrily glared at Su Zihao. You. Aren't you afraid that you'll be implicated as well? Me? Did I make a move? Don't be ridiculous, I'm just standing here to see how they're going to clean up Xiao Yang, can't I be a spectator? They're the ones who really did it. Su Zihao proudly pointed to the group of fist-pumping, raging punks behind him, his face full of arrogance. Morong Chushue was so angry that she was trembling, pointing at Su Zihao's nose. You. How can you be so shameless? Su Zihao smiled contemptuously. Shameless? How can this be called shameless? This is my capital, my backbone. It's not like some people who are wearing ground floor goods and still insist on pretending to be a big spender. Chushue, your eyesight is really bad to the extreme, to be able to look at him. If you hate me, I'll turn a blind eye to you being with other boys, at most I'll beat that boy up, and definitely won't pester you. But you're looking at this poor guy, he has nothing, what can he give you? And yet you're still obsessed. How can I swallow this? Susie Heo, you've gone too far. Morong Chushue was furious, her voice trembled. Humph, too much? What is this? Susie Heo laughed coldly, his eyes turned to Xiaoyang. How is it, Xiaoyang? Today you will not be able to fly even if you have wings. Last time 10 people didn't beat you, this time I called 20, I'll see how you can block. If you dare to call the security guards, then it's an on-campus brawl. Once you fight back, you'll be expelled tomorrow. Ha, I'll see what you do this time. Xiaoyang was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't call security, it would be difficult for him to resist the siege of these 20 people by himself. If he called security, they weren't afraid, and once he fought back, he would inevitably be expelled. Susie Heo chose to cause trouble on campus, obviously pinpointing Xiaoyang's lifeblood. Susie Heo, you are simply too despicable. Morong Chushue was so angry that tears were falling from her eyes. Ha, now doesn't it make you feel that this person beside you is useless? How pathetic to be beaten and not be able to fight back. A poor boy like him, once he is dropped out of school, his life is ruined. It's not too late for you to regret now. Follow me, I guarantee you will eat good food and drink hot water. No one will dare to stop you when you walk sideways. Susie Heo smiled gleefully. Bah! I won't be with a scumbag like you. Morong Chushue rejected without hesitation. That's a harsh thing to say. Susie Heo's face instantly turned gloomy. Looks like I have to teach Xiaoyang a good lesson. Saying that, he craned his neck and pulled his knuckles as he approached Xiaoyang step by step. How about this? If you obediently let me give you a beating, I will not let them do it. It's always much lighter for me to fight alone than for a group of them to fight. Then what? Xiaoyang stared at him expressionlessly. Either I let you go, after all, you don't want to be expelled, right? Either you kneel down, kowtow 3 times and call me grandpa, then I will consider not beating you. Susie Heo said smugly. Grandson. Xiaoyang faintly spat out 2 words. Chapter 31. Don't bite a big brother, strange embarrassed. Fuck. Susie Heo was furious and swung his fist at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, however, easily caught his fist and held it tightly so that he could not move. Ah. Ouch. It hurt like hell. Susie Heo screamed miserably. If you want to fight, go outside and don't affect other people's meals here. Xiaoyang said coldly. The other students in the cafeteria cast uneasy gazes. They all knew Susie Heo's background and power and were worried that Xiaoyang would suffer. Humph, have the guts. Then go to the playground. With a wave of his hand, Susie Heo led the crowd towards the door in a grandiose manner. Before he left, Xiaoyang didn't forget to say to the chef, Master, don't stop the noodles, keep making them, I'll come back to eat. The chef froze, thinking to himself, is this man crazy? Being surrounded by more than 20 people and still able to come back to eat noodles? How much courage and self-confidence does this have to be? The moment Xiaoyang turned around, Morong Chushue's heart was in her throat. She instinctively wanted to reach out to stop, but Xiaoyang, as if he had long since gained insight into her intentions, turned back and smiled faintly. You wait obediently in the cafeteria. Remember to put more chili pepper and vinegar in the noodles when they're ready for me. I like that flavor. I like that flavor. Morong Chushue's eyes are slightly red, worriedly holding Xiaoyang's hand. They are many, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, it is difficult to resist. Xiaoyang gently patted the back of her hand and said soothingly, don't worry, once the security guards come, I'll be in more trouble instead. Being beaten and not being able to fight back, that's not my style. After saying that, he gently broke away Morong Chushue's hand, stopping her from wanting to go and call security. Then, you run away, at least you can avoid this robbery. Morong Chushue's voice trembled. This was the only solution she could think of. Xiaoyang shook his head, his eyes were firm. A person like Susie Heo, you can't hide. If you don't solve it today, it will still come to your door tomorrow. But Morong Chushue still wanted to say something, but was gently interrupted by Xiaoyang. Don't but, you just wait for me here, believe me, I will deal with everything. After saying that, he gently pressed Morong Chushue on the seat of the cafeteria, turned around and walked towards the outside of the cafeteria in big strides, his back looking extraordinarily upright. On the playground, more than 20 punks have been waiting for a long time. They are either standing or sitting, imposing, as if a group of fierce beasts waiting for their prey. In the night, the playground seems particularly silent, only a few pairs of young couples leisurely walking. However, the arrival of the punks instantly broke the tranquility. Couples panic, have scattered and fled. Xiaoyang stepped on the turf and walked towards the group with a steady pace, his eyes calm and collected. At the side of the playground, a few couples stopped to watch, and murmurs rose and fell. Who is that? Does it look like he's going to be beaten up by the group? A girl nervously asked her boyfriend beside her. It seems to be Xiao Yang, a freshman in the computer science department, the boyfriend of the school beauty. A boy wearing glasses recognized Xiao Yang with a few moments of surprise in his tone. How did he get into trouble with these people? Looks like quite an honest person. The girl was curious and worried. I'm not sure, but we have to take care of this matter. Fighting will get you expelled. The boy said, pulling the girl's hand. Let's hurry to call security to stop him. Not far away, Xin Lang on the basketball court also noticed something strange on the playground. He looked through the barbed wire fence, and although the silhouettes were blurry, the familiarity made his heart shake. What are you looking at? The boy wearing an undershirt beside him asked curiously. Nothing, just feel that the silhouette is a little familiar. Xin Lang casually replied, but his eyes have not left the dim area. Nothing. You look at what? The playground in the middle of the night or small couples, what to see? The undershirt man laughed. That person, I seem to recognize. Xin Lang reconfirmed, his eyes sharpened. Who is it? The undershirt man also came forward, squinting his eyes to try to recognize, that is not the boy who won you, Xiao Yang. Shut up. Xin Lang was a bit displeased. He didn't like it when people brought up the fact that he lost the match. Hey, can't believe it, there are mountains beyond the mountains, there are people beyond the people, you think you're great just because you won a championship, the masters are in the folklore. The undershirt man continued to flirt, trying to ease the atmosphere. You. Xin Lang was enraged. He violently turned around, grabbed the basketball and completed a dunk in a flowing manner to prove his strength. It's useless for you to show off here. When will you beat Xiao Yang? Then I'll really convince you. The undershirt man's words were like a thorn in Xin Lang's heart. Sooner or later, I will win him. Xin Lang slapped the basketball fiercely, his eyes flashed with unwillingness and determination. At this moment, in the center of the playground, Suzy Heo was arrogantly provoking Xiao Yang. Have you thought about it? Will you obediently kneel down and call your grandfather, or will you choose to get beaten up? The punks behind him were all shaking their fists, eager to try. Xiao Yang smiled indifferently, his eyes revealing a composure and confidence beyond his age. In fact, there is a third option. What? Suzy Heo froze, obviously not expecting Xiao Yang to say this. That is, you kneel down and call me grandpa. Xiao Yang's words were calm and powerful. Kid, do you know what you are saying? Take a look at this battle. I am standing behind more than 20 brothers. Pack you, that is not a matter of minutes? Suzy Heo stared at Xiao Yang, eyes full of contempt and provocation. Xiao Yang is not panicked, playful smile. Oh? Is that so? But why do I feel like I have a lot of people behind me? Packing you, that's more than enough. Ha, are you kidding me? Which people? You're not hallucinating, are you? Suzy Heo laughed loudly, and the surrounding gangsters followed suit, apparently taking Xiao Yang's words as a joke. Look back. Xiao Yang slowly spat out these 4 words with a hint of imperceptible chill in his tone. Rumble. Just at this moment, a sudden rumble came from the distance, and immediately afterward, a strong light appeared, as if the sky had cracked open, instantly illuminating the entire playground. Suzy Heo and the others turned their heads in confusion, only to see a dozen headlights like the eyes of a fierce beast, piercing their eyes. Immediately after that, a dozen motorcycles bearing the pattern of a wild horse roared in, speeding along the runway and eventually forming a circle, trapping Suzy Heo and the others firmly in the center. The lights cast long black shadows, like a huge beast with teeth and claws, causing fear in the heart. The punks had never seen this kind of battle, and immediately panicked. Some hugged the group to cover their eyes, some shivered, and some even peed their pants in fear. Buzz. The motorcycles stopped, and 2 people jumped down from each vehicle, a total of 28 big men, each with a tattooed wild horse, fierce face, and gnarled muscles, as if they were demons crawling out of hell. An inch-headed man at the head of the group walked towards Xiao Yang in large strides and respectfully shouted, "Big brother." Suzy Heo and the others were stunned. Xiao Yang was even addressed by these people in such a way. What was going on? Don't be a big brother, it's weirdly embarrassing. Xiao Yang helplessly waved his hand. Big brother, are they the ones bullying you? The inch-headed man's gaze was stern, sweeping towards those punks as if he was looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Chapter 32. Seeing that he is not happy, so he hit. Is there a problem? The punks were even more scared and trembled, almost collapsing to the ground. I didn't want to trouble you guys, but it's really inconvenient for me to make a move in the school. They kept pestering me, so I had to ask you guys to come and help. Xiao Yang said in a calm tone to the inch-headed man. Big brother's business is our business. What do you mean trouble? We are not afraid of another 100 people. The inch-headed man shouted, and the big men responded in unison. Their voices shook the clouds and made people's hearts tremble. Someone among the punks was already so scared that he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, next time there is this kind of thing, say clearly, this kind of small punks, we 2 or 3 people can solve. This time called so many people, cannot be used. The inch-headed man contemptuously looked at those punks, as if looking at a group of mole crickets. Susie Heyo, the money we don't want, the fight is also not fighting. The leader of the small punks saw the situation is not good, and hurriedly said to Susie Heyo. What? Susie Heyo was shocked, not expecting his own men to be so indisputable. Big brothers, we have eyes without pearls. I don't know that he is a person of the Wild Horse Club, we go first. The small gangster finished, took his men to bend and flee, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Only Susie Heyo was left alone on the playground, surrounded by the headlights of the motorcycle, and those big men were dumbfounded, as if they would pounce on him at any time and tear him to pieces. This group of goons. Susie Heyo cursed, but in his heart, he was terrified. How about it? Susie Heyo, do you want to choose the third option, kneel down and call me grandpa? Xiaoyang slowly walked up to Susie Heyo, a faint smile on his face. Susie Heyo was silent, his heart was mixed. No call? Then don't blame them for being impolite. When Xiaoyang finished speaking, the big men approached a step closer, aggressive. Wait! Susie Heyo hurriedly shouted, how much did he pay you guys? I'll double it. Beat him. The big men were indifferent, as if they didn't hear him. Triple. Triple the price. Susie Heyo panicked and raised the price, trying to use money to buy off the big men. Still no one paid any attention to him. 10 times. 10 times the price. Susie Heyo almost cried out, he couldn't think of anything else. But still no one answered, as if what he said was ignored like air. Speak up, how much do you guys want? Susie Heyo expected that this group of people were hired by Xiaoyang and thought that he could buy them off by offering more money. Are we not people who are money-minded? Beat him up. The inch-headed man shouted angrily, and the big men pounced on Susie Heyo like a tiger descending from the mountain. Before Susie Heyo could finish his words, punches and kicks poured down like a raging storm. He instantly rolled to the ground, his hands tightly clasped his head, his mouth kept begging for mercy, but those thick legs and feet did not have the slightest intention of stopping, kicking his body again and again. The pain came like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. Suddenly receiving a heavy kick on his chest, Susie Heyo only felt a huge force impacting him, as if his entire chest cavity was going to be trampled. He was almost suffocating, his eyes were pitch black, and the only sounds in his ears were his own wailing and the jeers of those punks. Don't fight! Don't fight! Susie Heyo cried out, his voice had become hoarse and feeble, but the gangsters ignored it and fought even more vigorously. I do not know how long. Susie Heyo's face has been bruised and purple, nosebleed gurgling down. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling, looking up at Xiaoyang standing not far away. His eyes are full of fear and despair. Grandpa, I call you Grandpa, don't fight. He was snotty and tearful, and he was as wretched as a lost dog. Still dare to mess with me? Xiaoyang faintly asked, although his voice was not high, it was as if it had the weight of 1,000 pounds, pressing on Susie Heyo's heart. Do not dare, never dare again. Susie Heyo knelt on the ground, crying up and down, his heart filled with endless remorse and fear. Just at this time, the sound of the security guard's motorcycle from far and near finally arrived at the scene. Stop! What's going on? The captain rushed into the crowd and shouted to stop the violent gangsters. Susie Heyo, as if he had seen the savior, crawled over on his knees, tightly hugged the captain's thigh, crying, They hit me! They hit me! With trembling fingers pointing to Xiaoyang. The captain frowned and looked at Xiaoyang. Are you a student of this school? Is. Xiaoyang frankly admitted. You gather people outside the school to fight, do you know the crime? The captain scolded in a stern voice. Xiaoyang smiled indifferently. I was just passing by and was about to go to the cafeteria to eat noodles, so what's it got to do with me? What's it got to do with me? Passing by is also considered a disciplinary offense? The captain was stunned and turned his head to look at the gangsters. Who hit them? We. The inch-haired man stood out and admitted it unapologetically. Recognize him? The captain pointed at Xiaoyang and asked. Do not recognize. The inch-haired man pretended not to recognize him, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Really don't recognize? The captain was a little skeptical. Said don't know, just don't know. The inch-haired man put on an innocent look. Then why did you hit him? The captain pointed at Susie Heo again and asked. Seeing that he is not happy, so he hit, is there a problem? The inch-haired man glanced at Susie Heo, his tone filled with contempt. The captain knew that this group of people were difficult to deal with, and it looked like Xiao Yang really wasn't directly involved in the brawl, so he didn't want to be nosy. Come to the school less often in the future to hang out. Hear that, brothers, come less. The inch-haired man smoothly gave the captain a step down. Yes. The crowd of men responded in unison and were furious. Let's go. The inch-headed man stepped onto the motorcycle and gave an order. Captain, can't let them go. Susie Heo hurriedly shouted, but the inch-haired man swept over with a cold eye, and Susie Heo was so scared that he cowered behind the captain, no longer daring to make a sound. Brothers, go for a ride by the river. The inch-headed man shouted, and all the men rode their bikes and whizzed away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Xiao Yang craned his neck and stretched, as if everything just now had nothing to do with him. My braised beef noodles, I don't know if it's cold yet. With that, he stepped on the lawn and leisurely walked towards the cafeteria. Susie Heo looked at Xiao Yang's back, his heart was indignant, and he just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he suddenly realized that there was an extra incisor with blood in his mouth. My tooth. He wailed, but could only watch Xiao Yang go away. Xiao Yang walked to the entrance of the cafeteria and at a glance, he saw Morong Chushue who was lying on the window and looking. Why did you come out? Where is my noodle? He asked with a smile. Are you all right? Morong Chushue greeted him and looked him up and down, her eyes full of worry. Something's wrong, my finger is dislocated. Xiao Yang pretended to be in pain and covered his hand. What's with the motorcycle then? Did Susie Heo call someone again? Morong Chushue asked nervously. That's right, I repelled more than 40 of them alone and dislocated my fingers. Xiao Yang proudly showed off, as if he had just experienced a thrilling battle. What? About that? To go to the hospital? Morong Chushue anxiously asked. Eat first, starving me. Xiao Yang, however, looked unimpressed. How can you eat like this? Morong Chushue looked at him helplessly, both angry and amused. You feed me. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth hooked up a bad smile, winked at Morong Chushue. Let's go, school sister, let's go eat noodles, filling the stomach is the hard way. Chapter 33 Day defense and night defense against hungry wolves is difficult to prevent. After saying this, he pulled Morong Chushue's hand and walked into the cafeteria with big strides. At this time the cafeteria is empty, as if the whole world is quiet, only the beef noodle window is still lit with warm lights. Master, long time waiting, give me a bowl of the most authentic beef noodles, material should be sufficient, flavor should be strong. Xiao Yang yelled loudly, and then picked up the large bowl of beef noodles. The aroma instantly came to the nose, green onions, spicy oil bright red, beef chunks large and rotten, see people drooling. Master, bring another small bowl. Xiao Yang turned his head to the chef and said, intending to share this delicacy with Morong Chushue. I'm on a diet, don't eat. Morong Chushue quickly waved her hand and refused, with a resolute face. You are so thin still what to lose weight come eat some together, otherwise I eat alone how boring Xiao Yang has already sat down and started to eat noodles with a big mouthful. That eating style can simply be described as wolf swallowing. Morong Chushue had no choice but to sit down as well, watching him eat with gusto. She couldn't help but gulp herself. Xiao Yang gulped down his noodles, but she just quietly watched him, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and doting. What's the flavor? She finally couldn't help but ask. Not bad, barely able to enter the mouth. Xiao Yang pretended to be picky and said, in fact, his heart was already beautiful, this beef noodles are simply too delicious. Doesn't your finger hurt anymore? Morong Chushue suddenly noticed his previously injured fingers. Xiao Yang froze, and only then realized that he was holding the noodles with his right hand. Did dislocate it just now, but it seems to have healed on its own. He smiled awkwardly and tried to hide his dislocation. Morong Chushue glared at him, but couldn't help but laugh out, you this person always so careless. Xiao Yang suddenly remembered the tattoo on her thigh and his heart itched like a cat scratch. He wanted to ask but did not dare to ask directly, for fear of exposing his perspective ability. Sister, do you like tattoos? He tentatively asked. Do not like. She answered dryly, without the slightest hesitation. Xiao Yang secretly muttered in his heart, then what is the tattoo on your thigh? Don't you even know it yourself? What's going on? Do you want to get a tattoo? She seemed to have read his mind and took the initiative to ask. Just asking, I am just curious. Xiao Yang hastened to cover up his demeanor, pretending to be careless. In fact, I have a tattoo. She suddenly said, her voice is a little low, as if recalling something. Really? Where is it? Xiao Yang pretended to be surprised and asked, but his heart has guessed a few points. Can't show you. She shyly lowered her head, her face flushed, as if the tattoo was some kind of unseen secret. Why? Could it be something unseemly? Xiao Yang deliberately pretended to be confused and wanted to tease her. In a private place, she said with a red face, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, almost inaudible. Private place? Oh. I get it, it is the kind of place that can't be shown to people casually, right? Xiao Yang pretended to understand and said, but his face showed a hint of cunning. It is not what you think. She hurriedly explained, afraid that he would misunderstand something. Anyway, it is not the kind of place you think. Then where is it? Are we thinking the same? Xiao Yang deliberately teased her, wanting her to tell the truth. Anyway, it is not there. She said somewhat anxiously, her face reddening even more. Then where is it? The more you say, the more confused I am. Let me take a look and I will understand. Xiao Yang continued to tease her, pretending to reach out and touch it. No way. She firmly refused, her hands tightly protected her body, afraid that he would mess around. Then I won't ask, I'll imagine it myself. Xiao Yang pretended to be helpless and said, but in his heart, he had already started his endless reverie. No messy thinking. She warned, her fists already clenched, making a gesture to hit him. Do not let me see, I can only think about it, but this is what you forced me to do. Xiao Yang said playfully, completely unafraid of her threat. You. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Why would she choose to get a tattoo there? Didn't you say before that you hate tattoos? It was not of my own volition. She sighed, her eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions. That was when I was a child, when I was in a foreign country for further study, a nun approached me and said something inexplicable. And then? What did she do to you? Xiao Yang asked nervously, afraid of missing any detail. She said that a tattoo would keep me safe, so I believed her. She said slowly, as if plunged into deep memories. She also said that it was a mark, in the future, someone with this to find me, but cannot let anyone see, for fear of secret leakage. What secret? Xiao Yang eagerly asked, in his heart he could not wait to know the secret. He felt as if he was involved in a huge mystery, and Morong Chushue was the key figure in this mystery. I don't know exactly, she just said that when I grow up, I will naturally understand. Morong Chushue gently shook her head with a hint of confusion and curiosity. Then, has anyone ever come to you because of this pattern? Xiao Yang tentatively asked, his gaze gently sweeping over Morong Chushue's face, trying to catch a hint of abnormality. No. She shook her head without hesitation, her tone firm and dry. That pattern is. In the end, Xiao Yang deliberately dragged his tone. Although he had already seen the rosebed with his own eyes, he still wanted to hear what Morong Chushue herself said. Rosebed. Morong Chushue's voice was low, but exceptionally clear. It must be very beautiful, how about letting me see it? Xiao Yang flirted. No way. Morong Chushue almost instinctively protected her chest and a blush rose on her face. Here? Xiao Yang's eyes fell on her plump breasts with a bad smile. It's not. She hurriedly denied it, and her face turned even redder. Then what are you covering? I didn't look at it. Xiao Yang pretended to be innocent and said, but in his heart he was happy. Your eyes are not correct, of course I have to cover. Morong Chushue glared at him and pretended to be angry and looked away. Good, I won't look, I'll eat the noodles. Xiao Yang saw the good thing and bowed his head and ate the noodles. Morong Chushue watched as Xiao Yang ate with gusto, and her stomach couldn't help but growl. She swallowed her saliva, but deliberately pretended not to care. Have some? Xiao Yang picked up a piece of beef and waved it in front of her. Don't. She stubbornly turned her head away, but couldn't help but secretly swallow her saliva. You really don't want it? Then I can eat it. Xiao Yang pretended to feel sorry for her, then swallowed the piece of beef with a big mouthful. It smelled so good. You eat it yourself, this princess is leaving. Morong Chushue stood up somewhat gamely and prepared to leave. Lord Princess, after you finish eating, Xiao will send you. It's not safe at night. Xiao Yang quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up to retain her. This is a school, where is there any danger? Morong Chushua said in disbelief. Okay, don't be angry, I'll see you off. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He knew that Morong Chushua was a stubborn girl. But he also knew that he couldn't let the schoolgirl walk alone on campus at night. After all, it was hard to prevent hungry wolves by day and night. Chapter 34. Why do all the good-looking girls look at Xiao Yang? Are they all blind? Xiao Yang still had many unanswered questions in his mind. What exactly did that nun know? Why did she tattoo Morong Chushua with this rosebed pattern? And how could she be found? These questions were like a fog that enveloped his mind. On the other hand, Suzy Hale missed the military training because of his tooth injury and went to the hospital alone to have his tooth filled. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was under the scorching sun, repeating the movement of walking in the front step with the students of the 44th Company. The late summer sunlight poured onto the ground through the branches and leaves of the poplar trees, and the chirping of robins rose and fell. The military training was coming to an end, and the mood of the students became lighter. Just then, a group of high school student look-alikes walked into the path beside the basketball court. They were wearing uniforms, and the person at the head looked like a teacher. The students were standing in military posture, but their gazes couldn't help but be drawn to the group of high school students. They walked by as if on parade, their steps confident and calm. The instructors were meeting and discussing something on the other side of the room, and the students took the opportunity to slacken off and cast curious glances. What are they doing here? A student wearing glasses asked the female classmate beside her curiously. I'm visiting the university. I came here last year, as a senior. The teacher brought us here to feel the atmosphere of the university, to motivate us to study well. The female student explained. Then they will be our younger siblings? The student wearing glasses suddenly found a cute girl. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not necessarily. Although they have the hope of getting into this place, whether or not they can get in is still another matter. After all, there are always so many uncertainties in the college entrance exams. The female classmate reminded. That's true. I didn't even think I could get into this university. This time is also considered to have overachieved. The student wearing glasses lamented. At this moment, the instructor's cough suddenly came from behind them. The two of them were startled in their hearts, fearing that they would be punished if their whispers were detected. Rest at ease. An officer in a straight uniform approached them. The voice was loud and powerful. All the students of the 44th Company quickly rested at ease and waited for the instructor's instructions. This is the end of the military training. The instructor announced, but before that, we have to greet these visiting students. Everyone applauded. As the instructor's words fell, the students from the surrounding companies applauded enthusiastically, watching the group of high school students step into the center of the field. These were the best of the best from each high school in Kyoto. They may become students of Sibei University in the future. And you are also the elite who have gone through the screening process. Now please share your experience of the college entrance exam to give some guidance to your younger siblings. The instructor said. So it's sharing experience. The glasses man slapped his head and realized. The high school students took their seats, and the surrounding companies sat in a big circle. The atmosphere was warm and expectant. Hey, look at that girl, she's so pretty. A watermelon head boy's eyes lit up, staring at a girl wearing a blue JK school uniform, becoming more and more fascinated. You kid, really colorful heart, even the little sister is not let go. Glasses man smiled and flirted. Which is small, the senior is just a year younger than us, maybe also the same age. Watermelon head boy defense, I still cannot leave the girl. Who said that the senior will be small? Some people go to school early, maybe she is 18 it. Glasses man deliberately tease him. Yeah, but judging by her appearance, she's 16 at most, maybe even 15, the watermelon-headed boy said as he scrutinized the girl, trying to find clues to her age from her appearance. 15 in her senior year of high school? Isn't that a child prodigy? The glasses guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. Maybe people are just gifted, good at studying and pretty. The watermelon head boy said with an envious face. The two were gazing at the girl, and one by one, the other students also discovered her presence. Among the high school students, most of them wore glasses and had pimples on their faces, but she was like a crane in the sky. The beauty of her plain face surpassed any makeup and was fresh. A closer look at her features, really exquisite to the point of no return, face is even more beautiful than makeup. A male student couldn't help but marvel. This kind of girl is really rare nowadays, pure and beautiful. Another student also agreed. I think she doesn't lose to our school beauty at all. Someone boldly compared her to the school flower. Don't be ridiculous, the school flower is the face of our school. I fell in love with her at a glance. A male student retorted, his eyes glittering with infatuation for the school flower. The school beauty is beautiful, but she is an adult. This girl has not yet fully grown. In 2 more years, she might be even more beautiful than her. The watermelon head boy analyzed it correctly. Yeah, I think so too. This girl is like an uncut diamond, the future is unlimited. The boy on the side also interjected. From my countless experience in reading women, this girl is definitely at the heavenly fairy level. If the school flower is 100 points, she will be able to score at least 120 points in the future. The boy said confidently. No, I think she can score 180 points. A fat boy suddenly came out with a sentence, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Just as the crowd was talking, the teacher who was leading the high school students opened his mouth. Students, if you have any questions, ask your seniors, who will ask first. High school students have raised their hands. The teacher casually pointed. It is that blue JK school uniform girl stood up. She fell generous, eyes like stars, choo-choo moving. Xiao Yang in the crowd also noticed her. A feeling of déjà vu surged in his heart, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her for a moment. He frowned in confusion, and his gaze unconsciously fell on the girl's body. The girl seemed to have sensed it as well, as she looked at Xiao Yang from time to time, with both curiosity and exploration in her eyes. The other students of Company 44 also noticed this scene and followed the girl's gaze, realizing that the person she was looking at was none other than Xiao Yang. Why were all the good-looking girls looking at Xiao Yang? Are they all blind? The fat boy muttered in dissatisfaction, his eyes filled with jealousy. That's right, it's just fine for the school flower to look at him, saying that it's because Xiao Yang had saved her. Zhao Lina also admitted that she had looked at him, who let him be a superb player. But this unfamiliar high school student how to stare at Xiao Yang as soon as he came, does he have magic power? Another student also said indignantly. I thought that I could pick up schoolgirls in college just because I had money, but now it seems that I was really naive. A white clean boy glanced at Xiao Yang in dissatisfaction, his tone filled with acidity. In this school, being rich was nothing. Which of his classmates didn't come from a good family? Except for those who were schoolmasters and came in on their grades. Someone sighed. But why does this girl keep staring at Xiao Yang? It's really puzzling. It can't be a relative, right? Someone suddenly came up with this sentence. What do they look like? Don't guess, she might just be curious. Another student quickly retorted. At this moment, the girl elegantly got up, her movements were gentle, the breeze blew by, her ink-like long hair gently brushed over her eyes and the bridge of her nose, gently lifting with the wind, just like a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 35 Another Xiao Yang, still let people live awe. The gazes of all the students in the audience were firmly attracted by her, and even the girls who were usually the most critical couldn't help but cast an approving gaze. Then she lightly took 2 steps forward, respectfully bowed, and when she looked up, she smiled sweetly. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Ruoshi. Her voice was clear and pleasant, just like a mountain stream, refreshing people's minds. Xiao Yang's heart jolted when he heard this, as if this name had magic power. It repeatedly echoed in his mind, stirring up layers of ripples. He looked at Lan Ruoshi with burning eyes, trying to capture more information from her smile. Lan Ruoshi's smile was like a spring breeze, warm and genial, and it was as if the crowd was about to be melted by the warmth. Even that hot summer day seemed to become gentle and less unbearable in front of her smile. It was too beautiful. A fat man closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if he wanted to capture that unique scent of Lan Ruoshi's body, which was simply the best on earth. Fatty, don't dream about it, she's plain and unscented, you can't smell it. The ponytail girl on the side slapped him and joked. No, I smelled it, it was the fragrance of a young girl, intoxicating like a rose. Fatty still had his eyes closed and an intoxicated look on his face. Lan Ruoshi. You must get into Qingbei University, next year at this time, it should be a good time to set up a good scene. False, I am waiting for you in the lake pavilion. If you do not come, I sit in place. A man with gold glasses closed his eyes, raised his arms, and confessed to Lan Ruoshi affectionately, as if the whole world was left with only the two of them. Kong Erju. Go to the playground and run 20 laps. The instructor shouted angrily, interrupting the romantic confession. Lan Ruoshi. For you, I am willing to suffer. Without complaint. Kong'erju, although he was punished by the instructor to run, still looked back at Lan Ruoshi as he walked, his eyes full of determination and reluctance. Quickly run! The instructor kicked him in the ass, urging him to hurry up and leave. Kong'erju stumbled forward, but still didn't forget to shout back, "I'll always wait for you." His voice faded away, but that deep love echoed in everyone's hearts. Lan Ruoshi stood awkwardly in place, at a loss for words. She didn't expect her appearance to cause such a storm, and for a moment she was a bit at a loss. "Everyone leave it alone, Lan Ruoshi, you continue." Seeing this, the teacher hurriedly came out to round up the situation, signaling Lan Ruoshi to continue her question. "Lan Ruoshi, you continue." Lan Ruoshi took a deep breath and tried to adjust her emotions. She fixed her mind and opened her mouth to ask, "I would like to ask for the secret of learning science. I'm okay in language and English, but I always lose points in science, especially physics. May I ask what is the method? Can any student answer? The secret of getting high marks in science?" The teacher repeated the question and encouraged the students to speak actively. But the students looked at each other, no one answered. The rich kids, although they were from good families, knew nothing about the secret of learning, and the schoolmasters, although they had outstanding performance in their respective fields, often fell down in science, so they did not dare to speak. "Why are you all being modest? You guys are the elite of the elite." Seeing this, the teacher couldn't help but say somewhat helplessly, "That's right, your senior high school science synthesis was super hard." Lan Ruoshi added, "There must be a master among you, so there is no harm in sharing your high school learning experience." Even so, no one answered. The experts were silent, and the others didn't dare to say anything. The scene fell into an awkward state for a while. Are they all so modest? Then I'm holding a real list in my hand, the names of the top students in each subject are all on it. The teacher shook the paper in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of complacency. "In that case, why don't we ask Xiao Yang, the superb student who scored a perfect score in the science comprehensive, to come and share his unique secrets with everyone?" As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd instantly converged into a blazing beam of light that shot straight at Xiao Yang. This name was simply synonymous with legend for them. After all, he had once easily defeated the National Basketball League's MVP Gao Chang on the basketball court by himself, and that duel was still a favorite story on campus. It was Xiao Yang again. Was this guy turned on? He's so good at basketball, and he got a perfect score in science, so he's still not letting people live. No way. Are you sure there's no mistake? Could he have the same name? It should just be a coincidence. After all, the name Xiao Yang is quite common. As the crowd was talking, a flash of green camouflage stood out from the crowd, and it was none other than Xiao Yang himself. He walked slowly towards the center of the basketball court with a steady pace, his deep eyes swept over everyone present, and finally settled on Lan Ruoshi's body. "Xiao Yang?" Lan Ruoshi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. You know me? Of course, that steamed bun you gave me back then, that fragrance, I still can't forget it. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth hooked up a gentle smile, as if that dusty memory was instantly awakened. "Brother Xiao Yang. It really is you." Lan Ruoshi's eyes instantly moistened. After 6 years of searching and waiting, she never thought that she would be reunited with Xiao Yang on this occasion. Ignoring the gazes of the people around her, she jumped into Xiao Yang's arms without hesitation, tears sliding down like broken beads. This scene made everyone present freeze, and the teacher was even at a loss, not knowing what to do. Isn't this a learning sharing meeting? How did it suddenly turn into a family recognition meeting? They are brother and sister? Really? How come I haven't heard of it? How could Xiao Yang have such a beautiful sister? It doesn't look like it at all. Xiao Yang gently embraced Lan Ruoshi, although he didn't quite understand why she was so excited, but as he watched her grow from the little girl she was back then to the present day, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. He looked down at Lan Ruoshi, and many fragments of the past appeared in his mind. Ahem. The teacher deliberately coughed twice, trying to remind Lan Ruoshi to pay attention to the occasion. Only then did Lan Ruoshi slowly let go of Xiao Yang. Her hands were busy arranging her hair that was wet with tears, and she lowered her head to apologize to the teacher. "I'm sorry, teacher, I was too excited to see my brother." "Well, since that's the case, then student Xiao Yang, why don't you come and share your secret to studying?" The teacher waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, especially the last big question, "How did you solve it?" In fact, it's nothing special, it's just a sweeping glance at the question, and the answer came out naturally. Xiao Yang said lightly. Sweeping? I studied it for 2 days after the exam, and he actually said it was just a quick glance? The students on the side were so shocked that they almost jumped up. It might be that after doing more questions, you slowly get a feel for it. Xiao Yang smiled and explained. What exactly is that feeling? The teacher pursued. It's like the sense of speech when writing English, although I can't say why, I just know how to write. Xiao Yang made an analogy. Chapter 36. I would like to call him the god of learning, or even the supreme. I understand, English does rely on the sense of speech. A student nodded in agreement. Wait, English has a sense of language, physics can also rely on sense? A black-framed glasses man raised his hand and questioned. That only means that you haven't worked hard enough, haven't done enough problems, and your sense isn't strong enough. Xiao Yang turned around and looked at him with a firm gaze. If you really put in enough effort, you will also have that feeling. The boy froze, he gazed at Xiao Yang, his heart filled with shame. He realized that even though he had stayed up all night studying hard, he still had not reached the kind of realm that Xiao Yang was talking about, and he had not even cultivated the so-called feeling. He silently lowered his head and was speechless. Those who can get into Qingbei University are not ordinary people and can be called heavenly prides, but those who can achieve such a realm in doing problems, I would like to call him the god of learning, or even the supreme being. Another skinny boy lamented, his eyes full of awe. I originally thought I was already very good, but now it seems that it is just a frog in the bottom of the well. Shallow insight. Brother Xiao Yang, you're really good. Lan Ruoshi had a face of adoration as she stared closely at Xiao Yang. No. There are no shortcuts to learning, hard work and doing more problems is the only secret. Xiao Yang humbly waved his hand and smiled blandly. Students, you have to remember Xiao Yang's words, this is the true meaning of learning. The teacher turned around and said to the crowd in a serious manner. Is it those 8 words? A student asked curiously. Yes, it's those 8 words, read 100 times and the meaning will come to you. You all need to memorize it so that you can benefit greatly. The teacher emphasized solemnly. Read the book 100 times, its meaning is self-explanatory. So that's it, I understand. A student bowed his head in contemplation, savoring the words over and over again. Have a good realization, the door of Qingbei University will definitely be open for you. Xiao Yang smiled and encouraged, but secretly muttered in his heart, in fact, I can have today, all thanks to the help of that mysterious system. After the military training, Lan Ruoshi did not return to the high school, but had dinner with Xiao Yang. They stepped into the cafeteria of Qingbei University, and the array of food in front of them was overwhelming. This was only the first cafeteria. If you don't like the taste here, you can also go to the second cafeteria to try Chinese food, or go to the third cafeteria to taste the halal food, and the fourth cafeteria is even self-service cooking, so you can cook whatever you want to eat. Xiao Yang guided Lan Ruoshi through the food, the aroma was mouth-watering. This school was also too outstanding. Lan Ruoshi's eyes widened in amazement as she closely followed Xiao Yang to pick out the food. Xiao Yang simply took some dishes and rice while Lan Ruoshi chose steak. They sat across from each other and chatted as they ate. The atmosphere was warm and cordial. We haven't seen each other for many years, right? Xiao Yang lamented. Yes, it's been 6 years. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Lan Ruoshi's eyes. How have you been doing these 6 years? Xiao Yang asked with concern. You still have the face to ask. Lan Ruoshi feigned anger and pouted. Xiao Yang was at a loss for words. Why did you leave without saying goodbye back then? Lan Ruoshi said accusingly, her eyes slightly red. I got into some trouble at that time. Even if I didn't leave, I would have been expelled from the orphanage. Xiao Yang explained, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. You should have at least told me. After you left, that guy Wu Tian became even more arrogant. Lan Ruoshi said, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. Wu Tian? Xiao Yang frowned, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. It was that so-called boss. Lan Ruoshi said as she cut the steak. Oh, I remembered, I called him Dog Egg at that time, I forgot what his real name was. He bullied you? Xiao Yang suddenly realized, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't dare to directly bully me, but he always pestered me in the latter years. Lan Ruoshi said, her face flushed. Why did he pester you? Xiao Yang pursued. Maybe because I developed. Lan Ruoshi said shyly, subconsciously covering her chest with her hand. Only then did Xiao Yang notice that Lan Ruoshi's figure was no longer the same youthful look as back then. He hurriedly averted his eyes and said somewhat awkwardly, "Cough cough, it was you who mentioned it yourself later. I left that place when I moved up to junior high school." Lan Ruoshi continued, as if he wanted to get rid of that unpleasant memory. "I thought I would never see you again, but I didn't expect to be reunited here." "Why did you leave?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly, revealing a hint of incomprehension. Lan Ruoshi let out a bitter smile, as if that memory was not a good one for her. "It wasn't because of that bastard Wu Tian's constant harassment that I just couldn't stand it. Moreover, I've always wanted to find your whereabouts, but in this vast sea of people, where can I find you so easily?" Thinking about it now, I was really too naive at that time. A warm current surged in Xiao Yang's heart. He didn't realize that for so many years, Lan Ruoshi had been searching for him. "All these years, you have been looking for me?" Lan Ruoshi nodded her head vigorously with a delighted face. "In this world, I am alone and helpless, only you are the good brother in my heart. I never thought that we would be able to reunite here." Xiao Yang smiled, a hint of flirtation flashed in his eyes. "Little girl, did you not think that I would be here at all? I am the one who got in based on my strength." "Aya, brother, don't make fun of me." Blue Ruoshi pouting, "The memory of you always fight, but also often beaten bruises. I really did not expect you in the study can also be so outstanding." "Humph, little girl, now you dare to make fun of brother?" Xiao Yang purposely made a face and pretended to be angry. Lan Ruoshi laughed and waved her hands. "Ha, don't dare, brother, you're the best. You'll definitely spoil me. How could you beat me?" Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly, but his heart was full of favor. "Well, I'll send you back to school after dinner. Don't think about lollygagging." "Why do you want to drive me away so soon? We haven't seen each other for so many years. I want to see you more." Lan Ruoshi looked at Xiao Yang with begging eyes. "No, it's already late, you should go back." Xiao Yang's tone was serious, without the slightest room for negotiation. Lan Ruoshi's eyes twinkled and laughed mischievously. "Brother, are you going on a date with another girl? Just enrolled in school and you have a girlfriend? Quickly let me meet my future sister-in-law." "What nonsense, hurry up and eat, don't talk too much." Xiao Yang glared at Lan Ruoshi and pretended to be angry as he urged her to eat. Just then, Zhao Lina walked into the cafeteria and she saw Xiao Yang from afar. She excitedly ran over, wanting to give Xiao Yang a surprise. Chapter 37, Do You Really Have a Girlfriend? Xiao Yang was just about to get the mustard when he suddenly felt his neck tighten as Zhao Lina hugged him from behind. His arm trembled and the mustard spilled out. The cafeteria was swarming with people, and the mustard drew a beautiful arc in the air. Splat! A ball of mustard stuck impartially to a passing boy in a black jacket. That boy had a greasy head and looked like a man of honor. He was furious at the sight and roared, "Which idiot threw something on me?" Xiao Yang stood up and stared firmly at the boy. "It's my fault for dirtying your clothes, but it's your fault for hurting people out of your mouth. What's wrong with scolding you? Do you know how expensive my jacket is? Real leather, do you know what you're talking about?" The boy looked at Xiao Yang's simple clothes and became more arrogant. "Oh? How much? How much is it? I'll pay you back." Xiao Yang said expressionlessly. "I have this jacket 15,000. The boy lied about the price. In fact, he bought it for more than $5,000 and wanted to take this opportunity to blackmail a sum of money. 15,000 only. Xiao Yang said, from the pocket of the camouflage clothing took out 20,000 cash, directly fell on the chest of that boy. The boy caught the money in a panic and looked at Xiao Yang in shock. He did not understand how this seemingly poor boy could have so much money. The money was actually from Xiao Yang's previous lottery win, left over after buying a computer, and accidentally forgotten in his pants pocket. "Is it enough?" Xiao Yang asked indifferently. Enough. Although that boy was from a good family, he could only buy discounted luxury goods to fill up the door at Qingbei University, a place full of rich people. This time, he got a sum of money by accident, and the clothes could be cleaned and worn again, so he was secretly happy in his heart. "Your matter is settled, but my matter is not finished," Xiao Yang suddenly said. "Your matter?" The boy was at a loss. "How can you just forget about scolding me?" Xiao Yang said with a serious look. "Then, what do you want?" The boy was a bit flustered in his heart. 100,000, compensate me for the mental damage plus the cost of the medicine, and then apologize. Xiao Yang said calmly. "You? Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to me like that?" The boy was stunned. No compensation? Xiao Yang stared at him coldly. No compensation, what can you do to me? The boy stretched his neck and tried to overwhelm Xiao Yang with his aura. Xiao Yang did not say anything more, but violently grabbed the boy's black jacket and smeared the rest of the mustard all over his face. Instantly, the boy's mouth, nose and eyebrows were covered with mustard and slowly slid down. His appearance was wretched. Grass mud horse, looking for death. The pungent smell instantly rushed straight to his ceiling. The black jacket man instantly became furious to the extreme. His face turned red and he swung his fist to hit Xiao Yang. However, his fist was firmly restrained by Xiao Yang's hand and pinched, causing him to let out an ouch and involuntarily kneel on the ground. Xiao Yang snatched back the 20,000 banknotes and said coldly, "First deduct your 20,000, you still owe me 80,000, remember?" Remember. The jacket man was shocked by Xiao Yang's momentum and begged for mercy. Roll. Xiao Yang shouted angrily. The jacket man was like an amnesty and fled the cafeteria in a sorry state. That person just now, that is the son of the school director, junior in the Department of Economics and Management, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Zhao Lina reminded on the side. It's all your fault, you have to help me with this. Xiao Yang nonchalantly pushed the matter onto Zhao Lina. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Zhao Lina hurriedly pushed back. Then you only want to have anything to do with me? Xiao Yang flirted. Rascal! Zhao Lina pouted and lightly kicked Xiao Yang. The onlooker Lan Ruoshi watched the two of them being so close and couldn't help but laugh. This is your sister-in-law, isn't it? Don't talk nonsense, what sister-in-law? Xiao Yang hurriedly denied it. Little sister has a sharp eye and saw through it at a glance. Zhao Lina took Xiao Yang's arm and laughed like a flower. What do you call your sister-in-law? Lan Ruoshi asked curiously. Just call me Sister Nana. Zhao Lina replied cheerfully, and then asked Lan Ruoshi, and what are you to him? I am his sister, Lan Ruoshi. Lan Ruoshi replied with a smile. Xiao Yang, how dare you hide such a beautiful sister and not tell me? Zhao Lina feigned anger and glared at Xiao Yang. Today is also just a reunion. Xiao Yang explained. Brother, I'll go back to school first, I won't disturb your date, Lan Ruoshi said wisely, turning around to leave. I'll give you a ride, it's not safe at night. Xiao Yang insisted on sending Lan Ruoshi back. No, you and your sister-in-law can go on your date. Lan Ruoshi excused herself, but her steps were a bit hesitant. Call Nana's sister. Xiao Yang tried to ease the atmosphere and corrected Lan Ruoshi's name. Okay, Sister Nana, bye. Lan Ruoshi waved her hand to Zhao Lina and accelerated her steps towards the cafeteria door. I'll see her off, you go back first. Xiao Yang said to Zhao Lina, then chased out of the cafeteria, pulling Lan Ruoshi by the hand. Why are you walking so fast? Afraid I'll eat you? Lan Ruoshi walked forward in silence without answering. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? Xiao Yang inquired with concern, realizing that Lan Ruoshi's mood seemed a bit low. You go back, I'll walk by myself. Lan Ruoshi lowered her head, her voice a little low. Why are you suddenly unhappy? Is there something on your mind? Xiao Yang carefully observed the side of Lan Ruoshi's face and realized that there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes under her eyelashes. Nothing, really nothing. Lan Ruoshi avoided Xiao Yang's gaze and quickened her pace. Nothing is nothing, quickly say, what's wrong? Xiao Yang relentlessly pursued. Lan Ruoshi finally stopped walking, turned around, and looked straight into Xiao Yang's eyes. Brother, do you really have a girlfriend? Her voice trembled slightly, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes. Where did the girlfriend come from? You mean Zhao Lina? Xiao Yang suddenly realized, looking at Lan Ruoshi's eyes that were filled with curiosity, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right, isn't she your girlfriend? Lan Ruoshi asked nervously. No, she just sees that I play well, so she always pesters me. Xiao Yang helplessly explained, but in his heart he was thinking, this little girl's imagination is also too rich. Then you don't have that? Lan Ruoshi asked tentatively, her voice was as small as a mosquito. What are you thinking in your little brain? No more nonsense. Xiao Yang reached out and flicked Lan Ruoshi's forehead, pretending to be serious and said, you are unhappy because of this? You're jealous? Well. Lan Ruoshi lowered her head, her voice was small, but the blush on her face betrayed her mind. I see you as a sister, never had any other thoughts. Xiao Yang looked at Lan Ruoshi and his tone became serious. You must not think nonsense. But we have already grown up, does brother really not have a single other idea about Ruoshi? Lan Ruoshi raised her head and bravely met Xiao Yang's eyes. Chapter 38. Although your leg is broken, I feel so happy. Xiao Yang looked at Lan Ruoshi in the night. Her posture was charming and moving, the night breeze gently blew her hair, her cheeks were white and tender, just like a pure jade girl under the moonlight. He couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his heart, and was silent for a long time, but he didn't know how to answer. Does brother think that Ruoshi is not good enough for you? Lan Ruoshi's voice carried a hint of aggression. She was self-conscious that the disparity between her future and Xiao Yang's was too great, and her body was not as voluptuous as Zhao Lina's. Don't think nonsense, I definitely don't mean that. Xiao Yang held Lan Ruoshi's shoulders tightly and tried to give her some comfort. You will always be my most beloved sister. Hearing this, Lan Ruoshi's emotions completely exploded. Does brother think that Ruoshi is the princess of peace and can't compare to sister Nana's voluptuous figure? Or do you think that Ruoshi is just like a weed on the side of the road, not worth a second glance from brother? After saying that, she violently pushed Xiao Yang away and ran towards the school gate. Ruoshi! Xiao Yang hurriedly chased after her, afraid that something would happen to her. However, every time Xiao Yang came close and tried to hold her hand, Lan Ruoshi would shake her hand and flee, just like a frightened deer. She ran wildly all the way to the school entrance and rushed straight onto the busy main road. Just then, a truck loaded with steel rods came roaring by. The driver was horrified to find the silhouette in front of him and hastily stepped on the brakes, but due to inertia, the truck simply couldn't stop immediately. The headlights dazzled Lan Ruoshi, and she froze in place, not knowing what to do. Ruoshi! Xiao Yang witnessed the truck approaching. In a moment of desperation, he leapt out and used all his strength to push Lan Ruoshi away, while he himself was in danger. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, steel bars rolled down to the ground, and the accident was imminent. Xiao Yang only felt a sharp pain spread all over his body and then lost consciousness. Brother! Lan Ruoshi exclaimed in shock as tears came to her eyes. She looked at Xiao Yang, who had fallen to the ground, her heart filled with fear and self-blame. When Xiao Yang woke up, he was already lying on the hospital bed. His head was so dizzy that his whole body was weak, his right hand was inserted with a needle, and the hanging bottle was hanging high above the bed. The white sheets, the light blue curtains, and the pervasive odor of alcohol all told him that he was already in the hospital. Xiao Yang tried to move a little, but realized that his waist was bandaged and his left leg was in a cast, so he couldn't move at all. Lan Ruoshi was lying on the side of the bed, sleeping soundly. Xiao Yang couldn't bear to disturb her and tried to find his cell phone, but found that it was shattered beyond use. Alas, it was time to replace the cell phone again. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. He noticed the cell phone that Lan Ruoshi was holding tightly in her hand, so he gently took it over to check it. Upon looking at the date, it turned out that he had been asleep for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Just then, Lan Ruoshi was awakened. She rubbed her eyes and saw that Xiao Yang had woken up and cried out in surprise, "Brother, you're awake." Xiao Yang signaled her to be silent and pointed to the sleeping patient next to her. Lan Ruoshi nodded, indicating that she understood. "I've been lying there for 3 days and 3 nights?" Xiao Yang asked weakly. "Yes, you haven't woken up, I thought." "Oops, don't talk about this, the doctor said that you are not a big deal, just too much blood loss. It so happens that we have the same blood type, I let the doctor draw my blood to give you a transfusion, how about it, am I not very powerful?" Ruoshi said with a proud face. "Fool, why do you need a blood transfusion, your body won't be able to handle it like this." Although Xiao Yang scolded on his mouth, his heart was full of emotion. "Hospital blood is expensive, I want to save you money, and the operation fee is not cheap," Ruoshi explained. "I don't need you to save, I have money." Xiao Yang touched his pocket, then realized that his camouflage uniform was not there, and he was wearing a hospital gown. He frowned, somewhat uncomfortable. "Look for this." Ruoshi quickly pulled out $20,000 from her school bag and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, however, pushed the money back and stuffed it into Lan Ruoshi's school bag. "Keep this money, buy some nutrients to replenish your body, look at your face is white." "How can I eat so much? You think I am a foodie? Lan Ruoshi smiled and refused. "Money back to you, I do not want, I can be self-sufficient." "Take it if it's for you, don't push me back. If you don't buy food, you can buy clothes and books. You're underage, so it's only right that I support you." Xiao Yang's tone was firm and could not be refused. "Well, I'll keep it for my brother first, it feels like I've become my brother's wise helper." Blue Ruwashi cheeks slightly red, a little embarrassed, and lowered her head. The doctor said, when can I be discharged from the hospital? Xiao Yang changed the topic and asked about the time of discharge. At least half a month. Lan Ruwashi replied, a trace of worry on her face. How much does the surgery cost? Xiao Yang asked again. 100,000. But the driver is half responsible, he drove over the speed limit and paid 50,000. I saved more than 5,000 on my part-time job, and I am still short of 25,000. Blue Ruwashi face sad, obviously this money is a small burden for her. Fool, I don't need your money. The money you saved will be spent by yourself, and you don't have to worry about the surgery fee. Xiao Yang comforted. I will also pay for your college tuition. You are still small now, I'm a brother to raise you should be. Xiao Yang patted his chest and said with conviction. He, brother is really good. But I don't want to be your burden, I will work to earn money in the summer vacation. Lan Ruwashi said with a smile. No need, you can use my money at ease. Xiao Yang smiled in his heart, he had the supreme system as a secret weapon, earning money was only a matter of time for him. At this time, Lan Ruwashi took out the thermos and bowl. Brother, this is the porridge I boiled for you at home, try it to see if it's good. With that, she scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew it cool and tasted the temperature before sending it to Xiao Yang's mouth. I'll do it myself. Xiao Yang said with some embarrassment. No, you are a patient, I have to feed you. Lan Ruwashi insisted, carefully feeding Xiao Yang kanji with a spoon. Xiao Yang had no choice but to open his mouth and drink the porridge. Looking at Lan Ruwashi's serious look, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Although my brother had an accident that made me very worried but I am so happy again. Lan Ruwashi suddenly said with a smile. Xiao Yang was speechless when he heard this. How do you talk to this little girl? Brother. I don't mean that. Blue Ruwashi see Xiao Yang expression is not right, hurriedly explained, I said. So that I can more accompany brother, feel so happy it. Said she blushed and pounced on Xiao Yang's quilt. Unexpectedly this pounce just pressed his Xiao Yang fractured legs. Leg. Xiao Yang cried out in pain. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, brother. Lan Ruwashi panicked and jumped up holding Xiao Yang's leg, apologizing repeatedly. You sit down, don't toss and turn. Xiao Yang helplessly sighed and said. Lan Ruwashi obediently sat on a small stool and looked at Xiao Yang, heart full of guilt and self-blame. You have not been able to close your eyes for a few days, right? Xiao Yang looked at Lan Ruwashi's bloodshot eyes and asked in pain. How does brother know? Lan Ruwashi froze, then reacted, oh, is it because my eyes betrayed me? Chapter 39. Those with sharp chins are not even worse than pigs? I'm not sure, my eyes have become a panda. Xiao Yang joked, you quickly go to rest, do not accompany me here. The study of senior high school is so tense, more to do a few questions, get a good college is the serious thing. I took a week's vacation, and this is only the third day. Lan Ruwashi muttered in a small voice, seeming to be a little reluctant. You just don't want to go back to school, right? Xiao Yang saw through her mind at a glance. Not it. I just want to accompany my brother more, how boring it is for you to be alone in the hospital. Lan Ruwashi quickly explained, her eyes full of sincerity. No way. You have to go back to school and go to class. Xiao Yang was adamant. But I brought my textbooks with me. Lan Ruwashi took out her textbooks from her bag and shook them. I'll study the same here, my brother can also tutor me, the efficiency may be higher, I'll be very attentive. Xiao Yang looked at her serious look, his heart couldn't help but be a little shaken. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, in that case, then learn here, but you have to promise not to affect my rest. Brother is the best. Lan Ruwashi cheered and jumped into Xiao Yang's arms, but accidentally touched his wound. Waist. Xiao Yang couldn't help but scream out as a sharp pain shot through his waist. I'm sorry brother, I forgot that your waist was also injured. Lan Ruwashi jumped up in a hurry and worriedly touched Xiao Yang's waist with a guilty face. The heart is so tired. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. How about I sing a song for my brother to refresh my mind? Lan Ruwashi blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Yang with an expectant face. No need, you focus on reading, there are problems I will help you answer. Xiao Yang waved his hand, signaling her to focus on her studies. Lan Ruwashi nodded and opened her textbook to start doing the questions. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was in deep thought. The matter of the surgery fee had been weighing on his mind. Although buying lottery tickets could temporarily relieve his immediate needs, winning the lottery frequently would definitely attract suspicion. Just at this moment, the ward door was gently pushed open and a young man walked in. He was holding a transparent bag containing a broken bowl. He walked straight to the old man in the neighboring bed and woke him up. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be moved in his heart when he heard them talking. Only to hear the old man regretfully said, "This bowl is broken, not worth money. But the northern Songru kilns can be sold for tens of millions when washed." The young man reminded. "That is intact, this broken, useless. Complete at least worth 8 million. The old man shook his head, a face of regret. Xiao Yang was quite knowledgeable about antiques and knew the preciousness of the northern Songru kiln. He secretly calculated in his mind that if this bowl could be restored, it would be able to sell for a high price. So, he lied that he was interested in antiques, and the old man bargained. After some bargaining, Xiao Yang finally purchased the broken bowl at a price of $200. Seeing this, Lan Ruoshi curiously played with the bowl, but could not see anything special about it. Xiao Yang was secretly glad that he had an unexpected gain from this hospitalization, which might be able to solve his urgent problem. "Why is brother interested in antiques?" Lan Ruoshi asked curiously, taking the bowl and scrutinizing it. "Just suddenly a bit interested," Xiao Yang casually replied, but in his heart he was calculating how to restore the bowl. "You're a science major, why are you suddenly interested in archaeology?" Lan Ruoshi was even more puzzled. "Oh, that's my second major." Xiao Yang quickly reacted and lied. He was secretly glad that he reacted fast enough to not make Lan Ruoshi suspicious. "This bowl looks so ordinary, it doesn't look like it's worth a few $1,000,000 at all." Lan Ruoshi played with the bowl, her face full of doubts. "You don't understand." Xiao Yang smiled, but his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that this seemingly ordinary bowl might bring him an unexpected surprise. "Ruoshi, lend me your cell phone," Xiao Yang requested with a smile. "Isn't it in your hand?" Lan Ruoshi blinked in confusion. "Aya, this must not go through your consent. In case you accidentally see what little secrets in your cell phone, then I can become the invasion of privacy of the sinner." Xiao Yang joked, playing with the phone in his hand, but did not move. "I can have what secret you casually turn over, inside all learning tools. Password is very simple, my birthday, remember later want to use directly with." Blue Ruoshi greatly said. Xiao Yang unlocked the phone, the screen is bright, and really into the eyes of the screen is full of learning albums are also a colorful landscape photos and learning materials, wrong questions marked neatly, even a selfie or not. "Yo, this cell phone of yours is as clean as new, not even a selfie, it is really rare." Xiao Yang smiled while flipping, with a few flirtations. "Previously also photographed, but I think my face is round like a bun, shootout simply cannot bear to see, compared with those net red face, I am like a little fat pig." Blue Ruoshi smiled to herself. "Who said, if you are a pig, then those with sharp chins are not even worse than a pig?" Xiao Yang retorted with a straight face. "You're deliberately teasing me, you know I'm fat and you still say that." Lan Ruoshi pretended to be angry, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "Nowadays, the girls are being led astray by those photos that are as skinny as bamboo poles. I don't like that kind of, I think you are the most adorable one with a little baby fat," Xiao Yang said, but also reached out and scraped her nose. "Really? Brother really likes me like this?" Lan Ruoshi's eyes lit up. "Of course, you are my favorite sister." Xiao Yang was full of favor. "But brother can certainly see a lot of beautiful sisters in the university. Those girls in Qingbei University are all rich in temperament, good figure, and elegant speech. I like this in front of them as the ugly duckling." Lan Ruoshi's eyes dimmed again, her tone is full of inferiority complex. "What ugly duckling, you just do not wear them like brand name clothes only, they are just the appearance of bright just, you are the real princess." Xiao Yang's words were full of encouragement. "Princess?" A trace of surprise flashed in Lan Ruoshi's eyes. Being compared to a princess by her brother, an inexplicable excitement surged in her heart. In Qingbei University, although she had a good feeling about Xiao Yang, she had always been inferior because of her appearance. "That's right, one day, you will shine all over the world, blinding the eyes of those fake celebrities," Xiao Yang said in a serious manner. "Really?" Lan Ruoshi was immersed in the beautiful picture depicted by Xiao Yang, as if she had already put on a gorgeous gown and become a real princess. "Of course it's true, you're just like a little princess now." Xiao Yang said, picked up his cell phone and clicked, taking a picture of her smiling brightly. Ah! Lan Ruoshi covered her face shyly. Look, how like a little princess, send me this photo, I want to keep it. Xiao Yang smiled and handed her the cell phone, his eyes full of appreciation. Good. Lan Ruoshi took the cell phone and carefully operated it, her heart filled with sweetness. Just at this time, Xiao Yang suddenly slapped his head, remembered something important. Oh no, chatting with you to forget, I have to hurry to give the counselor a phone call to ask for leave. Chapter 40. You are indeed a big baby. He quickly dialed Lin Jia's phone, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is it Mr. Lin? Hello, who is it? On the other end of the phone, a clear and pleasant young female voice rang out. It's me, Xiao Yang. I want to take a vacation from you. Xiao Yang's words just fell, and was interrupted by the other party's urgent voice. Xiao Yang. Where did you kid run off to? You didn't come to military training for 3 days, and you can't get through on the phone. Do you know the serious consequences of avoiding military training? Lin Jia's voice was full of anxiety and reproach. Teacher, don't be anxious, I'm in the hospital, I just want to ask you for a leave of absence. Xiao Yang hurriedly explained, with a bit of helplessness. Hospital? What happened to you? How did you run to the hospital? Lin Jia's voice was instantly filled with concern and worry. Hey, don't mention it, I was hit by a car. Xiao Yang sighed. What? Hit by a car? Lin Jia exclaimed. It's okay, teacher, it's just a small injury. The doctor said that half a month will be able to leave the hospital. Xiao Yang hurriedly comforted, fearing that the teacher was too worried. Half a month? That military training is over. Are you purposely avoiding military training and pretending to be sick? Lin Jia's questioning voice came through the phone line with a bit of severity. Teacher, you have wronged me with this statement, how could I be that kind of person? Xiao Yang retorted with a straight face, full of aggression. Then which hospital are you in? I will visit you to see if you are really sick. Lin Jia made a request, her tone firm. Teacher, don't bother, really. Xiao Yang excused himself, not wanting to make his teacher run around. No, I have to see for myself if you are really sick, otherwise I don't feel at ease. Lin Jia insisted. Teacher, you still don't believe me, ah? Xiao Yang bitterly smiled. In fact, I want to send you some fruit to replenish your body. Lin Jia explained. Really don't, teacher, you are so busy. Xiao Yang once again refused, but his heart is warm. Less nonsense, quickly say in the end in which hospital. Not to say is to avoid military training. Lin Jia's tone became serious. The First People's Hospital, Inpatient Department 501. Xiao Yang had to tell the truth, and in his heart he sighed at the teacher's persistence. I will go over at night. After Lin Jia finished, she hung up the phone, leaving Xiao Yang frozen in place. The counselor wants to see you, ah? On the side, Lan Ruoshi asked curiously. She didn't believe that I was really hospitalized and had to come and take a look. Xiao Yang shook his head and handed his cell phone to Lan Ruoshi. Then it's just as well that you have someone to take care of you, I'm going back to school. Lan Ruoshi got up and prepared to leave. Didn't you take a week's vacation? Why did you go back to school so soon? Xiao Yang looked at her suspiciously. I lied to you, I've been with you, I skipped 3 days of school, I have to make up a bunch of homework, and I have to stay up all night again. Lan Ruoshi laughed bitterly. Go back and rest first, don't rush to do your homework. Xiao Yang advised. Senior year, how can you not be in a hurry? Lan Ruoshi frowned with a bit of anxiety. The body is important, don't get exhausted. Xiao Yang urged again. I'm not worried, I can't get into college, brother will also support me. Lan Ruoshi smiled mischievously. Xiao Yang looked at Lan Ruoshi and felt that she was much more lively than before, and was sincerely happy for her. Then I'll go back to school, call me if anything happens. Lan Ruoshi said, turning around and preparing to leave. My phone is broken, buy one for me. Xiao Yang suddenly called out to her. Ah? Lan Ruoshi froze for a moment. Xiao Yang then reacted, you have $20,000 in your bag, just buy me 1 or 2,000. What about the hospitalization fee? Lan Ruoshi suddenly got worried. Xiao Yang looked at the broken bowl piece on the table and already had a plan in mind. Don't worry, I have money. As long as this bowl piece is repaired, it can easily be sold for a few $1 million. Really? Lan Ruoshi's eyes widened. Of course it is true. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. Now my sister isn't worried that I won't be able to afford you, right? Saying this, his gaze once again fell towards the piece of broken bowl, and an inexplicable light flickered in his eyes. That night, as the old grandfather in the same ward recovered and was discharged from the hospital, only Xiao Yang was left alone in Ward 501. As the night deepened, the surrounding area was so quiet that only his heartbeat could be heard. Xiao Yang confirmed that there was no one else around. The corner of his mouth hooked up a mysterious smile, and he softly called out, "Yao Yao, come out." As the words fell, a blue light suddenly flashed in the ward, like the brightest star in the night sky. The blue light gradually converged and eventually formed into an elf girl dressed in gorgeous clothes with transparent wings on her back. Holding a magic wand that shone with magic light, she lightly turned around in the air before landing steadily in front of Xiao Yang's bed, blinking mischievously as she asked, "Master, what are your orders?" "Well, I want to see how many huaxia coins I still have." Xiao Yang leaned on the bed, looking leisurely. "You currently have 350 huaxia coins, is Master feeling that it is not enough?" Yang teased. "Of course, more Chinese coins are better. By the way, when is the next mission coming? I remember that there is an advanced repair skill in the system, isn't it?" A hint of anticipation flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Yao Yao shook his head and said with some regret, "But Master, you haven't unlocked that skill yet, you can't use it now." Xiao Yang secretly calculated in his heart, if he could unlock that advanced repair skill and directly repair his own body, or else would he need to be hospitalized here for half a month? However, since it can't be used right now, let's fix the matter at hand first. He pointed to the piece of broken porcelain bowl on the table and said, "Then repair this." Yang fixed her eyes on it and immediately covered her small mouth in surprise. "Master, you actually have this. You recognize this?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. Of course, Yao Yao is a know-it-all, not like that Xiaodu who can only answer questions. Yao Yao proudly puffed out her chest. "Yo, that Xiaodu can even sing, can you?" Xiao Yang deliberately teased her. "Of course I can, Yao Yao's singing voice is the most beautiful." Xiao Yang deliberately teased her. "Then sing one to hear it." Xiao Yang looked at her with a smile. But Yao Yao proudly turned her head away. "Humph," Master said deep, "Yao Yao is a proud girl, will not easily sing to you to listen to it." Xiao Yang laughed, "Even the sets know, you are really not simple." "Then what is the origin of this porcelain bowl?" "Yao Yao, this is the color, this is the Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon. Ru porcelain is the first of the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty, known as the Ru Kiln for the first. Ru Kiln authenticity is rare, less than 100 pieces. There are only 2.5 pieces in the country. And this bowl, specially ordered for the royal family, unique and valuable." Xiao Yang listened to the dumbfounded, half a long time before coming back to God. "You really knowledgeable, even the emperor use things no." "That is natural, I am the all-knowing Yao Yao, not that Xiaodu who can only give simple answers can be compared." Yao Yao proudly shook the magic wand in her hand. "You are indeed a great treasure, it's almost like alien technology." Xiao Yang sighed with emotion. Xiao Yao shook his head humbly. Exaggerated, mankind may be able to build me in 100 years. Xiao Yang's curiosity rose and pursued, "So you even know the future? Then what will my future be like? Will it be a very awesome person?" Chapter 41. Xiao Du wouldn't make this kind of mistake. But Xiao Yang suddenly became serious and shook her head, saying, "This is taboo, not to be spoken of." Xiao Yang is not dead-hearted, trying to find out some words, just the two of us, secretly tell me. But Yao Yao firmly shook his head. "No, forbidden will trigger the self-destruct program." Xiao Yang saw that he could not ask anything, so he had to turn and ask, "Then where exactly did you come from?" Yao Yao smiled mysteriously. "This is a secret, when you unlock the million Chinese coins option, you will naturally know." Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly and turned to plead, Just fix this bowl first then." Yao Yao reminded, "Repairing this bowl needs to consume 100 huaxia coins, you only have 250 huaxia coins left now, are you sure you want to repair it?" Xiao Yang nodded, his eyes firm. "Sure, fix it." "Sure, since you said that this porcelain bowl is worth a lot of money, why would I hesitate? Even if you sell it for a few million, it will be worth it." Xiao Yang looked determined. Seeing this, Xiao Yao hesitated. "Have you really decided? I am afraid that there is no new task in the near future, and your leg is injured." Xiao Yang patted his chest, confidently said, "My leg is fine, a few days will be fine, this body is strong as an ox, do not worry." Xiaoyang nodded, and was about to perform the skill to repair the porcelain bowl, when suddenly, the door of the ward was violently pushed open. A nurse dressed in a white uniform walked in, the uniform taut on her body, outlining delicate curves. Her hair bun was hidden under the nurse's cap, and in her hands, she carried a silver tray with 2 infusion bottles hanging on it. "Bed number 2, Xiaoyang?" The nurse approached, her voice crisp and pleasant. She had a round face, childish, and her eyes revealed innocence, looking like a newbie who had just graduated. Just then, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a blue light envelop his body and a warmth surged into his eyes. He was surprised to find that the nurse's white coat gradually became transparent in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in shock, and when he looked again, the nurse's figure was clearly visible. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was a red mole on her chest. How can this be? Could I be able to see through? Xiaoyang's heart was amazed, watching the nurse approach step by step. His eyes widened, so stunned that he could not speak. Just at this moment, familiar footsteps came from outside the door. It was the counselor Lin Jia. The door of Ward 501 was pushed open and Lin Jia walked in with a fruit basket in her hand. Xiaoyang gazed at her, and due to the perspective skill, Lin Jia's figure was invisible in his eyes. His eyes darted between the little nurse on the left and Lin Jia on the right, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a nosebleed gushed out. Yikes, a nosebleed! The nurse put down the silver tray in a panic and took out a handkerchief to wipe Xiaoyang. Could it be that there is too much needle water hanging? The nurse said as she gently pressed Xiaoyang's nose with the handkerchief. The handkerchief exuded a faint lily fragrance. The nurse leaned down close. Xiaoyang's vision was clearer, and everything in front of him was shaking. The nosebleed gushed out again, splashing on the nurse. "Hey!" The nurse exclaimed in shock and hastily backed away. Seeing this, Lin Jia rushed forward and the fruit in her hand rolled to the ground. "Xiaoyang, what happened to you?" Lin Jia looked at the bandage wrapped around Xiaoyang's leg. His lips were pale and his nose was bleeding, and inquired with concern. Lin Jia also leaned down close, and Xiaoyang's eyes were again. The aroma of lilacs and lilies came, as light as a neighborhood girl. "How is this hospital so messy?" Lin Jia looked at the nurse reproachfully. "I am sorry, I will go to the doctor right away." The nurse bent down to apologize, looking flustered. "Teacher, don't blame her, I'm fine." Xiaoyang relieved the nurse, his tone weak. "Really okay?" Lin Jia looked at the blood-stained sheets, her brows locked. "Let me be quiet, lie down for a while," Xiaoyang said with strong support. Lin Jia helped Xiaoyang lie down, and he himself sat on the pillow. Her breath near Xiaoyang's ear, so that Xiaoyang's heartbeat could not help but accelerate. "I will peel an apple for you." After Lin Jia finished, she started peeling an apple by Xiaoyang's ear. Nosebleed gushed out once again and splashed on Lin Jia's jeans. Lin Jia focused on peeling the apple and didn't notice in the slightest. "Teacher Lin." Xiaoyang raised his voice and called out with a hint of urgency. "Wait a moment, this apple is not yet finished." Lin Jia did not raise her head, focusing on the apple in her hand and the sharp fruit knife. "Teacher, your pants." Xiaoyang swallowed and his eyes flickered. When Lin Jia heard this, she raised her head and followed Xiaoyang's gaze, only to see that her pants were stained with a striking red mark. "Xiaoyang! You're..." Lin Jia's face instantly turned red in feigned anger as she glared at Xiaoyang. "Teacher, I really didn't hold back." Xiaoyang awkwardly scratched his head with an innocent face. "Alas, just, you are sick, I don't blame you. But how can this be good? How can I go out like this?" Lin Jia sighed helplessly, looking quite embarrassed. "Teacher, why don't you wear my pants? I'll just wear a hospital gown." Xiaoyang pointed to a pair of men's style pants hanging next to him and proposed. "Those pants are men's style, how would it be appropriate for me to wear them?" Lin Jia frowned and rejected Xiaoyang's proposal. "It's better than wearing pants with blood, teacher," Xiaoyang persuaded bitterly. Lin Jia pondered for a moment, and there was really no other way, so she reluctantly agreed. "All right then, when I change my pants, you can't peek." After saying that, Lin Jia picked up her pants, walked towards the neighboring bed, and gently pulled the curtain closed. The curtains rattled softly. The little nurse was busy at one side, and could only vaguely see Lin Jia's silhouette through the curtains. Only to see Lin Jia sitting down, lifting her leg to take off the dirty pants, and changing into Xiaoyang's pants. Her legs were slim and white, clearly visible under Xiaoyang's perspective skills, as if the cloth curtain was a layer of transparent muslin. As time passed, Xiaoyang's perspective skill gradually faded. After 5 minutes had passed, the the cloth curtain became blurry again and everything returned to its original state. The curtain was pulled back and Lin Jia appeared. She looked at Xiao Yang and asked, "You didn't peek, did you?" "The curtain was blocking it, how could I look?" Xiao Yang replied in a calm manner. "Humph. Looking at the shadow also counts as peeking." Lin Jia joked. "Even if I only look at the shadow, I can still imagine." Xiao Yang wanted to say something, and almost gave away the secret that he had perspective skills. "Imagine what?" Lin Jia curiously followed up. "No. Nothing." Xiao Yang smiled sardonically. "A small age does not learn." Lin Jia smiled and flicked Xiao Yang's nose. At this time, Yao Yao saw that the opportunity was not good and tried to quietly sneak away. Xiao Yang, however, used his intention to call her tightly, "Yao Yao." "Master." Yao Yao helplessly turned around and faced Xiao Yang. "Skills gone wrong, how are you going to compensate me? It also made me have so many nosebleeds." Xiao Yang questioned. "Master, Yao Yao is also a momentary oversight." Yao Yao lowered his head and defended in a small voice. "You still say that you are better than Xiao Du. Xiao Du would not make this kind of mistake." Xiao Yang continued to count. "But Yao Yao is more humanized. Make a little mistake also looks cute." Yao Yao tried to use pampering to diffuse the embarrassment. "Don't change the subject. Shouldn't I be deducted from my Huaxia coins if I make a mistake in my skills?" Xiao Yang is in hot pursuit. Chapter 42. The hero saves the beauty. "Master, the Huaxia coins have been used up and cannot be returned." Yao Yao helplessly spread her hands. "Then you 1T compensate me?" Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. "Yao Yao is just your assistant, the Huaxia coins are gone when they are used up." Yao Yao innocently looked at Xiao Yang, and her big eyes flashed with tears. "Alas, forget it." Xiao Yang looked at the pitiful appearance of Yao Yao, really cannot bear to punish her, but there are only 250 Huaxia coins left, in the future cannot be used indiscriminately. It is more reliable for me to exchange skills with my own thoughts. Yao Yao remembered, and will definitely not make mistakes in the future. "Then can I go?" Yao Yao asked cautiously. "Go." Xiao Yang waved his hand, signaling that Yao Yao could leave. Early waved her wings and spun around, turning into a bright light and disappearing without a trace. "Xiao Yang! Xiao Yang!" At this time, Lin Jia's voice sounded again. "Teacher?" Xiao Yang turned his head and looked at Lin Jia. "Were you dazed again just now? Talking to yourself, did you bump into a fool?" Lin Jia asked with concern. "No, just a little dizzy from blood loss." "Teacher, don't worry, I will study harder and strive to get a scholarship to treat you to dinner." Xiao Yang smiled, his face was pale, but his eyes were full of determination and gratitude. Lin Jia gently shook her head. "You haven't done anything for me yet, and you're thinking of treating me to dinner?" "I will in the future, teacher. I heard that you were also a top science student back then, and I have always admired you." Xiao Yang had a face of admiration. Lin Jia sniffed and fell into deep thought, then sighed. "That was all in the past, now I feel that my brain is not as good as it used to be." When Xiao Yang heard this, his brows furrowed. "What's wrong? Why would you say that?" Lin Jia wanted to say something, but finally sighed. "Alas, do not say, some things cannot be said in 1 or 2 words." Xiao Yang looked at Lin Jia with a sincere face. "Teacher, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. But please remember, no matter when, if you need to talk, you can always find me." Lin Jia heard this and a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. "Really? Xiao Yang, you really understand things. It's only right that I come to see you when you're sick. After all, you are also the most special student I have ever taught." Xiao Yang's heart warmed, remembering the coldness and helplessness at the orphanage. He cherished this hard-won care even more now. "Teacher, don't say that. You are really the best teacher I have ever met. When I have money in the future, I will definitely donate a library to the school and name it after you." Lin Jia heard this and smiled from ear to ear. "Hee, then I will have face." "But Xiao Yang, donating a library is not a small thing, it needs a lot of money." "I'm already satisfied that you have this heart." Xiao Yang pondered in his heart, but did not say much. He looked towards the piece of broken porcelain bowl on the cabinet and understood in his heart that what was out of reach for others might be as easy for him. Because what was hidden in that cabinet was a huge amount of money, worth a lot of money. Only he could recognize the true value of those porcelain. After staying in the hospital for more than 10 days, Xiao Yang had long been impatient to be discharged. So, he took advantage of the nurse's inattention and sneaked out of the hospital. He used 100 Huasha coins to repair the Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon bowl in his hand as if it was the first time, and after carefully wrapping it, he went straight to the antique city. The antique city on the weekend was bustling with people. Antique city scale is magnificent, imitation of the Tang Dynasty building brilliant, hidden hundreds of antique stores. The surrounding area is filled with countless stalls, although most of them are fakes, but there is no lack of connoisseurs and auction house people to come here to find treasures. Xiao Yang was carrying a Rukiln Celadon bowl in his arms, but his heart was a little apprehensive. Although he knows that this porcelain is genuine and valuable, but how to bid is a problem. After all, such a treasure is rare. He traded 100 Chinese coins for it, far more cost-effective than buying a lottery ticket through the lens. He strolled around the first floor, but felt that the owner of each curio store looked like a crooked businessman, making him wary. Without realizing it, he walked to the second floor. Here were all big sellers, wealthy and grumpy. Xiao Yang became more apprehensive in his heart and wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the front, attracting crowds of spectators. Xiao Yang had no intention of getting involved, and only wanted to go back to the hospital as soon as possible after bidding on the treasure in his hands. When he passed by the glass door of the Hearing Spring antique shop, he saw through the doorway a middle-aged Mediterranean man cursing at a girl. There was a fragment scattered on the girl's floor, which seemed to be the remains of a vase. The girl was about the same age as Xiao Yang, wearing a ponytail and a white t-shirt and jean shorts. Although her clothes were simple, it was difficult to hide her clear temperament. Xiao Yang's heart moved and he couldn't help but stop. I gave you 2 months of salary, and you didn't sell a single thing, and you broke my family heirloom. Do you know how expensive this is? Can you afford to pay for it? Crying? What's the use of crying? Can you bring back the vase? The Mediterranean man's face was furious, spitting angrily. The girl lowered her head, her shoulders kept trembling, tears fell down like broken beads. The Mediterranean man, however, cursed more and more vigorously, even raised his hand, fiercely slapped the girl. With a crisp snap, the girl was slapped so hard that she staggered back, and with an unsteady foot, she eventually fell to the ground. A red and swollen palm print instantly surfaced on her cheek, and when she sat on her knees were accidentally cut by the porcelain tiles on the ground, and a trace of blood oozed out from her delicate skin. Mediterranean man is still not convergence, eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, raised his foot to kick the girl. Just in the nick of time, a loud thud, his cheek suddenly received a heavy blow, fat body like a leaf blown by the wind, directly into the side of the cabinet full of porcelain bottles. The cabinet collapsed with a bang, and the porcelain plates on it fell down, crackling and shattering sounds rang out, and a dozen porcelain vases were instantly reduced to pieces. The Mediterranean man, however, miraculously lay on his back amidst the debris, surprisingly uninjured. The person who struck was none other than Xiao Yang. As soon as he picked up the girl on the ground, he asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl looked at the Mediterranean man lying in the debris in shock, and then turned her head to look at Xiao Yang, her face full of bewilderment and incredulity. The Mediterranean man was dazed by Xiao Yang's punch, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He stared at Xiao Yang with wide eyes. "Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle here? It doesn't matter who I am, but if you don't apologize to her, I will smash your store." Xiao Yang's eyes blazed. Where did that brat come from that dares to be nosy here? The Mediterranean man roared and greeted the 2 strong men in the store to come over. The 2 strong men walked out at the sound of the voice and saw the debris all over the ground. Although they did not know why, they knew that it must have something to do with Xiao Yang. They stepped on the broken pieces of porcelain and aggressively rushed towards Xiao Yang. Chapter 43: Buying a vase to smash for fun. Xiao Yang tightly protected the girl, and with a flash of his body, he easily dodged the fists of the burly men. Then he turned around and kicked one of the strong men into the pile of debris. Seeing this, the other strong man raised his leg to kick Xiao Yang, but he was grabbed by Xiao Yang's calf with his raised hand and violently lifted it. The strong man was off balance and fell to the ground. When the Mediterranean man saw that the 2 fellows were easily put down by Xiao Yang, a trace of shock and fear flashed in his eyes. However, he was still unwilling to give in and said with a stiff upper lip, "Why should I apologize? It was clearly her who broke my heirloom. Did you break it?" Xiao Yang turned his head to look at the girl with a gentle tone. The girl said in a trembling voice, "It was me when I was wiping the shelves." The boss suddenly shouted. My hand shook. "What are you blindly screaming? If you didn't scare her, would she break the bottle?" Xiao Yang questioned the Mediterranean man. "What's wrong with me screaming? I yell at her every day, this bottle is what she fell. The Mediterranean man is a scoundrel. Even if it is really her broken, pay you is, what do you have the right to hit people? Xiao Yang said with justice. That vase is from the Qianlong period, worth at least 100,000, can she afford to pay? Mediterranean man proudly glanced at Xiao Yang's dress, expected him to be a poor student, cannot afford to pay. Can you afford it? If you can't afford it, don't blame me for being rude. The Mediterranean man said, approaching Xiao Yang another step, seemingly wanting to make another move. What precious bottle, not just $100,000 of broken vase. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth hooked up a touch of disdain, casually picked up another bottle of vase from the container. How much is this one? Mediterranean man froze for a moment and then replied, that, from 5,000. Xiao Yang's eyes flinched and violently smashed the vase at the feet of the Mediterranean man. Bang clatter, the vase instantly shattered into countless pieces and scattered all over the place. The Mediterranean man was so shocked that his eyes were glaring out, and the onlookers also showed shocked looks. What about this one? Xiao Yang did not hesitate to raise another vase that had a warm color and a lifelike pattern. At least 10,000. The Mediterranean man was so nervous that his voice trembled a little. Xiao Yang waved his hand again and the vase fell to the ground and shattered in response. The onlookers talked even louder, speculating about Xiao Yang's identity and origin. What are you doing? I called the police. The Mediterranean man finally panicked and shouted in a colorful manner. I am a customer, buying a vase to smash for fun, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Yang smiled blandly. When the crowd heard this, they were even more vocal. Some guessed that Xiao Yang was the son of some rich family, while others guessed that he was a relative of some big shot. Apologizing to her. Xiao Yang suddenly turned to the Mediterranean man and held the still trembling girl. This is what you owe her. Don't be like this, I will lose my job. The girl pleaded softly, with a hint of helplessness and pleading. This kind of work, not worth mentioning. Xiao Yang's tone is firm, you deserve better. But my family. Girl wanted to say something, tears in her eyes, there is an unspeakable suffering. Mediterranean man sniffed, his face was more complacent, as if he had caught Xiao Yang's soft underbelly. Just at this time, the security team rushed to the scene. What's going on? The security team leader asked seriously. He smashed my vase. The Mediterranean man immediately accused Xiao Yang. I bought it, so I can smash it if I want to. Xiao Yang responded without a care in the world. Can you afford it? Dress like this, can you afford these vases? The Mediterranean man laughed mockingly, trying to enrage Xiao Yang with his words. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Zhao Lina, the daughter of the big boss of the antique city. As soon as she appeared, the security chief immediately became respectful. Miss Nana, you are here. The captain greeted with a smile. Zhao Lina ignored the captain and went straight to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, what the hell are you up to, missing for so long? Xiao Yang froze for a moment before he realized that Zhao Lina was the owner of the antique city. He was blissfully unaware that the vase he smashed was actually just a drop in the bucket for the Zhao family. And those Mediterranean men's so-called high-priced vases were in fact mostly fakes with very little value. Why are you here? Xiao Yang asked curiously. I came to stroll around my own antique city on the weekend, can't I? Zhao Lina arrogantly responded, you have not explained it, more than 10 days ignore me, the phone does not answer, you can really be the first to dare to do so. I had a car accident and have been in the hospital, and my cell phone broke. Xiao Yang explained. Really? Where is the injury? Let me see. Zhao Lina said nervously, wanting to check Xiao Yang's injury. On the buttocks, want to see? Xiao Yang flirted, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. You hooligan. Zhao Lina lightly punched Xiao Yang's chest, but a shy smile appeared on her face. The Mediterranean man on the side was shocked when he saw this. It turned out that this unassuming kid was actually the boyfriend of the boss's daughter. Things were getting serious. He began to regret what he had done earlier. The onlookers also came to a realization and talked. So it's the boyfriend of $1,000 lady, no wonder he's so powerful. What a deep hide. Zhao Lina looked at the debris all over the ground, her brows furrowed as she questioned the security chief, what's going on here? I asked you guys to look after this place, but you let people just smash it? Miss Nana, we just came, we're not sure of the situation yet, the captain explained, looking somewhat embarrassed. He also didn't expect something like this to happen. I smashed it. Xiao Yang frankly admitted it, his eyes were firm, without the slightest bit of hiding. You? Zhao Lina's eyes widened, looking at Xiao Yang with an incredulous expression. Is this place also your home? Xiao Yang looked around and then asked. Yes, I personally chose the treasure land, how about it, good eye, right? Zhao Lina raised her chin proudly, her face filled with pride. Then this store, if you do not want to rent, you can take back at any time? Xiao Yang continued to ask. Can default on a month's rent only, businessmen, only to make money, not to say what sentiment. Zhao Lina said lightly. Then I rent it. Xiao Yang suddenly said. You want to open a curio store? At the word, Zhao Lina's mouth steeply became O-shaped. When the Mediterranean man heard this, his heart was tightened and his heart cooled down for most of the time. If Xiao Yang really rented this store, then his curio store would really be finished. Yes, rent it to open an antique bookstore. Didn't your dad say the highest bidder gets it? How much? I'll rent it. Xiao Yang said decisively. If you want to rent it, I'll tell my dad and give it to you. Zhao Lina took Xiao Yang's hand, smiling sweetly and generously, as if this store is nothing to her. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of the problem, but I don't know how to do it. The Mediterranean man saw the situation, quickly begged for mercy, his face full of fear and anxiety. Why don't you say that this girl has a family to support? You let her work for nothing for 2 years with a vase, why don't you mention it? Xiao Yang glared angrily. I know I'm wrong, the vase is all on me, as long as you don't charge the store, everything is fine. Mediterranean man said while slapping himself, trying to express his remorse. Don't beg me, beg her. Xiao Yang coldly pointed at the girl and disdainfully said. Chapter 44 No sincerity, no accompanying. The Mediterranean man humbly walked to the girl and said in a low voice, I was wrong, the vase is all on me, don't let me lose my job. Is this your attitude to apologize? Xiao Yang looked at the Mediterranean man and asked coldly. Enough, he is also very poor, just let him go. The girl was kind-hearted, and after all, she couldn't bear to see the Mediterranean man in such a sorry state. When you were bullied by him just now, you didn't feel that he was pitiful. Xiao Yang helplessly shook his head, then the words turned, Do you want to open your own store? The girl looked up in surprise, a trace of confusion and incomprehension flashed in her eyes. Open a store? This was something she had never dared to think about. The girl had had a dream of opening a milk tea store. Her self-researched milk tea had received unanimous praise from her friends, however, because of financial problems, this dream had never been realized. Xiao Yang's words seemed to have evoked memories deep within her heart. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yang saw that the girl looked different and asked with concern. Nothing, just. I originally wanted to open a milk tea store, but there is no money. The girl lowered her head, her voice was a little low. It's okay, I fund you, you as the boss. Xiao Yang's words were like a ray of light, illuminating the haze in the girl's heart. But that requires a lot of money. The girl looked at Xiao Yang incredulously. Have you done the plan? Xiao Yang asked. The girl nodded excitedly and ran to bring a thick notebook. It recorded her detailed business plan about the milk tea store, from site selection to decoration, from raw material procurement to marketing strategy, all of which reflects her meticulous mind. Xiao Yang flipped through the notebook, marveling at the girl's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. You are about the same age as me, yet you are so thoughtful. It's really rare. He praised heartily. This is my dream, so I don't feel tired. The girl replied with a smile and a resolute look. I will help you realize your dream. Xiao Yang did not hesitate to shoot the decision. After leaving the antique store, Xiao Yang asked Zhao Lina, Do you know if there are any reliable buyers here? I want to sell some antiques. You want to sell antiques? Zhao Lina asked curiously, her eyes fell on the small bowl in Xiao Yang's hand. This broken bowl, it's not worth a few dollars, right? The buyer I know is an authority in the antique city, and he can't look at ordinary things. You help me to introduce it, in case he looks at it, then it is not a great deal of money? Xiao Yang is full of sincerity. It's impossible, everything he's ever owned is worth a fortune. Your broken bowl, do not let him think you are deliberately insulting him, then I cannot help you. Zhao Lina frowned and looked a little embarrassed. Aya, Nana sister, you just help me a little bit, I promise not to let you down. Xiao Yang pouted, but also deliberately blinked her eyes. Zhao Lina looked at Xiao Yang's rogue and confident look, helplessly sighed, Well, I will help you introduce a little, but not necessarily CMO, at that time you cannot blame me. The two then came to the third floor of a luxury antique store. This store is simply an ancient palace. Glass cabinets are placed in all kinds of antiques, a wide variety of dazzling, let a person dazzled. Although Xiao Yang didn't know anything about the industry, he could also feel the extraordinary quality that these antiques exuded. As soon as he entered the door, a waiter greeted him and said with a smile on his face, "Miss Xiao, you are not very happy today, are you here to look for treasures?" "No, specially come to visit your boss." Zhao Lina smiled and said, through a wave of elegance, "The boss is busy, the general business I do on behalf of the line." The waiter said, revealing a hint of arrogance, "We have antiques to show him." Zhao Lina said, handing over the bowl in her hand. The waiter took the bowl, scrutinized it carefully, but did not find anything special, so he said contemptuously, "I'm afraid this thing is difficult to get into the eyes of our boss." Just at this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came out from the inner room, saw Zhao Lina, a smile on his face. "Ms. Zhao, rare guest how can you have time to come to my place today?" "Boss business is booming Zhao Lina politely exchanged pleasantries. "This person is?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yang curiously. "My friend, there is a treasure that I would like to ask the boss to appreciate," Zhao Lina introduced. Although the middle-aged man felt that Xiao Yang looked ordinary, he was too embarrassed to reject it since it was brought by Zhao Lina, so he decided to take a look. He took the bowl and his eyes instantly became stern, scrutinizing every detail. After looking at it for a while, he hurriedly greeted the waiter and brought a magnifying glass. Under the magnifying glass, every detail of the bowl was clearly visible. The middle-aged man's face became more and more grave, and finally he confirmed that this was actually an authentic roux kiln, rare in the world. This kind of rare porcelain, the reserve price in the auction house at least 10 million to start. If you meet a good buyer, tens of millions is not difficult. Even if it is immediately out of the way, it is easy to get 10 million in profit. Although the suit middle-aged man has handled countless antiques, but this level of treasure in his career has only encountered a few times. Such a rare treasure was rare to come across once in a few years. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to give up the business that could be reached with a few $100,000, and instead entertained Xiao Yang with great hospitality. He knew that if this deal came to fruition, the profit he would make would far exceed the sum of hundreds of small businesses. "The source of this bowl, can you reveal a bit about it?" The man in the suit's eyes flickered and asked tentatively, as if he wanted to get something out of Xiao Yang's mouth. "There is no need to ask more, there are some things that it is not good to know." Xiao Yang slightly smiled, tone with a few points of mystery. "Naturally will not mention that $200 to purchase the heavenly secret. That brother's heart for the price of this bowl, can there be a rough number?" The man in the suit shrewdly scrutinized Xiao Yang, although it is clear in his heart that this bowl is worth thousands of dollars, but look at Xiao Yang's appearance does not seem to know the line. "Perhaps you can pick up a bargain." The waiter served tea at the right time, exquisite purple clay pot and small purple clay bowl, adding a few points of elegance to this transaction. The man in the suit personally poured tea for Xiao Yang, his movements skillful and elegant. Xiao Yang gently received the teacup, but did not rush to taste it, but secretly observed the suit man's demeanor. He secretly sighed in his heart, the business world is really cunning, everyone wants to squeeze the most out of each other. "You make a bid, if it's suitable, we'll make a deal," Xiao Yang said blandly, deliberately not revealing his bottom line, wanting to see how the man in the suit would play his cards. The man in the suit stretched out 5 fingers, $500,000, how about it? His eyes revealed a hint of smugness, as if he thought that this price was generous enough. Zhao Lina and the waiter were both shocked at his words. $500,000, for the waiter, it was simply an unimaginably huge amount of money for Zhao Lina, it was also a considerable amount of money. Xiao Yang, however, just smiled gently, and without even dipping his lips in the tea, he put away the bowl and prepared to leave. "Where is brother going?" The man in the suit saw this and hurriedly stopped. "No sincerity, do not play with. My time is precious, I don't want to waste words with insincere people." Xiao Yang had a disdainful face and his footsteps did not stop. Chapter 45 Money is fucking good. How am I insincere? I have pushed $2 million of business to wait for you. The man in the suit defended, a trace of anxiety flashing across his face. Xiao Yang remained silent and continued to walk forward. The man in the suit got anxious and stopped him again. $5 million, I am willing to offer $5 million to buy this bowl from you. This time, even Zhao Lina was so shocked that she couldn't speak, as if she was struck by lightning. $5 million, this was far beyond her expectations. $10 million. Xiao Yang, however, just lightly spat out the figure, his tone firm and decisive. The man in the suit looked embarrassed and said after a moment of silence, "Brother, since he knows his way around, then I'll be blunt. This bowl is indeed worth $10 million, and I can sell it for that price, but it needs the help of contacts and resources, and it's hard for ordinary people to reach that price. In order to wait for you, I have already shed hundreds of thousands of business, you more or less let me make some not. So, the highest I can offer is 8 million, this is my bottom line, any higher, I can only choose to give up." Xiao Yang stared at the man in the suit and saw a few moments of sincerity in his sincere eyes. "All right, 8 million then." Xiao Yang finally nodded. "Good. I like this quickness of my brother." The middle-aged man in the suit was overjoyed, turned back and walked quickly to the desk, quickly filled out a check, and then respectfully handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took the check and carefully examined the figure of $8 million on it, which was clearly visible. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. "It won't be a blank check, right?" He deliberately probed. "I have been in business for many years, reputation-based, will not do that kind of thing?" The middle-aged man said categorically. "Don't worry, he has a deep friendship with my father, and his character is absolutely reliable." Zhao Lina also added at the side, vouching for the man in the suit. Only then did Xiao Yang feel relieved to cash the check. Looking at the series of zeros on the bill, he felt a lot of emotions in his heart. $8 million, for him, was simply an unprecedented amount of money. Even to pay for the hospital expenses, it was just a tiny change in the numbers. Now that he was finally able to compete with others in Qingbei University, those luxury clothes and shoes and whatnot were no longer unattainable fantasies for him. Having money was damn good. Xiao Yang put his bank card into his wallet, while the bill was casually shredded and thrown into the trash. Although he had gotten rich overnight, he did not want to publicize it. At this moment, he remembered the curio store girl Tang Xitian, so took out the newly purchased Apple phone, dialed her phone. Tang Xitian, since that day from the curio store after leaving, has been staying in the rental house, day and night looking forward to, waiting for Xiao Yang's news. This time, when the phone rang, she almost instantly bounced up from the bed and picked up the phone in surprise. "Hello, is this Tang Xitian? The thing we said before has come to an end. We go to rent the store, and then according to your design to decorate, once the formalities are completed we can open up." Xiao Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone, full of vigor and expectation. "Really? That's great. I'll go out right away." Tang Xitian was so excited that she almost jumped up, hurriedly changed her clothes and went out. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, stood in front of the door of that store transfer and waited patiently. This place was in an excellent location, close to Qingbei University, with a large number of students coming and going every day. It was the perfect place to open a store. Just when he was waiting a bit impatiently, a familiar figure suddenly broke into his sight. Xiao Yang fixed his eyes on it, and it was Morong Chushue. Morong Chushue was walking with her girlfriends and saw Xiao Yang from afar with a surprised face, then she quickly ran over. "Xiao Yang!" she shouted out before she even reached her heels. "Sister? Why are you here?" Xiao Yang was also a bit surprised. "I still want to ask you, disappeared for more than half a month, the phone cannot be reached, I thought that something happened to you," Morong Chushue said with some anger. "Which I'm not hospitalized," Xiao Yang explained. "Hospitalized? How did you get hospitalized? Were you hit by a car?" Morong Chushue got nervous when she heard it and asked. "Well, accidentally hit," Xiao Yang said lightly. "Does it hurt?" "Let me see." Morong Chushue said that she was going to check Xiao Yang's wound. Xiao Yang looked at her concerned look and couldn't help but smile. "You're so heartbroken for me." Morong Chushue realized that she was a bit out of character, her face flushed and she clenched her fist and lightly punched Xiao Yang's chest. Xiao Yang's injuries were not fully healed, and he cringed at the pain of this whack. Morong Chushue saw this and knew that Xiao Yang was not pretending, and quickly asked, "Really hurt?" "If you don't believe me, look." Xiao Yang said and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the wound on his chest. Morong Chushue saw the bruises on Xiao Yang's chest and was so distressed that she gently stroked it. Xiao Yang felt the gentleness of her fingertips and the light fragrance emanating from her body, and his heart was intoxicated for a while. "The pain is all gone with this touch of yours," Xiao Yang said with a smile. You are playing a hooligan." Morong Chushue glared at Xiao Yang and pretended to be angry. "It is clear that you are mooching off me, how can you say that I am a hooligan?" Xiao Yang said innocently. Morong Chushue was momentarily speechless. Humph, ignore you. After saying that, she turned her head away. You little princess, the moment something doesn't go your way, you make a scene. Xiao Yang helplessly shook his head. Humph. Wait, what are you doing standing in front of this closed store? Morong Chushue suddenly noticed the store transfer sign behind Xiao Yang. I intend to rent this store. Xiao Yang said frankly. Ah? You want to open a store? Morong Chushue asked in surprise. Precisely. Xiao Yang nodded. What kind of store? Morong Chushue asked curiously. Milk tea store. Xiao Yang replied. Milk tea store? My dad started out as a milk tea store back in the day. He knows this industry like the back of his hand. Do you know how to make milk tea? Morong Chushue asked with some skepticism. I don't know. Xiao Yang honestly admitted. Do not know how you open? Could it be a franchise? But you have to be careful, there are a lot of traps inside the franchise. Morong Chushue reminded. Not also, I create my own brand. Xiao Yang said confidently. You will not do milk tea, how to create ah? Morong Chushue more skeptical. Someone will ah. Xiao Yang had just finished speaking when he saw Tang Xidian running over. Tang Xidian was wearing a short denim skirt, stepping on canvas shoes, her ponytail swaying from side to side as she ran, looking both lively and cute. Although she didn't have Morong Chushue's kind of noble temperament and stunning beauty, she was gentle and understanding and rarely lost her temper. In comparison, Morong Chushue was like a spoiled little princess, and it was difficult for ordinary people to get a good look from her. It was only Xiao Yang who enjoyed this special treatment because he had once saved her life. Brother Xiao, I really let you wait for a long time, the bus was jammed, I was in a hurry. Tang Xidian jogged all the way over, panting, with fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Chapter 46 Yangchun Baishue, a natural pair. Morong Chushue curiously surveyed this strange girl who suddenly appeared on the side, with a few probing eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yang hurriedly introduced the two of them. This is Tang Xidian, the future partner of my milk tea store. She holds an exclusive secret recipe in her hands, and the milk tea she makes is definitely different. Tang Xidian smiled a little embarrassed, then turned to Morong Chushue. Hello, I am Tang Xidian, can I call you sister? She felt that Morong Chushue looked a bit older than herself and her tone was full of respect. Although Morong Chushue had a cold and arrogant character, but for Xiao Yang's friends, she still treated them with courtesy. Hello, call me whatever you want, whatever. Seeing that the two were getting along well, Xiao Yang dialed the phone number reserved for the store. Hey boss, we have arrived, when are you coming over? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, I have a temporary matter on my side, I may have to be a few hours late before I can go over. Hearing this, Xiao Yang frowned helplessly, then suggested, then why don't we come over at night? Good, I'm really sorry for making you guys come all the way here for nothing. The other party apologized repeatedly. Xiao Yang hung up the phone and turned his head to Tang Xidian and shook his head. It seems that we can only come back at night. Tang Xidian, however, said very considerately, Brother Xiao, I can do it myself, you don't have to accompany me. You still accompany your friends. She originally wanted to say girlfriend, but felt that it was not appropriate, so she changed her words. In fact, Tang Xidian heart to Xiao Yang has always had a good feeling. She knows that Xiao Yang is not a pool of things, the future will certainly make a difference. Especially after seeing Morong Chushue today, she felt even more that the distance between herself and Xiao Yang was unattainable. Morong Chushue was flawless, whether it was her temperament or upbringing, it was the ideal image in her mind. In comparison, she was indeed much inferior. Also, if you need money, feel free to let me know. Xiao Yang did not force himself, he understood Tang Xidian's character and knew that she was an independent and self-reliant girl. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Tang Xidian bowed deeply in gratitude, then turned around and left. Afterwards, Xiao Yang and Morong Chushue also left the food street and returned to school together. On the way, Morong Chushue couldn't help but ask Xiao Yang, when did you become so rich? Xiao Yang smiled, don't I look like a rich man? Morong Chushue said matter-of-factly, at least not now. Xiao Yang proposed, then why don't you help me choose some clothes, according to your taste? Morong Chushue, however, cast her eyes to the striking Zhaolina in the distance. Isn't Zhaolina quite good? You let her help you choose. Xiao Yang, however, shook his head. I prefer a lower-profile one, like you, it's quite good, it looks ordinary, but those who understand it naturally understand it. Zhaolina is too ostentatious, not suitable for me. Morong Chushue smiled sweetly, so we are a natural pair. Xiao Yang also smiled, that's not true, the ancients have long arranged it. Morong Chushue was a little confused, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yang said meaningfully, Yang Chun Baikshu. Morong Chushue curiously asked, so what? Xiao Yang explained, I am Yang Chun, you are white snow. Morong Chushue deliberately teased, then what? Xiao Yang laughed, understand pretending not to understand is not it, so will be a trick. Spring Yang appeared, white snow will have to be turned into water. Morong Chushue is still confused, meaning you grams me? That is called a natural match, where is the natural pair? Xiao Yang patiently explained, not also, this water is not the other water. This mood, need you to savor to understand. Ah, I get it. Morong Chushue suddenly came to a realization, her cheeks instantly dyed with 2 red clouds, as shy as a first bloom rose. UBT. Even tried to take advantage of me. While she was shy, she swung her fist at Xiao Yang, but she was only doing it for show and did not really exert any force. Xiao Yang dodged away, smiling innocently, how did I BT? Obviously, it's you who have misinterpreted it, but it's a synonym for elegance. You are still sophomoric. You are a pervert, still do not admit. Morong Chushue puffed and puffed, again to chase after Xiao Yang, but where to catch up with him, so she could only stomp her feet in place, furious. You stand still. Don't run. She chased and shouted at the same time, and the two of them just jostled and laughed all the way to the school. After the military training, Xiao Yang's skin was still as fair as jade, attracting envious gazes from the girls in the class. How come he didn't get a tan? It was really strange. On the road, a girl with long flowing hair said to the girl with short hair in her ears beside her. Maybe he was born without a tan, it's really enviable. The short-haired girl responded, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Yes, I also want to have his skin like that, not tanned, how refreshing it looks. The long-haired girl sighed. At this time, Xiao Yang had already walked to the teaching building and prepared for class. He found a corner seat and sat down, intending to take advantage of a short nap before class. His roommate, Wu Dashan, had gone to work part-time, and although Xiao Yang wanted to give him a laptop, Wu Dashan insisted on earning his own money to pay it back. Although Xiao Yang now has millions of dollars in wealth, but a laptop is really insignificant to him, but Wu Dashan is just stubborn, unwilling to take other people's things for nothing. Xiao Yang originally wanted to sleep, but I heard that this professor is very strict, 3 absences will directly fail the course, so he had to reluctantly get up, but also have to help Wu Dashan answer to. The bell rang, the classroom was still sparsely populated, the large classroom of 300 people only sat more than 200 people. At this time, a professor wearing black-framed glasses walked in, he held up his glasses and majestically scanned the circle. There were clearly more than 300 people on the list, but now there were only 200. The professor's voice echoed in the classroom with a hint of dissatisfaction, public classes are crowded, I can't call the roll in every class, but discipline can't be abolished. After saying that, he heavily tapped the blackboard, and the sound shook the hearts and minds of the people. Students heard a sigh of relief, glad that they are not absent today, in the face of such a strict professor, who do not want to fail the course because of absence. Roll call began, 3 times did not arrive, directly flunked, pleading for mercy is useless. The professor announced and then began to unfold the list, Li Hui. Arrived. A crisp voice responded. Huang Jie. Here. Shi Zhenxiang. No one answered. The professor shouted again, Shi Zhenxiang. Still no response. Shi Zhenxiang is absent once. The professor records it. Continue, Wu Dashan. The professor shouts. 2. Xiao Yang replied in a loud voice. At this time, a girl in front heard this familiar voice and curiously turned back to look at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. The professor suddenly shouted. Going to. Xiao Yang deliberately changed his voice, trying to muddle through. The girl heard Xiao Yang's voice and looked back at him again with a sly smile. Xiao Yang took a look, it turned out to be the history department's schoolmate Zhuamushi. He quickly made a gesture to her, signaling her not to reveal herself. Chapter 47 Good Wine Not Seeing. Zhuamushi smiled heartily and nodded, indicating that she understood. Holding the book in her hand, Zhuamushi lightly bent down and weaved between the seats, finally sitting steadily next to Xiao Yang. She smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with the joy of not seeing her for a long time. It's been a long time, where have you been all this time? How come you haven't even seen a single shadow? Xiao Yang glanced at her and smiled playfully. Where I went is not important, but you, sophomore, how to take the same class with our freshman? It cannot be. Hey, don't mention it, was that professor to fail the subject, can only repeat the study. Zhuamushi sighed helplessly and shrugged. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. You will also fail the subject? This is not like your usual style of often skipping classes. Zhuamushi laughed bitterly. Freshman year was too excited, added many clubs, busy and dizzy, and as a result, missed classes. Who knows, that old professor is so strict, directly gave me to hang up. Xiao Yang sniffed, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Just right, you answer for me, I don't have to come. Zhuamushi hurriedly shook his head, a face of horror. I wouldn't dare, I now have a shadow on the roll call. And there is no gender on the list, more than 300 people, how can you remember? Even if your name is Xiao Yang, he might still think it's a girl's name. Xiao Yang smiled and tried to convince her, it's fine, he can't remember it. Just do me this favor, consider it as me owing you a favor. But Zhuamushi still firmly refused. No, I really don't dare. In case I get hung up again, I'll lose more than I gain. Just then, the professor's voice sounded again. Zhuamushi. Zhuamushi hurriedly answered, too. After the class, Zhuamushi said to Xiao Yang with an excited face, I have a new discovery. I've been trying to contact you, but I can't always get in touch. Xiao Yang curiously asked, what discovery? Zhuamushi mysteriously approached him and whispered, I found clues about your ability in an ancient book. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Quickly tell me. Zhuamushi lowered his voice, afraid of being heard by others. There is a kind of girl in the world, known as the chosen daughter of God. It is said that those who come into contact with them have the possibility of acquiring special abilities. Xiao Yang frowned, somewhat puzzled. What does it mean? Zhuamushi explained, the books are not very detailed, but the general idea is this. Those who come into contact with the chosen daughter of God may increase their wisdom or enhance their physical strength. In short, they will gain some abilities that are beyond the ordinary. Xiao Yang pursued, is there any basis for this? Zhuamushi nodded and said seriously, the book mentioned a few scientists, saying that they all gained supernormal capabilities because they came into contact with the chosen daughter of God, thus becoming great scientists. Xiao Yang heard this and was shocked out. This is too unbelievable. Zhuamushi, however, analyzed the head. Think about it, Newton really discovered gravity because the apple hit his head? Their theories are still very few people can fully understand, beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Behind this, there must be a special reason. Xiao Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he listened to Zhuamushi's words. He recalled his own skill, unlocking the beginner level to be able to understand all textbook knowledge below the university level. The system interface had once shown that the advanced level could even be omniscient of unknown human sciences. If what Zhuamushi said is true. Xiao Yang suddenly remembered the rose tattoo on Morong Chushue's leg, and his heart was shocked. Could it be because of this? After class, Xiao Yang couldn't wait to dial Morong Chushue's phone, wanting to explore the secret. Sister, where are you now? I have something to find you. Morong Chushue said lazily on the other end of the phone. I'm at home, I don't have class until the afternoon. What are you looking for me for? Xiao Yang asked eagerly, do you have any information about that monastery when you were furthering your studies in Greece? I want to take a look. Morong Chushue was a bit puzzled. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten the name of the school. Xiao Yang urged, how could you forget your school? Think about it and see if there is anything related to the convent. Morong Chushue helplessly agreed, all right, I'll look for it. But what do you need those things for? Xiao Yang said mysteriously, I'll explain later, you look for it first. I'll look for you in your dormitory in the afternoon. Good, after 5:30 you come, remember to call first. Oh. Morong Chushue's voice came from the other end of the phone, gentle as water. Xiao Yang hung up the phone, but his heart was shrouded like a layer of fog, doubts and curiosity intertwined, making it difficult for him to calm down. The whole afternoon, he was like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting, finally decided to go straight to the girls' dormitory, wanting to solve the mystery in his heart as soon as possible. When he arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, he found that it was already crowded and bustling with people. He dialed Morong Chushue's phone again, but learned that she needed to return late because of family matters, and asked him to come back to her at night. Xiao Yang had no choice but to return to his dormitory first, but the inquisitive heart in his mind grew stronger, like a burning flame that could not be extinguished. Night fell and the time slipped quietly to 10 o'clock. Xiao Yang once again came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and was about to dial Morong Chushue's phone number when he suddenly saw Zhao Lina walk out of the dormitory. Xiao Yang. Did you come to play with me? Zhao had an excited look on her face and ran like a happy bird and directly grabbed the cell phone in his hand. In the future, you can directly call me downstairs. Xiaoyang opened his mouth. He wanted to say his purpose, but when he saw Zhao face full of smiles and expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to spoil her fun. What's wrong? You look like you're not happy? Zhao keenly perceived Xiaoyang's abnormality and asked with concern. No. Nothing. Xiaoyang stammered in response. Sini, you should be happy, right? Zhao smiled and held his arm, pampering him. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly, but his heart was a little bitter. He had wanted to refuse Zhao invitation, but looking at her enthusiastic appearance, he really couldn't bear to open his mouth. Go la. Let's go to the bar to have some fun and forget about those troublesome things. Zhao pulled Xiaoyang towards the motorcycle. I have something. Xiaoyang tried to struggle. Tonight you must accompany me. Zhao could not help but pull him on the motorcycle. Don't worry, I have a driver's license, not afraid of traffic police check. Xiaoyang still wanted to find an excuse to refuse, but Zhao had already jumped on the motorcycle and started the engine. With a loud rumble, the motorcycle cut through the night sky, carrying Xiaoyang rushed out of the campus, straight to the nearby bar Good Wine Not Seen. This bar was one of the most famous entertainment places around the university, and it was crowded and lively every night. As soon as he stepped into the door of the bar, the deafening sound of music came to him, and the colorful lights flickered and blurred, making it seem as if he was in a dream world. Chapter 48. This has chicken hair to do with you. The two of them landed on the best card seat, with a wide view of the whole lively scene of the bar. The minimum spending here all started at $1,000. Soon after, a bottle of whiskey worth a lot of money was placed on the table by the waiter. Zhao poured Xiaoyang a drink, but her words were drowned out by the clamor of the bar. Xiaoyang helplessly raised his glass and drank it down. The crowd on the dance floor swayed their bodies to the music, and the girls' long hair flew in the wind as they closed their eyes to revel in the world of music. Xiaoyang was also slightly drunk after drinking half a glass of wine. He looked blankly at the crowd on the dance floor. Suddenly, he saw a familiar back figure by the bar. That was Lin Jia. She was wearing a tight wrap-around short skirt with a marvelous figure. A lewd man with braided hair deliberately sat next to her, and after whispering a few words, Lin Jia turned around. Xiaoyang recognized her at a glance. Lin Jia? Why was she here? Xiaoyang's heart was filled with surprise and disbelief. He curiously watched Lin Jia and the lewd man's movements. He only saw that after they had talked for a few sentences, Lin Jia seemed to be a bit hesitant to reject something, but was eventually convinced by the lewd man. Just then, Zhao cell phone suddenly vibrated. After she signaled to Xiaoyang, she got up and went out to answer the phone. Xiaoyang sat alone on the card seat and continued to observe Lin Jia and the lewd man's behavior. After seeing them talk again for a few sentences, Lin Jia got up and left her seat, but not in the direction of the main door, but in the direction of the restroom. So it was to go to the restroom. Xiaoyang said to himself. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw the lewd man quietly pull out a small bag, and after looking around, he quickly dumped the powder in the bag into Lin Jia's wine glass, and then shook the glass vigorously for a few moments, so that the powder would fully dissolve in the wine. Xiaoyang witnessed all this and was shocked in his heart. He knew exactly what that powder was. It was a dangerous substance similar to ecstasy. The lewd man, on the other hand, thought that he had done this evil deed unknowingly, and proudly waited for Lin Jia's return. Xiaoyang leisurely sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for his prey to fall into the trap like a cheetah. He looked at the lewd man from afar, the anticipation of sitting on the fence written all over his face. At this moment, Lin Jia walked out of the restroom, her body swaying and taking in the spirit. Immediately, as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, the man greeted Lin Jia and got close to her. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, quietly approached them. Due to the interval between individuals, coupled with the dim lighting in the bar, Lin Jia did not find Xiaoyang's presence. Xiaoyang casually ordered a glass of whiskey, but his ears were perked up like antennae, fearing that he would miss any of their conversations. I told so many jokes, but you didn't laugh at any of them. The lewd man took a sip of wine, his eyes staring straight at Lin Jia, hoping that she would also drink a glass of wine with bravado. But Lin Jia, hand on the forehead, seems to have been a bit on the head, ears red as apples, eyes also fluctuating. Today's heart is so clogged up that it really can't laugh. Lin Jia gently rattled the wineglass in front of her, did not even look at the indecent man. The man was as anxious as the ants on the hot pot, and kept muttering in his heart, quickly drink ah, quickly drink ah. But Lin Jia just don't buy it, just holding the glass turn and turn, the ice inside her almost melted away. What is it that bothers you so much? Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it. The lewd man began to ask tentatively. The principal of the school for no reason to find my fault, I was aggrieved, but there is no place to say reason to go. Lin Jia mentioned this matter on the angry, violently raised his glass and put it down heavily. The posture is like to take the glass as the principal to drop. So it is misunderstood, come here to take a break is also good. The lewd man hurriedly consoled, all right, a glass of wine down, what worries are gone. Said, he wanted to clink glasses with Lin Jia, but Lin Jia simply do not care about him. The man is even more anxious, one after another to urge Lin Jia to drink. Lin Jia pushed his headache and small amount of alcohol, but the obscene man which cared so much, directly picked up Lin Jia's glass of wine into her mouth. Ahem. Lin Jia was poured a large mouthful of wine, coughing tears are coming out, what do you really want to do? I'm doing this for your own good, trying to help you forget your troubles. The creepy guy was still talking. Fuck off. I don't need your kindness. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Lin Jia looked like she was drunk and started to go crazy. The people around were attracted by the commotion and cast curious gazes. The man hurriedly put on a look of intimacy with Lin Jia, stop, let's go home. Lin Jia wanted to break away from him, but felt like there was a fire burning in her body, hot and uncomfortable, the impulse is getting stronger and stronger, the consciousness also began to become blurred, eyes only left in front of the figure of this man. Just when the obscene man was complacent, thinking that he was about to get it, Xiaoyang suddenly appeared at the side of Lin Jia. Who do you want to take away? Who do you want to take with you? The lewd man was startled by Xiaoyang's sudden appearance. You. Who are you? This sentence should be me asking you. Xiaoyang's eyes were like a sharp knife, stabbing the lewd man's heart. Xiaoyang? Although Lin Jia was not quite conscious anymore, she still instinctively shouted out Xiaoyang's name. Are you okay? Xiaoyang held Lin Jia as she felt her body burning. Lin Jia looked at Xiaoyang with mesmerized and longing eyes, her slightly open lips still had the shine of wine on them, and the cherry red lipstick added a few more points of temptation. How can a lecherous man let go so easily? What exactly is the relationship between you two? He stiffly questioned Xiaoyang. This has nothing to do with you? Xiaoyang disdainfully asked. You want to pick a fight, don't you? Do you know who I am? The lewd man started to roll up his sleeves, ready to make a move. Who are you? Let me have a good look. Xiaoyang said and closed in on the man, suddenly reached out and grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the bar. With a bam, the lewd man screamed in pain. Still dare to be arrogant? Xiaoyang picked up his collar and slammed his fist on the small of his back. The lewd man directly knelt on the ground and wailed in pain. Brat, I'll fuck you to death. He was just about to raise his head to counterattack when Xiaoyang lifted his collar and slammed a heavy punch on the left side of his face. The lewd man spat out blood from his mouth and completely got down. Try cursing again? Xiaoyang raised his fist to threaten, his eyes as sharp as a falcon. You go to hell. Unexpectedly, the indecent man even pulled out a knife, fiercely stabbed at Xiaoyang. But Xiaoyang's quick eyes and hands, a twist of his arm, a reverse twist, the knife fell far to the ground. Drugged to cheat a woman, use a knife if you can't beat her, you're not even as good as a dog. Xiaoyang roared and pressed him down hard on the ground. The lewd man wailed in pain, his face as pale as paper. Big brother, spare my life. I was wrong. He begged bitterly for mercy, sweat running down his cheeks. Chapter 49 Teacher, calm down. At this time, the security guards came sniffing around, but the bartender signaled that they didn't need to intervene because this matter was beyond their scope of handling. Xiaoyang squatted in front of the lewd man and questioned with a torch-like gaze, say. How many women have you cheated? The lewd man endured the pain and answered, no, haven't cheated. The next second, Xiaoyang's strength was intensified violently, and the sound of bones being dislocated ensued. Ah! I said, only 2. The lewd man groaned in pain. Only 2? Xiaoyang sneered and increased his strength again. 6. The lewd man said vaguely. At this time, a security guard came around and proposed that the matter be handed over to the police. Xiaoyang let go of the lewd man, picked up Lin Jia, who was already somewhat blurred in consciousness, and resolutely left the scene. Xiaoyang, who originally wanted to find Zhaolina to help, learned that her best friend had something to do and could not get away. So, he helped Lin Jia to stop a cab. Where to go? the driver inquired. Xiao Yang then realized that he did not know Lin Jia's address. Ms. Lin, where is your home? Xiao Yang shook the already half-drunk Lin Jia. Xiao Yang accompanied me tonight. Lin Jia pounced on Xiao Yang. Her face was scarlet and her drunken eyes were confused. Her breath carries a faint scent of wine and body odor, which makes people a little apathetic. Calm down, tell me the address. Xiao Yang struggled to stay sober. After Lin Jia vaguely said Fairview Home, Building 6, 609, Xiao Yang instructed the driver to go to Fairview Home. The night was getting thicker and the streets were empty and deserted. The cab sped through the night, nearly 11 o'clock at midnight, and it was as if only the two of them were left in the entire city. Soon, the cab stopped steadily in front of the Fairview Home. Xiao Yang paid, holding Lin Jia stepped into the neighborhood. After many twists and turns, Xiao Yang finally found 609, Building 6. The house is a 2-room, 1-bedroom small family, simple and cozy. Xiao Yang helped Lin Jia into the interior, found that both rooms looked so feminine, a moment at a loss for words. Just then, Lin Jia's medication started to kick in, her eyes were wild and she was almost losing her mind. Even though the alcohol had subsided a little, her consciousness was still blurred and she couldn't help but pounce towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, she fiercely hugged Xiao Yang, her breathing was rapid and fiery. Teacher, don't be like this, we are teachers and students. Xiao Yang struggled to break free, but Lin Jia's hands were like iron pincers tightening around his neck. Doesn't Yang like teacher? Lin Jia's face was as red as a haze, and her gaze was as hot as fire, as if she wanted to melt Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang could not push back, so he had to help Lin Jia into the room nearby. Inside the house, pink sheets and double bed complement each other, the wooden closet exudes a rustic atmosphere. The dressing table was full of cosmetics, making it clear at a glance that this was a woman's residence. Xiao Yang turned on the light and gently helped Lin Jia to lie down on the bed. Teacher, take a rest, I'm leaving. He wanted to turn around and leave, but Lin Jia pulled him tightly. This is my home. Lin Jia was wearing a short black wrap-around skirt with ultra-thin black stockings and a white blouse, which made her look especially charming. However, at this moment, she completely lost her previous reserve, her legs wrapped around Xiao Yang and flung herself on top of him. Yang. She murmured, her hands unconsciously caressing Xiao Yang's face. Teacher, calm down a bit. Xiao Yang struggled and tried to break free from Lin Jia. Lin Jia was unforgiving and said in a delicate voice, LG. Teacher, wake up, I am Xiao Yang, not you LG, Xiao Yang emphasized. I am Xiao Yang, not your LG, Xiao Yang emphasized. Lin Jia's fist lightly pounded Xiao Yang's chest. Mr. Lin, look carefully, I am your student Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang once again declared. LG has denied me. Lin Jia was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying. She had to be brought back to her senses, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yang knew in his heart that even if they didn't do anything at the moment, if outsiders bumped into this ambiguous state, both of them could face the grave risk of being expelled from the school. For something like this to happen between a teacher and a student, it would be a scandal bigger than the sky, enough to make the entire campus boil, and even affect their future careers. Xiao Yang's heart is in his throat, he is not sure if there is someone living in the next room, if there really is someone, then in all likelihood it is a colleague from the school. New teachers, in order to save money, usually share an apartment with their colleagues. When I think of this, Xiao Yang felt numb, if it is a colleague bumped into, it can really jump into the yellow river cannot wash. Just as Xiao Yang's thoughts were racing and his forehead was sweating with nervousness, Lin Jia's eyes suddenly became mesmerized as if she had lost focus, and right after that, she opened her arms and with an infatuated smile, she violently pounced on him. Just in the nick of time, the sound of unlocking came from outside the door, and the key clattered in the lock hole, as if it was signaling an impending crisis. Xiao Yang's heart tightened, he knew that he must not hesitate at this moment. He struggled to break free from Lin Jia's embrace and jumped off the bed in an arrow step, but Lin Jia stuck to him like a piece of craft candy and refused to let go. Xiao Yang could only harden his head and move his feet with difficulty, and managed to move to the door of the room. He did not hesitate to close the door, clicked, and locked the door lock tightly back-locked. Just then, the security door had been opened, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground. A woman's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Jia, are you still awake? Xiao Yang was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He quickly turned around and covered Lin Jia's mouth for fear that she would make half a sound. Immediately after, the sound of shoes being taken off and slippers being changed came from outside the door, followed by the sound of footsteps, walking step by step towards the living room. Xiaoyang didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax. He quickly carried Lin Jia back to the bed and asked in a lowered voice, "Who is your roommate?" Although Lin Jia was delirious, when she heard this question, she subconsciously answered loudly, "A teacher in the art department." The woman outside the door seemed to have heard something. She shouted in confusion, "Lin Jia?" Then came the sound of twisting the lock of the door, but since the room was unlocked by Xiaoyang, the door did not open. "Lin Jia?" The woman outside the door called out again, her voice revealing a hint of puzzlement. Xiaoyang tightly covered Lin Jia's mouth to prevent her from moving around. Lin Jia struggled a few times but could not make a sound at all. "Don't make a sound, we'll be finished if we're discovered." Xiaoyang warned her sternly with his eyes and tone. The woman outside the door seemed a bit puzzled as she mumbled to herself, "Sleeping? Was it a dream talk just now?" Afterwards, the footsteps faded away and seemed to be heading towards the bathroom. Only then did Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief. He was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. However, he also knew that going on like this was not a solution. He had to find a way to make Lin Jia completely awake. Just then, Lin Jia did not give up. Her hand quietly reached for his shirt and began to undo his buttons one by one. Xiaoyang wanted to stop it, but with one hand to hold Lin Jia and the other to cover her mouth, he couldn't free his hand at all. If he let go, Lin Jia would definitely yell and scream, and then it would really be over. At this moment, Lin Jia had completely lost her mind and was starving. The buttons of his shirt were undone by Lin Jia one by one, and then reached for his belt, and with a click, the belt was undone. Chapter 50. Have a good time. Xiaoyang saw that the situation wasn't good, and he immediately let go of Lin Jia's back and covered her mouth with one hand while suppressing her on the bed, so that he could free up his other hand to deal with it. Lin Jia desperately struggled, but Xiaoyang covered her mouth with one hand while one hand was busy tying the belt. Although Lin Jia fought hard, she was clearly out of her depth and instead began to unbutton her own clothes. As Lin Jia's shirt gradually slipped off and her skin was gradually exposed, Xiaoyang became more anxious in his heart. He had to find a way to control the situation as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Right at this moment, his eyes became wise in a hurry, and his gaze landed on the black stockings beside the bed. While covering Lin Jia's mouth, he quickly reached out and grabbed the stocking, kneaded it into a ball, and then ruthlessly shoved it into Lin Jia's mouth. Lin Jia was gagged by the stockings and could only make whimpering noises, but could no longer cry out. Xiaoyang took the opportunity to use another stocking to tightly wrap her arms up and secure them with a knot. Next, he used another stocking to firmly tie her legs together as well. Lin Jia was still undeterred though, her body twisting desperately. Just at this moment, an inquiring voice once again came from outside the door. "Lin Jia, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Lin Jia was unable to respond and could only struggle helplessly. Xiaoyang knew that he had to take complete control of the situation, otherwise they would really be finished once they were discovered. However, the stockings by the bedside had already run out, so he had to jump off the bed and quickly open the drawer of the closet, rummaging through it to find a few newly purchased stockings too. Xiaoyang tied Lin Jia tightly once again, making sure that she couldn't move. Lin Jia was completely fixed to the legs of the bed and could only shake her body helplessly. Xiaoyang looked at her and was slightly relieved, thinking that when the drug effect passed, Lin Jia would naturally regain her senses, and she would explain properly then. However, the silence outside the door caused a trace of doubt to rise in his heart. It was the middle of the night, why wasn't there any movement outside? Just as he was wondering, the lights on the balcony suddenly lit up, and a pair of eyes gazed at him coldly through the glass door, as if they wanted to see through him. Xiaoyang was shocked in his heart and fixed his eyes to see that it was a woman wearing a black harem dress with her hair in a high bun, with a delicate figure and a cold temperament, but her eyes revealed a hint of strangeness. Xiaoyang screamed in his heart that it was not good. This sudden change had caught him a little off guard. It was really unlucky to the extreme. It was only then that he realized that the original balconies were actually connected and the two rooms shared a balcony. Xiaoyang stared at the female teacher on the balcony, secretly chagrined in his heart. He was so focused on locking the door to his room that he forgot that there was a door to the balcony behind him. The female teacher stared at Xiaoyang and Lin Jia inside the room. Lin Jia was tied up, struggling like a snake, her face was flushed, and her eyes were burning. Xiaoyang and the female teacher looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. After a moment of silence, the female teacher slowly opened her mouth. "You teachers, listen to my explanation." Xiaoyang hurriedly interrupted her words, fearing that she had misunderstood something. "There is no need." The female teacher waved her hand to stop him. "I understand." Xiaoyang's heart was cold. This is the end, not even the opportunity to defend. He hurriedly said, "Teacher, you listen to me." "Really do not need to say." The female teacher interrupted him again, "Everyone is an adult, a little special hobby is normal. What haven't art students seen before? You guys go on, just keep it down, don't affect the neighbor's rest. If you need empowerment tools, I have plenty of them there." Xiaoyang looked at the female teacher in dismay, not expecting that she would mistake them for playing some BT game and take the initiative to provide guidance. He cried and laughed and said, "No, teacher, we are fine on our own. Then I wish you guys a good time." The female teacher laughed and left, leaving a "I understand you" look and an enigmatic smile, making Xiaoyang feel both embarrassed and helpless. The next morning, Xiaoyang returned to school but was discovered by the hostel aunt for staying out at night. Auntie reprimanded him severely and threatened to tell Linjia, the counselor. Xiaoyang was secretly glad that last night's embarrassment had made him and Linjia come to an agreement to keep the secret. Therefore, when Auntie reported it to Linjia, Linjia only responded perfunctorily and did not report it to the school. Xiaoyang thus escaped death, and Linjia was also lenient to Xiaoyang's minor faults because of the handle she had on him. A subtle umbrella relationship was formed between the two, allowing Xiaoyang to be more at home on campus. At noon, Morong Chushua found Xiaoyang and handed him a thick stack of information. "It's all here, take your time to read it," Morong Chushua said. Xiaoyang took the information and after flipping through a few pages he felt a headache. These foreign language materials were simply heavenly books to him, dazzling him. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that it would be better to leave it to Zhuomushi to decipher. So, he turned around and prepared to go back to his dormitory. "This information, what exactly are you going to use it for? Do you want to study in a foreign country?" Morong Chushue asked curiously. "No, just interested, just casually flipping through it," Xiaoyang answered casually. Then I went up first, the report piled into a mountain, really regretted to choose the medical profession, to memorize too many things." Morong Chushue complained, then waved her hand, "Bye-bye." Just as Morong Chushue was about to leave, Xiaoyang suddenly called out to her, "Wait a minute, do you feel that there is something different about yourself?" Morong Chushue froze for a moment and then looked at Xiaoyang curiously, "Why would you ask that?" "I feel that I am quite ordinary." Xiaoyang pondered in his heart and remembered the chosen daughter of God that Zhuomushi had once mentioned, and he suspected that Morong Chushue might be that chosen one. So, he tentatively asked, such as, "Have you ever encountered anything strange?" Or, "Have you ever realized that you have any special abilities? Different from the rest?" "That is, I am both beautiful and rich chanting," Morong Chushue confidently answered. When Xiaoyang heard this, he was momentarily speechless, so he could only smile helplessly, "Reasonable and rational, these are indeed different. However, this is not what I mean by different." Morong Chushue blinked mischievously, "What are you talking about then? Don't tell me you're interested in my inner self as well, oh." After saying that, she bounced up the stairs and went back to her dormitory, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. Xiaoyang looked at her departing back and shook his head, taking out his cell phone to call Zhuomushi. On the other end of the phone, Zhuomushi's voice was clear and pleasant. "Hello, Xiaoyang? What's the matter? I found some information, see if you can find anything." Xiaoyang said eagerly, he always felt that these materials were hiding some unknown secrets. "Okay, I am in the library history hall, you come to me." Zhuomushi agreed cheerfully. Xiaoyang hung up the phone and hurried to the library holding the information. Xiaoyang weaved through the crowd, looking for Zhuomushi's figure. Suddenly, his back was gently tapped. Chapter 51 1 Act 2 Gains. He turned around, only to see Zhuomushi looking at him with a smile. "Hey, here it is." Looking so urgently, is there some big discovery? The two found a corner and sat down. Zhuomushi took the information and skillfully flipped through it. Xiaoyang looked at her focused look and couldn't help but ask, "You know Greek?" "Yes, I also know Latin, French, Italian, Spanish, and a bit of Japanese," Zhuomushi said lightly, as if these were just a piece of cake for her. Xiaoyang was dumbfounded and marveled, "How are you so good? Learn so many languages." "I don't know, once you learn, and many foreign languages are compatible." Zhuomushi shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed face. Xiaoyang asked to see other information. Zhuomushi handed him a red notebook. Xiaoyang flipped it open and saw that it recorded a large amount of information about the Rosebed Society. He read it line by line, and suddenly, a line caught his attention. Summary of the rules of the Rosebed Society: heal the sick without compensation, refuse other work. Xiao Yang stared at this rule, and ripples could not help but spread in his heart. He recalled Morong Chushua's study of medicine and could not help but wonder if she had anything to do with it. And the fact that she was still single, was it because she had sworn chastity and followed some kind of rule of the Rosebed Society? He continued flipping through the notebook and his eyes widened even more when he saw a painting. In the painting, the Rosebed members were concentrating on annotating the Bible. Xiao Yang was mesmerized by the painting, and Zhuomushi explained at the side, this painting is one of the important symbols of the Rosebed Society. It represents the members' desire for knowledge and exploration of mysterious powers. Xiao Yang nodded and continued flipping through the notebook. As he continued to read, he found more hidden information. The Rosebed Society was founded by the Greek Helena, and legend had it that there were magical supermen in the group. It was rumored that many people had failed in their attempts to join. The more Xiao Yang read, the more fascinated he became, as if he had opened up a whole new world. He looked up at Zhuomushi with a face full of curiosity and excitement. This information is too important. We have to study it properly. Zhuomushi smiled and nodded, that's right, it seems that we have really found a clue to the unknown world. The two looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity for the unknown world. The Rosicrucian Society, a mysterious and ancient organization, whose purpose was to integrate the human knowledge system, skillfully blending occultism and science together to explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe. The founder, Helena, a legendary warlock, traveled in all directions, visited famous masters, and studied and absorbed the essence of all kinds of mysticism. Eventually, she founded the Rosicrucian Order, dedicated to spreading this ancient and mysterious tradition, so that more people can appreciate the charm of knowledge and wisdom. Rana lived a storied life, and upon his death, all of his secrets were buried with him in his grave. It was only in recent modern years that her grave was reopened and people were able to catch a glimpse of this mysterious figure. His grave is extremely well designed, with a rosebud pattern painted on top and walls covered with mysterious magical symbols. May the rosebud bloom at the tip of your heart. This was the unique greeting of the Rosebed Society, symbolizing the fusion of knowledge and wisdom, as well as the pursuit of mystical power. The dense text on the notebook dazzled Xiao Yang, and the concepts of magic, occultism and science were intertwined, making him feel both excited and confused. How were these related to Morong Chushue? His heart was filled with doubts and he decided to continue to probe deeper. After leaving the library, Xiao Yang was walking back to his dormitory when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and a sweet female voice came, "Hello? Is it Mr. Xiao? Our bank has a financial product with a super high rate of return." Xiao Yang smiled helplessly and rebuffed, "I'm not considering financial management at the moment, thanks in advance." However, the female voice was exceptionally persistent and continued to persuade with her sweet voice, "Mr. Xiao, if you don't manage your finances now, they will ignore you in the future. You are so young and promising, surely understand the importance of investment in finance." "How do you know I am young and promising?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. "Our bank has your information. Just 18 accounts on the monthly income of millions, you must be a company boss it." Girl explained, the tone is full of envy. Xiao Yang sighed in his heart, the bank's response is really fast, just transferring a few million to start selling financial products. He listened helplessly to the girl's persuasion, but his heart had already had an idea. "But I don't know anything about financial products, and I heard that many people have been cheated, so I'd better forget about it." Xiao Yang politely refused. "That is, they do not understand, know a little financial knowledge will not be cheated. Girls still do not give up. Really don't need it." Xiao Yang refused again. "In that case, I will leave you a private phone number, and contact me at any time if you need." The girl made a suggestion. "Need?" Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "Any need can be the female voice emphasized, full of expectation. "Are you really from the bank?" Xiao Yang deliberately pretended to be puzzled and asked. "Of course it is, the performance cannot be completed to be scolded by the leadership, and now only take the base salary, even the noodles cannot afford to eat." The girl pitifully began to complain. "Your bank salary is so low?" Xiao Yang asked in surprise. "Oh. Mr. Xiao, you just need to nod your head, I will be able to eat this month, you will not be so heartless." The female voice said almost pleadingly, with a hint of crying in her voice. Xiao Yang secretly laughed in his heart, this bank account manager really has a set. He thought for a moment and said, "I have other uses for my money, but you might be able to come to me part-time." "Part-time job?" "Mr. Xiao is a big boss. but I can't do anything. I can talk, that's why I do sales. Girls puzzled. I happen to need a sales manager. You are so eloquent that you almost convinced me. Xiao Yang said with a smile. The girl was silent for a while, seemingly not expecting Xiao Yang to make such a suggestion. She had wanted to persuade Xiao Yang to buy financial products, but she did not expect to be persuaded to take a part-time job instead. How about it? Think about it? Xiao Yang asked. But I don't have time until after work. The girl is a little hesitant. No problem, my part-time job here is very flexible, you can arrange it according to your own time. Xiao Yang explained. He thought of Tang City and S Milk Tea Bakery that just happened to need sales staff, so he continued, my friend S Milk Tea Bakery is recruiting, 3,000 base salary plus commission per month, at least you can get enough to eat. If it is not enough, the store's milk tea and bread you can eat. The goddess was silent again, this time she seemed to be impressed by Xiao Yang's offer. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, Mr. Xiao. You are really a good person. I will seriously consider it. Xiao Yang smiled, secretly pleased in his heart. Not only had he successfully avoided the sales pitch for the financial products, he had also accidentally found a suitable part-time employee for Tang Xitian's store. This was really two birds with one stone. Chapter 52 Consumption depends on the mood. Xiao Yang had just hung up the phone, and before he had time to slip the phone into his pocket, it vibrated again. He sighed helplessly, thinking who was this, so good at picking the time. Picked up the phone, and upon hearing it, it was that Morong Chushue girl. Hello? Sister Ah, what's the matter? Xiao Yang was a little helpless, but his tone was still polite. I'm shopping, I saw a super suitable clothes for you. Are you free? Come and see me. Didn't you ask me to pick out clothes for you and be your image consultant? Morong Chushue's voice was full of excitement. Xiao Yang slapped his head, then remembered that he did have such a thing. I almost forgot, where are you now? People's Road Pedestrian Street, I tell you, there is a black jacket, simply, where you body certainly handsome explosion. The price is only 20,000 yuan, you will know if you come to try. Morong Chushue is talking a lot. Only 20,000. Xiao Yang heart muttered, this Morong Chushue to money is really no concept But think of yourself now as also a person with a few $1,000,000, buy a $20,000 jacket is really not a big deal. How long will it take for you to arrive? Morong Chushue urged. I'm a little far from there, I have to go back to the dormitory to put down things, change clothes, how to half an hour it. Xiao Yang estimated the time. Okay, then see you in a while, I go to the neighborhood and then stroll, to the Komia. Morong Chushue commanded. Good Lu. Xiao Yang answered, hung up the phone, back to the dormitory hurriedly cleaned up, changed clothes and went out. Although he had money now, Xiao Yang still habitually chose to take the subway. By this time, it was already almost dark, and the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Although the sky was not completely dark, the colorful lights were already on, the night lights of the stores were flashing, the light was reflected on the glass of the windows, the plastic models in the windows were wearing exquisite clothes, showing the latest fashion trends to the passing pedestrians. Both sides of the People's Road Pedestrian Street were filled with luxury stores. Xiao Yang seldom came here before, after all, the price of any jacket here could top his 4 years of tuition fees. If it wasn't for Morong Chushue calling him here today, he really wouldn't have set foot in this high-end area. Walking on the pedestrian street, Xiao Yang started to look for the store named Earl. However, he was dazzled by the English signboards all over the street and could not find the 2 Chinese characters. After some arduous searching, he finally found a store named Earl in a corner. This should be Earl, right? Xiao Yang muttered to himself and then dialed Morong Chushue's number. Is it here yet? Morong Chushue's voice came. Just arrived, what about you? Where are you? Xiao Yang responded. I am picking lipstick, you go into the store first and wait for me, take a look around, I will be there soon. Morong Chushue said. Xiao Yang hung up the phone and walked into the store. As soon as he entered the door, a female sales clerk wearing a professional pants and skirt sized him up, and when she saw the ground floor clothes he was wearing, a hint of disdain appeared on her face. Xiao Yang did not care and began to rummage through the clothes. Seeing this, the female clerk hurriedly warned, don't touch it, these are very expensive. How do you know if it's expensive without touching it? Xiao Yang asked in return. Just touch and not buy, dirty as how to sell The shopgirl said with some displeasure. How do you know I won't buy it? Xiao Yang asked again. The female clerk sized up Xiao Yang a few more times, and although her heart was full of contempt, she didn't say anything more, but just looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. Next, wherever Xiao Yang went, the shopgirl followed him, fearing that he would dirty the clothes in the store. Just then, the store door was suddenly pushed open, and a girl wearing a Chanel high-fashion small fragrance suit and Saint Laurent high heels walked in. The female sales clerk recognized the luxury items on her at a glance and immediately abandoned Xiao Yang and greeted her. However, the store manager had already seen this scene from the surveillance and ran out ahead of her, recognizing that this was Morong Chushua, a regular customer of the store. "Ms. Morong, coming? Do you want to take a look at our new models for early fall?" The store manager was all smiles and bent down to welcome her. "No, I'll just take a look myself," Morong Chushua responded succinctly. The store manager then turned to the female clerk and instructed, "This is our big customer, you have to treat me well. If she has any dissatisfaction, you won't be able to get your bonus this month." The shopgirl's heart was in a state of flux, just like a rabbit. She was panicking. Morong Chushua had already caught a glimpse of Xiao Yang, and happily ran over. "Xiao Yang." As soon as she took Xiao Yang's arm, the two of them called a cordial, talking and laughing. The female clerk looked at her eyes and was so shocked that her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Morong Chushua and Xiao Yang were actually so close? How could this be possible? When I think of my attitude towards Xiao Yang just now, that cold sweat is whooshing down, the whole person is like being fixed, cannot even move. When the store manager saw this, he was furious and pushed her. "What are you doing here? Hurry to entertain Yes, is." The female clerk hard-headed. Step 3 moved to Xiao Yang's side rubbing. "What do you think of this one?" Morong Chushua picked up the black jacket and shook it in front of Xiao Yang. "It's not bad." Xiao Yang faintly responded, and casually picked up a gray jacket and looked at it. The female clerk stood next to him, not daring to breathe a breath. Xiao Yang casually tried a few pieces of clothing, in front of the mirror wandering a few times off, and casually hanged on the hanger. The female clerk never dared to say anything. "These are all quite good," Xiao Yang commented. "Then let's buy them all?" Morong Chushua proposed. "Originally intended to buy, but today's mood is not good, forget it, let's go to another shop," Xiao Yang said, about to pull Morong Chushua away. Store manager, to see this situation, that his anxious eyes, hurriedly ran over. "Mister, may I ask your name? Free of expensive, surname Xiao." Xiao Yang replied. "Mr. Xiao, is there anything about our clothes that you are not satisfied with? If the size is not suitable, I will find the most suitable one for you right away." The store manager was very attentive. "Clothes are not a problem, the size is also appropriate. Is that you? This clerk makes my heart uncomfortable, shopping mood are gone." Xiao Yang said that he was going to leave. "Mr. Xiao, don't go. If there is anything wrong with the clerk, we will change it right away." The store manager hastened to stay. "Cut the crap, I don't like to have people chattering next to me when I'm shopping." Xiao Yang looked a bit impatient. "Xiao Shang, you come here." The store manager yelled at the female clerk. The female clerk's face was as white as paper and she shivered and walked over. "What did you say to Mr. Xiao? What did you say to Mr. Xiao?" The store manager questioned. The female clerk was speechless. "Is it because my hands are dirty and I'm afraid of touching your clothes? Then I won't buy it." Xiao Yang made a gesture to leave. Chapter 53. Ugly people make a lot of strange. Store manager this time is completely understand, violently pushed the female clerk. "You actually dare to say so to the guests? But you also said that for those who only look and do not buy." The female clerk still wants to argue. "You are blind, This is Mr. Xiao. Look at his temperament, he will definitely be a big man in the future, you cannot see it?" The store manager was on fire. "Get lost. You don't have to come in tomorrow." The female clerk heard this, the tears are flowing down. "Store manager, if I lose my job, I cannot afford to pay the rent. You just do me a favor and spare me. You cannot even entertain such an important guest, I still want you, what use?" The store manager did not let up at all. The female clerk, full of despair, slapped herself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, it's my poor hospitality. It's me who is ugly." Xiao Yang did not say anything either. The clerk slapped herself 3 times in a row and cried with her head down. "It's not that I don't think you're ugly, since the store manager hired you, there must be a reason. It's just that this heart of yours is not clean, you need to read more." Xiao Yang finally spoke. This sentence from Mr. Xiao is better than me reading for 10 years. The shopgirl was grateful. Bring the clothes, Xiao Yang ordered. When the shopgirl heard this, her eyes instantly lit up, as if she had seen hope. Yes. I'll be right there. She hurriedly ran to bring the clothes and pointed to a pair of black leather shoes and said, "Do you want to try these shoes?" The shopgirl busily took the shoes down and knelt on the ground for Xiao Yang to try on. Do they fit? If it doesn't fit, I'll change it for you right away. The shopgirl tilted her head and asked. It's okay, wrap it up too, Xiao Yang ordered. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. The shopgirl carefully wrapped the shoes and sent them to the counter together with the clothes. The total amount is $153,800. The shopgirl's fingers jumped rapidly on the keyboard and accurately entered the amount. Xiao Yang dashingly took out his bank card. The shopgirl took it respectfully with both hands and carefully swiped the card. The POS machine then beeped and printed out the bill. Let's go back to school. Xiao Yang carried a large bag, pulled Morong Chushua's hand, said with a smile. The female clerk watched Xiao Yang's departing back. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Her job was considered to be saved. Xiao Yang's image, however, was like a brand, deeply engraved in her mind, lingering. Just stepping out of the store, Xiao Yang's cell phone vibrated. What's going on today? Phone calls one after another. Could it be that my number has been leaked? Xiao Yang flirted to himself and picked up the phone. Upon hearing the voice, it turned out to be Zhao Lina. Hello? What's the matter? Xiao Yang's voice carried a hint of relief. Xiao Yang, where are you now? Zhao Lina's laughter came from the receiver, crisp and pleasant. People's Road Pedestrian Street, just finished shopping. Xiao Yang replied. Sounds like a good mood. Zhao Lina teased. Not bad, why did you suddenly call? Xiao Yang asked curiously. Oops, I came to apologize, afraid that you are angry with me. Zhao Lina explained. Angry? Why am I angry? Xiao Yan was puzzled. It is not last night's bar missed the appointment thing. Well, my girlfriend fell out of love, her state is particularly bad, I do not go to accompany her for fear of what happened to her. Zhao Lina explained. Hey, that thing alright, don't take it to heart. Xiao Yang smiled tolerantly. In fact, Xiao Yang's heart still has to thank Xiao Lina. If not for her leaving last night, how could he have the opportunity to have that wonderful experience with Ms. Lin Jia? No, I have to treat you to dinner to compensate you. Zhao Lina insisted. No need, I'm not that cheap. Xiao Yang excused himself. No, I can't feel good about not inviting me, so let me invite you. Zhao Lina was very persistent. Well then, since you are so insistent, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Xiao Yang helplessly agreed. Then wait for me at the People's Road Pedestrian Street, I'll be right there. Zhao Lina said and hung up the phone. Xiao Yang wanted to say something or too late. Zhao Lina, this style of action, really thunder and lightning, not a bit of procrastination. Who is it? Morong Chushua curiously asked. Zhao Lina had to invite me to dinner, and is now rushing this way. Xiao Yang explained. Are you like Zhao Lina kind of girl? Morong Chushua's eyes flashed a trace of uneasiness, and her voice was also a little low. Which kind? Xiao Yang asked in confusion. It is the kind that dresses sexy and has a hot body. If you like it, I can also. Morong Chushua's face brushed red, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Xiao Yang looked at her and sighed in his heart. The might of the girl really deeper than the bottom of the sea, so that people cannot catch it. I don't have any special preference, senior sister, you are more pure, I like it very much. Xiao Yang said seriously. Really? Morong Chushua's eyes instantly lit up. But well, Zhao Lina also has her unique charm. Xiao Yang said jokingly again. You. Humph. Men are all into sexy. Morong Chushua feigned anger and pouted. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Xiao Yang laughed and explained. I will prove that I am better than her. Morong Chushua firmly said. Why do you guys have to fight over the level, can't you just get along with each other? Xiao Yang asked. In fact, when we first enrolled in school, our relationship was quite good, and then I do not know what happened, everyone is always comparing us, the relationship is slowly estranged. Morong Chushua explained. Then it is just right, she treat, you also go, you have a good chat, maybe can make up. Xiao Yang proposed. Xiao Yang proposed. Morong Chushua opened her mouth wide in surprise, obviously not expecting Xiao Yang to make such a suggestion. At this time, Zhao Lina was riding her tomahawk motorcycle, speeding towards the People's Road pedestrian street, and she didn't dream that she would meet Morong Chushua at tonight's dinner table. Chapter 54. This dog Bai has a little something. The snack alley that was right next to the People's Road pedestrian street was literally a carnival mecca for the open-air restaurants, as it was right next to the gurgling riverbank. At nighttime, white smoke curls up here, and the smells of roasted meat, snacks, and wine are intertwined, forming a unique city smoky atmosphere. The sound of people and the hustle and bustle is so loud that it's as if the whole city's bustle has converged here. Under the makeshift shed on the side of the road, the dim light bulbs emitted a soft glow, illuminating the plastic tables and chairs, adding a bit of coziness to this humble place. The kebab master was busy turning and grilling the meat skewers, sweat sliding down his cheeks, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. He just yelled loudly, attracting the passing diners. Although the environment here is not elegant, but the grilled meat skewers or star restaurants are difficult to find delicious. Zhao Lina made an appointment to meet at the spicy next-door barbecue stand, and Xiao Yang and Morong Chushua arrived as promised. Morong Chushua was obviously not interested in this noisy, oily and smoky environment. She was more accustomed to the elegant environment of a Western restaurant, listening to classical music, sipping famous wines and savoring Kobe beef. Zhao Lina, on the other hand, was so cool about the grilled meat here that every time she came, she drank and chewed with gusto. Dressed in a white Chanel high-fashion dress, Morong Chushua stood in front of the stall. That temperament is out of place with this environment. The boss was stunned, although he has also seen this kind of scantily clad guests, but it is still quite rare here. He warmly greeted, "How many inside please." Xiao Yang brought Morong Chushua to be seated. This barbecue stall is not small, dozens of tables set up along the river, business is booming. Through the bustle of the table group, Xiao Yang glimpsed a familiar figure in the distance. It turned out to be the basketball captain Qin Lang. He is sitting around with 4 boys drinking, the table bamboo sticks piled up. It seems to have been close to the end. When Xiao Yang passed by, Qin Lang also noticed him. Thinking about the military training when the limelight was stolen by Xiao Yang, his heart is still a little reluctant, but his skills are not as good as others, so he can only stop. For Zhao Lina, however, he always had a grudge. He had been chasing after her for 2 years without success, but she was easily taken away by Xiao Yang, which made his heart resentful. Unable to do anything, Qin Lang had to pretend that he had not seen her. After all, he was already in his 3rd year of college and was facing the pressure of his thesis and graduation. Xiao Yang and Morong Chushua took their seats and ordered food, originally thinking that they would each eat their own food and be at peace with each other. Not long after, a racy tomahawk motorcycle whistled. Zhao Lina jumped out of the car and went straight to the riverbank to look for Xiao Yang. Seeing Xiao Yang in, also found Morong Chushua, although the heart is a little puzzled, but still refreshing to go up to greet. "Xiao Yang brother." Zhao Lina patted Xiao Yang's shoulder and then sat next to him, while Morong Chushua sat on the other side. "Senior sister, I've ordered, can you take a look?" Xiao Yang said. "You order what you like to eat, I'll do as I please." Zhao Lina replied cheerfully, "Boss, come with a case of beer." At this time, Qin Lang and his party had just finished eating and were ready to leave when Zhao Lina's shouting drew their attention. Qin Lang wanted to pretend he didn't see them, but one of his companions suddenly said, "Qin Lang, isn't that Zhao Lina?" "Yes, the Zhao Lina you've been chasing for 2 years, why is she with that kid?" Another person chimed in. "Look at their relationship is quite good, Zhao Lina hand are put on his lap, you chased 2 years hand did not hold it. Next to the girl who is, then Zhao Lina also good looking it. Zhao Lina is even better looking, look at her waist to hip ratio, it's perfect. Who is that kid? How come 2 goddesses are having dinner with him? Qin Lang, you're a loser. You can't beat him in basketball, but you've been robbed of your woman." "Shut up." Qin Lang has already drunk a dozen bottles of wine, sniffing angrily, loudly scolded. On the other hand, Morong Chushua and Zhao Lina sat wide-eyed on both sides of Xiao Yang, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. "Hey, don't be so serious, our classmates, what can't be said?" Xiao Yang sat in the center to round up the situation. Morong Chushua and Zhao Lina are still staring at each other, and there seems to be sparks flickering between their eyes. "Do you guys know why there is gossip?" Xiao Yang said helplessly. "Why?" the 2 asked in unison. "Because the other girl's jealous of you, if you are ugly, who still gossip Xiao Yang shrugged and said. The 2 heard Xiao Yang's words, felt that the words are reasonable, the heart of the lump also slightly unlocked some. "Therefore, you should be good sisters in the future, the 3 of us drink and eat meat every day, how cozy Xiao Yang smiled and held their hands together, turning into a peacemaker for a second. Morong Chuxue and Zhao Lina looked at each other. At that moment, the two hearts are clear. If continue to argue, Xiao Yang must be caught in a dilemma, and the two of them are not easy to admit defeat temperament. The feeling of being left out is really difficult to accept. Instead of this, it is better to shake hands and make peace, at least to avoid unnecessary risks. Chuxue, I shouldn't have gullibly believed the rumors. You've always been a good sister to me. I apologize to you first. Zhao Lina is the first to speak. Her tone is sincere. No, I was the one who wrongly believed the rumors. Although you are wild and untamable, you have a good heart. I was the one who was too foolish. It's my turn to apologize to you. Morong Chuxue hurriedly responded, her face full of sincerity. This is good. You guys will still be good sisters in the future. Xiao Yang said with a smile, come on, eat the meat, don't let these small things affect our mood. Suddenly, the table was kicked over, beer bottles shattered all over the place, and barbecue meat was scattered everywhere. Xiao Yang turned around, only to see the drunken Qin Lang standing behind him, followed by 3 boys from the basketball team. Qin Lang's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Qin Lang, what are you doing? Zhao Lina stood up, walked towards Qin Lang and shouted sternly. Get out of the way, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Qin Lang pushed Zhao Lina away and wobbled to stand behind Xiao Yang with an aggressive air. This movement instantly attracted hundreds of diners, who cast curious gazes and murmured. It was to rob a woman again, right? That woman, simply heaven immortal level, but also 2 at once, this dog then a little something oh. That's not true, there is no hard work, which has the life of a flirt. Qin Lang, you do not make trouble. Zhao Lina again advised. Zhao Lina advised again, don't worry about me. Qin Lang shrugged off Zhao Lina, his eyes even more fierce. You guys take him back, he's drunk like this, he'll suffer. Zhao Lina reminded Qin Lang's companions kindly. Lose out? I never suffer in a fight. Qin Lang turned to his companions and said, are you brothers? If you are brothers, let's go together. Those 3 people showed a difficult face. They had no grievances with Xiao Yang and knew that Qin Lang was drunk. You guys don't go on? Then you don't deserve to be my brothers. Qin Lang continued to threaten. Old Qin, let's go, you're drunk. The companions picked up Qin Lang and wanted to slip away. Wait, this is not over yet. Xiao Yang domineering said, our table was kicked over, this table big hundreds of it, count who? Chapter 55 Dare to rob my woman, I will beat your woman. Kick your table so what, I also wanna kick your dog day. Qin Lang said aggressively, and with that, he swung his fist at Xiao Yang. Enough. Morong Chuxue stepped forward and tried to stop Qin Lang. In the next second, Qin Lang but violently pushed Morong Chuxue, she fell to the ground, her palm was cut by the glass ballast, and blood came out. Xiao Yang originally did not want to make a scene and pay compensation to settle the matter, but seeing Morong Chuxue injured as a result, his heart could not help but burn with anger. He violently slammed his fist into Qin Lang's eyes with such force that Qin Lang flew out like a stone, smashing the table behind him, wine bottles shattered, and roasted meat grease stained his back. Senior sister, are you alright? Xiao Yang hurriedly picked up Morong Chuxue and said with concern. My wrist hurts, it seems to be sprained. Morong Chuxue endured the pain and said, she had never experienced such severe pain, and tears could not help but come out of her eyes. Xiao Yang looked at her with heartache, and anger flashed in his eyes. At this time, Qin Lang stood up again drunkenly, dare to rob my woman? I will beat your woman. He said and once again lunged at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang lightly helped Morong Chuxue to sit on the plastic chair and then got up to deal with it. Qin Lang happened to rush to his back. Before Xiao Yang could turn around, he grabbed Qin Lang's fist with his backhand, and with a pull and a turn, he actually put Qin Lang strong as an ox body on his shoulder. He threw himself with force, and over the shoulder fall, and with a rumbling sound, Qin Lang smashed heavily on the ground, and the sound of cracking bones followed. Can't beat you motherfucker. Xiao Yang kneed his chest, pinched his neck and swung his fist smashed into Qin Lang's cheek, dull sounds resounded continuously. The surrounding diners were stunned and cast shocked gazes. Qin Lang's companions wanted to come forward to help, but Xiao Yang's blood-red eyes glared at them. Whoever dared to move, they would fight together. Those 3 were shocked by Xiao Yang's aura. How could they dare to move? They only watched Xiao Yang boxing Qin Lang. Finally, before Uncle had arrived, Xiao Yang pulled Morong Chuxue and Zhao Lina away from the scene. For one, it was to head to the hospital to check Morong Chushue's injuries. Secondly, he didn't want to fall into the crime of fighting with each other. Early the next morning, the sky had just turned fish belly white, and Xiao Yang was still immersed in his dreamland. when he vaguely heard a slight rattling coming from the dormitory door. Wu Dashan was sleeping soundly like a pig, snoring loudly. Xiao Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes and got out of bed in his big pants to open the door. When the door opened, he only saw a bruised and swollen, wretched Xin Lang standing outside the door. Xiao Yang froze, then laughed. "I don't have the strength to fight this early in the morning." Xin Lang lowered his head and said with a somewhat hoarse voice, "I came to admit my mistake. Last night I was drunk and lost my temper, and also took it out on a girl. I really shouldn't. I beg for forgiveness from my schoolmate." Xiao Yang could not help but be a little surprised in his heart when he heard this. He knows that Xin Lang is a strong nature, usually never easily admit fault. It must be Zhao Lina behind the scenes to do a lot of work. So, he patted Xin Lang's shoulder and laughed. "No fight, this is a true brother. Let bygones be bygones." Just at this time, a burly boy suddenly rushed to the dormitory door. Xiao Yang stared at him for half a day, but how could he not remember who this was? "Are you Xiao Yang?" The boy opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Yang nodded. "I heard that Xin Lang was beaten up by you?" The boy continued. When Xin Lang heard this, he fiercely glared at the boy and angrily said, "Yang Lin, are you deliberately looking for a fight?" Yang Lin, however, did not care. He carefully inspected the bruises on Xin Lang's face, then turned back to Xiao Yang and said, "Good punching technique. You're such a great fighter, it's a pity that you didn't come to our taekwondo club." "You're here to rob people again?" Xin Lang said in dissatisfaction. "It's better to strike first." Yang Lin smiled. "Taekwondo is footwork. What does it have to do with fists?" Xiao Yan was puzzled. "Fighting is all connected, the important thing is talent. I see this bruise, fist into the flesh, so powerful people do not join our taekwondo club. It is simply insulting the genius Ah." Yang Lin explained. "How about joining the basketball club and I'll let you have the president's seat?" Xin Lang said unwillingly. "Come to the taekwondo club and I'll let you have the president as well." Yang Lin did not hesitate to hit back. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart as he watched the two of them vie for himself. Just as Xiao Yang was in a dilemma, a blue light flashed, and Yao Yao suddenly appeared out of thin air, yet Xin Lang and Yang Lin could not see her at all. "Master, a new mission is here." Master, who only has 150 huaxia coins left, is so bitter. "Yao Yao has come to save you." Yao Yao waved her wings and said in a delicate voice, "You have the nerve to say that. If you didn't waste 100 huaxia coins on me, would I be like this?" Xiao Yang muttered in his mind with his thoughts. Yao Yao forgot, this time to compensate the master, the mission rewards 2,000 Chinese coins, complete. There is also a mysterious gift. Oh. Yao Yao blinked her eyes and said, "Mystery gift? What is that?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. "Open it to get randomly, unlock all skills, 100,000 huaxia coins, a secret book, permanently gain a certain ability, or thanks for participating." Yao Yang explained. "Other than the third and fifth, the others are quite appealing." Xiao Yang laughed. "Master accepting the mission? Failure is to deduct all the huaxia coins." Yao Yao asked. "Anyway, there are only 150 huaxia coins left, so just deduct them." "What is the mission?" Xiao Yang said without any concern. "Win the National College Basketball 3v3 League," Yao Yao announced loudly. Xiao Yang's heart stirred when he heard this, and he turned to Yang Lin, the president of Taekwondo, and said, "I'm sorry, but I've decided to join the basketball club." On the other hand, in less than a week's time, Tang Si Tian gave the milk tea store a new look. She changed the store logo and changed the name to Sisters Milk Tea. Due to the use of an exclusive formula, the taste of the milk tea was silky smooth and sweet, far superior to those milk teas in the neighborhood that used cheap creamer. Soon, the reputation of Sisters Milk Tea spread throughout the campus. Students came to buy in an endless stream, and during peak times there was even a long line. This made the business of Wu Tian's milk tea store on the street become very cold. Wu Tian is a child from the orphanage. He took over this milk tea store originally thought to be able to turn around and get rich, and saw the business gradually improve, but suddenly encountered a Sisters Milk Tea to steal customers. "Boss, I can't afford to pay the rent," the little brother said anxiously. "Dare to rob my business, see I do not smash your store." Wu Tian angrily closed the door of the store and led his little brother to the food street. The night was already late, and the street at 10 o'clock was already sparsely populated. Tang Si Tian was alone in the store, washing and scrubbing the shaker cups, the sound of the water rushing rattling. Although the milk tea store was doing brisk business, there were no more customers at this time. She wiped away the sweat on her forehead, put down the shaker cups, picked up a rag and started wiping the counter. Under the reflection of the light, her lone shadow swayed on the counter. After checking the turnover, Tang Si Tian closed the computer with satisfaction. This month's turnover was nearly $300,000, a figure she had never dared to think of. Her heart was filled with joy and fulfillment, and she was looking forward to the future. At this time, 3 silhouettes wandered into the milk tea store. Chapter 56. Drinking the smell of horse urine is because you're not drinking it the right way. Tang Si Tian looked up, only to see 3 lewd men waddling into the store. She frowned slightly, a trace of apology appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Sorry, it is closing, come back tomorrow." "You came all the way here and you're not selling? Want us to make a trip for nothing?" Wu Tian sat on the high chair in front of the counter with a roguish face, and put on a stance that he would not leave even if he died. "I still have to catch the last train home, really cannot be sold." Tang Sidian explained helplessly. "I don't care if you go home or not, Lousy wants to drink milk tea, quickly make it for Lousy." Wu Tian slammed the counter, his voice shook Tang Si Tian's heart. "Sir, it's really closing, you can come back tomorrow." Tang Si Tian forced her heart to hold back her dissatisfaction and persuaded again. "If I don't do it, I won't leave, see what you can do to me." Wu Tian had a rogue look on his face, and his 2 little brothers followed him on the high chair, staring roguishly at Tang Si Tian as if they were going to eat her up. Tang Si Tian was helpless, she really didn't understand why these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble, she didn't know what to do for a moment, her heart was both anxious and afraid. At this time, Xiao Yang was lying on his bed in the dormitory playing with his cell phone, his heart calculating the basketball team's training tomorrow morning. Although he had the agility skill and could easily win, using it once would consume a lot of Huaxia coins and could only last for 5 minutes. If the whole game relies on skills to play, then the consumption of Huaxia coins is not generally large, the league at least dozens of games, Huaxia coins are simply not enough. The match still has to rely on strength. Xiao Yang mumbled in his heart, and suddenly remembered that there are still stealth skills in the system, but they just haven't been unlocked and can't be used. Winning the basketball league will get you 2,000 Huaxia coins, and there is still 1,000 left after unlocking the stealth skill. With the stealth skill, a lot of things will become much easier to do. Let's see what the weather is like tomorrow first. The weather is changeable in the fall. Xiao Yang thought, picked up his Apple phone and called out the voice assistant. "Yao Yao, how is the weather tomorrow?" Xiao Yang asked. "Who's Xiao Yao?" Color Rue surprisingly asked a rhetorical question. "Oh, get used to calling, Color Rue, what's the weather like tomorrow?" Xiao Yang hurriedly changed his words. "Who is Xiao Yao?" Seasonal Rue was still holding on to this question. "Never mind, tell me the weather tomorrow." Xiao Yang was a bit impatient. "I don't know, you can ask Yao Yao." The voice assistant shut down automatically. Why is this voice assistant still playing with its temper? Xiao Yang helplessly put down his cell phone, and with a thought, Season reappeared. With a flash of blue light, Seasonal Rue appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes, waving its wings. "Master, what are your orders?" she asked in a delicate voice. "It's still that Yo-Yo is obedient, what's the weather like tomorrow?" Xiao Yang asked. "Humph. Am I such a great assistant for answering this kind of question?" Ask Color Rue, I'm not responsible for it. With a turn and a flap of her wings, Yao Yao disappeared in a streak of light and dust. "What's wrong today? Both Color Rue and Yao Yao are jerking around." Xiao Yang helplessly picked up his cell phone and prepared to check the weather himself. But just after opening the weather app, the WeChat message popped up. It was sent by Tang Si Tang. "Brother Xiao, there are people in the store coming to cause trouble, should I call the police?" "Make trouble?" Xiao Yang frowned. Who makes trouble in the middle of the night? After investing in the milk tea store, he can easily earn tens of thousands of dollars every month. He thought he could earn money lying down, but he didn't expect this kind of accident to happen. "Don't call the police first, I will go and take a look, wait for me." Xiao Yang quickly replied to Tang Sidian. He looked at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock, and the dormitory was going to turn out the lights at 11 o'clock. It was good that the food street was not far from the university, and it was only 10 minutes to run there. Xiao Yang jumped off the bed and hurriedly changed into his jacket. While wearing shoes, he said to Wu Dashan, who was lying on the bed reading, "Dashan, I have something to go out. The dormitory management will check the dormitory and you can help me cope with it." After saying that, Xiao Yang closed the door and ran out. He ran furiously all the way and soon ran to the food street. At this time, the food street was already cold and quiet, with only a few stores left with lights on. Right at this moment, Yao Yao jumped out again. "Master, there's a new mission." she said cheerfully. How come the quests come in a row? Speak quickly, I still have urgent matters. Xiao Yang said as he ran, his heart already as anxious as if it was on fire. The bounty hunter mission is here. There is a secret killer hiding in the city who will do anything for money. If you can find him and hand him over to the police, you'll get a lot of money. Once the mission is completed, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,500 huaxia coins. The system's voice rang in Xiao Yang's mind, full of temptation. Is there such a good thing? I can take the police's bonus as well as the system's huaxia coins. Once these 1,500 huaxia coins arrive, my stealth skill can be unlocked immediately. I don't have to wait until the basketball league is over. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he secretly calculated in his mind. Master, accepting the mission? But I have to remind you, this mission has a time limit. If you can't find it within a month, all of your huaxia coins will have to be deducted. The system's voice sounded again, with a hint of warning. The reward is so generous, how can I not be moved? But this thing called a killer, where am I going to find one? Even if he's standing next to me, I might not be able to recognize him. Xiao Yang frowned, somewhat hesitant. This is your mission. If you don't accept it, just give up. I'm not forcing you. Yao Yao carelessly said. Don't bother, I'm short of huaxia coins. How can I give up? How can I give up? Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. Although he didn't have a clue in his heart, he only had 150 huaxia coins left now, so even if he failed, he wouldn't lose much. After saying his words, Xiao Yang had already run to the entrance of his schoolmate's milk tea store. There were 3 hooligan-like men sitting in the store, leisurely drinking milk tea without the slightest intention to leave. Tang Sidian stood helplessly behind the counter, and when she saw Xiao Yang come in, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Wu Tian's trio glanced at Xiao Yang and continued to drink their milk tea. How could they know that Xiao Yang was the owner of this store? This milk tea is so chicken hard to drink, it's like horse urine. This shitty store should have closed down a long time ago. Wu Tian provoked as he drank. He provoked Tang Sishan for a long time, but Tang Sishan didn't respond, so Wu Tian couldn't find a reason to make trouble. Store manager! Tang Sishan suddenly shouted. When he heard the word store manager, Wu Tian's eyes instantly glowed, thinking, finally the store manager has arrived. That girl across the street didn't respond to how she provoked her. It was not good to make a move. Now that the store manager is here, it's finally time to make some noise. This milk tea is the same as horse urine. It is made of horse urine, right? Wu Tian deliberately said to Xiao Yang, deliberately provoking him. You drink it so vigorously, it seems like you like horse urine. Xiao Yang nonchalantly shot back. You seek death. Dare to scold me. Wu Tian slammed the table and stood up violently. Don't get excited, drinking out the horse urine flavor is because you are not drinking the right way. Let me teach you. Xiao Yang unhurriedly walked next to Wu Tian and picked up the milk tea in front of him. The 3 of Wu Tian looked at Xiao Yang in a daze, not understanding what the hell he was going to do. Chapter 57 Earthen Eggs Hurts. Just saw Xiao Yang pick up the milk tea and violently smashed Wu Tian's head. The milk tea flowed down and showered Wu Tian all over. The 2 little brothers were stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to make a move on their big brother. Wu Tian also froze. He originally thought that Xiao Yang was a soft persimmon, just pinch and apologize. He did not expect to be smashed on the head by the milk tea. Tang Sidian was also surprised. Although she had seen Xiao Yang smashing an antique store, it was someone else's store. She thought that Xiao Yang would apologize to the customers, but she didn't expect him to even hit the customers of his own store. Grass Nima! Wu Tian roared angrily and jumped up, wiping his face and staring at Xiao Yang, suddenly feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Yang? Wu Tian asked tentatively. Wu Tian? Xiao Yang also recognized Wu Tian. It's you! I haven't seen you for so many years, so you're hiding here. When you broke my ribs, I have yet to settle the score with you. Wu Tian said furiously. I should have broken your legs in the first place, so that you don't have to come out and cause trouble now. Xiao Yang said coldly. Give me on. Wu Tian roared angrily and pounced on Xiao Yang. The 2 little brothers also rushed up at the same time. 3 punches were swung at Xiao Yang at the same time, but Xiao Yang dodged and kicked one of the juniors in the crotch. That little brother's face turned blue, covered his crotch and rolled over, shouting. The other little brother swung his fist and Xiao Yang grabbed his wrist and reversed the direction of his fist. Thud! The punter's fist slammed hard on Wu Tian's eye. Nima! Wu Tian covered his eyes and took a few steps back. Big brother! The little brother panicked and held Wu Tian. Sorry. Don't talk nonsense, beat him up. Wu Tian shook off his little brother, and the two of them rushed towards Xiaoyang again. Xiaoyang looked in the right direction, his figure was like a ghost, dodging to avoid the fist that came whistling, followed by a swing of his right arm, a fist slammed out. Thud. Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, a junior brother was like being hit by a boulder, and his entire body was smashed so hard that he flew out of the milk tea shop and ruthlessly fell onto the street, sending dust flying. Plop. The junior brother lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Xiaoyang did not pause for a moment, his body turned around and slammed another fist into Wu Tian. Thud. Wu Tian also failed to dodge this blow and was smashed like a kite with broken strings, tumbling and falling on the street. Xiaoyang slowly walked out of the milk tea store, only to see the two people struggling to get up. He snorted coldly and kicked out, hitting each of the two people's dirt eggs. Ah! A mournful howl immediately came out from the street. The two men covered their crotches and curled up into a ball, their faces twisted in pain. Still fighting? Xiaoyang condescendingly looked at the two men and coldly asked. No, no more fighting. Wu Tian covered his crotch and shivered as he, in the gloom of the distant street corner, a pair of eyes stared tightly at Xiaoyang. The man in black lowered the brim of his hat and after a few glances, quietly retreated into the street and disappeared. The next morning, Xiaoyang changed into a blue basketball uniform with a pair of red sneakers and ran to the court. The court was empty, with only a dozen boys from the basketball team standing in the center, mostly freshmen. Xin Lang was instructing them to run laps around the court. After Xiaoyang arrived, Xin Lang said to the crowd, "The new captain is here." Everyone yells, "Captain, hello." "Captain, good." The boys eyed Xiaoyang and shouted in unison. "You can still be the captain, I have too many things to do and I'm too busy." Xiaoyang said to Xin Lang. "Never, I've already announced that only the one who defeats me can be the captain, I can't go back on my word." Xin Lang said with a resolute attitude. "Then you can be the vice captain and take care of all the affairs, I'll just hang on to my name." Xiaoyang proposed. "This is a good solution, it's settled." Xin Lang nodded in agreement. "You should still command the training, I have no experience, so I will train with them." Xiaoyang said, he knew that if he wanted to win the championship, he would have to step down and train without agility skills. At this time, all the people were watching Xiaoyang, and secretly marveled in their hearts. Xiaoyang's strength is superb, but he is so humble, he should double his efforts even more. "Captain is strong and humble, really admirable," a freshman said to the person next to him. "That's right, it's too much better than that smug person Gao Chang. Xiaoyang is the one who convinces people," another person chimed in. Xiaoyang, however, did not have the slightest hint of modesty, he only felt that he needed to keep increasing his strength. Without agility skills, his basketball level was only medium, and if he didn't practice diligently, he was afraid that he would fall behind in the league. The others didn't know this secret and grew to admire Xiaoyang more and more. "Start training." Xin Lang clapped his hands and shouted. "Good." The crowd responded in unison. The basketball court immediately resounded with the sound of footsteps. The weather in early fall was slightly cool, but the crowd was soon sweating. Xiaoyang woke up early to practice and was listless all day, barely holding on to his eyelids until the last class of the afternoon. After returning to the dormitory, although it was not yet 8 o'clock, Xiaoyang was already so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting and he just wanted to fall back to sleep. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. A look at the screen, it was Zhao Lina called. "Xiaoyang, go to karaoke tonight. Don't tell me you're not available." Zhao Lina's voice was light and energetic. "Some other day, I really want to sleep, I'm exhausted today." Xiaoyang responded breathlessly. "Resolutely not, I'm already downstairs in your dormitory, you can see for yourself." Zhao Lina was unforgiving. "I really don't have the strength, let's do it another day." Xiaoyang tried to push back. "If you don't come down, I'll yell at you for molesting me. I can really shout." Zhao Lina finished, but also intentionally shouted loudly, although there was nothing substantial, but it was enough to give Xiaoyang a headache. "How can I molest you upstairs? School sister, stop it." Xiaoyang expressed his helplessness. Chapter 58. Others sing for money, I sing for life. "Whatever, are you coming or not?" "Do not come," I really shouted, "then you cannot blame me." Zhao Lina threatened. Well, my aunt, I will go is not okay, but just the two of us sing is not much atmosphere. Xiaoyang finally compromised. "Then call a few people together." "How many people do you think are suitable?" Zhao Lina suggested. Call 7 or 8 more friends, lively. Xiao Yang said. Okay, I'll find my friends first, you call your friends, I've already booked the box. Zhao Lina arranged it in a well-organized way. Xiao Yang hung up the phone, flipped through the address book, found Morong Chushua's number and dialed it. Hello? What's up, schoolmate? Morong Chushua's voice came with a hint of tenderness. Sister, go sing at night is there any interest? Xiao Yang said with a smile. I still have to write my lab report, so I may not be able to do it tonight. Morong Chushue apologized. Why is there a report to write every day? It's just the beginning of the school year. Xiao Yan was puzzled. In order to get a scholarship, you are not unaware. Morong Chushue explained. You're so rich and you're still getting a scholarship? It's not that bad. Xiao Yang teased. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of qualification, which will help you to study abroad in the future. Morong Chushue said seriously. Can't you come back and write again? Do you have to stay up all night tonight? Xiao Yang tried to persuade. No, dozens of pages, tomorrow morning will be handed in, tonight must stay up to finish writing. Morong Chushue's attitude is resolute. Well, then you write it, have time I will ask you again. Xiao Yang was helpless. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Yang changed into the clothes Morong Chushue had picked for him earlier, and took a taxi straight to the KTV. When he arrived at the box, Xiao Yang was the first to arrive, and he sat on the sofa, casually flipping through the wine list. A waiter in a tuxedo stood aside and respectfully asked, Sir, are you alone? There are still a few friends who haven't arrived. Xiao Yang replied. Just as the words were finished, the sound of high heels came from outside the door. Xiao Yang and the waiter looked at the door at the same time. Only to see a row of long white legs standing at the door, walking into the box one after another. Some of the girls were wearing hot pants, some were wearing ultra-short skirts, their looks were different but their bodies were all exceptionally hot. The waiter looked at the 10 girls and his eyes were almost glazed over. He had thought that Xiao Yang had come to take a break from love, but now that he saw Xiao Yang sitting in the center of the sofa surrounded by a group of young girls with slender thighs, he immediately felt that Xiao Yang was a winner in life and was impressed with him. And carefully looked at the clothes Xiao Yang wore, although he could not read the brand, but at a glance he knew that the fabric was very high grade. Could it be a rich second generation? Why haven't I seen it before? The waiter pondered in his heart. Xiao Yang. Zhao Lina jumped next to Xiao Yang and shouted excitedly. Your friends are really many. Xiao Yang looked at the group of long-legged beauties in front of him and said somewhat stutteringly. Our cheerleader's her name is Zhou Yutong, is the last time I because of love lost in the bar. Cool you about that girl. Zhao Lina pulled beside her a girl wearing a black ultra-short skirt, shawl black hair, low-necked V-lace suspenders introduced. When Zhou Yutong saw Xiao Yang, she smiled and said, Sorry last time because I let Nana cool your appointment. It's fine, it's a small matter, don't take it to heart. Xiao Yang graciously said. Xiao Yang was surrounded by the girls, the perfume smell came to his nose and he felt his body getting hot. Who's going to order a song? A girl wearing black leather shorts and black stockings sat in front of the jukebox and asked. Me. Zhao Lina jumped up and shouted, I'm going to sing Knowing Lovers. I'll sing later. A girl in a dress said. I'll sing White Lotus. A girl in a pink halter just opened her mouth, but then she changed her mind and said, Blue Lotus. Everyone ordered songs one after another, and the box became lively. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa and didn't say a word, just quietly listening. Xiao Yang, aren't you going to order a song? Zhao Lina asked. You guys sing, I'll just listen. Xiao Yang literally said. No, we all sing to have an atmosphere, you must order a song. Zhao Lina is unforgiving. I really do not know how to sing. Xiao Yang was a little embarrassed. Who believes singing who will not depends on the willingness. Zhao Lina encouraged. Other people sing for money, I sing for life, I'm afraid to scare you. Xiao Yang laughed bitterly. It's okay, we don't have any expectations of you, how hard can it be to hear? Zhao Lina laughed. Sing together. The girls coaxed, laughter and cheers intertwined together, the crystal lights of the entire box seemed to vibrate and flicker. Everyone clustered around Xiao Yang, like a group of naughty kittens surrounding a reluctant big fish, forcing him to sing. You guys don't regret it. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly, flashing a hint of cunning. He knew that once he opened his mouth, this concert would really turn into a disaster movie. What have we not seen? KTV regulars, pentatonic more, not afraid. The girl wearing leather shorts waved her hand, a look of having seen a lot of wind in waves. The other girls also followed suit, and have expressed that they are not afraid of Xiao Yang's magic sound through the ear. I'm really not good at it. Xiao Yang was still trying to push back, but it was obvious that he was already powerless. Then sing with me. Zhao Lina smiled and proposed, knowing lovers, I'll sing the first part, you sing the second part. Saying this, she had already shoved the microphone into Xiao Yang's hand, and she herself picked up a black microphone and stood in front of the TV, swaying gently with the music. The prelude of Known Lovers rang out, and Zhao Lina's mellow and sweet voice instantly echoed throughout the box, like a wisp of fresh breeze on a summer day, making people feel relaxed and happy. The flower of the music department, a powerhouse idol. A girl excitedly applauded and shouted, the other girls also nodded their heads in agreement, and the box was filled with joy. It was Xiao Yang's turn to sing. He helplessly picked up the microphone and took a deep breath, however. The song was completely out of tune with the rhythm, and none of the tones were in tune. The girls first froze for a moment, and then they all showed expressions of pain, but for the sake of face, they still barely insisted on listening to the first half. Halfway through the song, the girls' faces changed, some covered their ears, some looked down and played with their cell phones, and some simply closed their eyes. Suddenly, the screen flashed and turned into the MV of Later, and the girl with the leather shorts hurriedly pretended to be sorry and said, Handslip cut the song. It's okay, you guys sing. Zhao Lina waved her hand generously and tried to dissolve the embarrassment. Let's order it for you again. The girl in the leather shorts proposed. No need, you guys sing first, Xiao Yang and I will sing last. Zhao Lina smiled and shook her head, obviously not wanting Xiao Yang to plague everyone's ears anymore. The girl sighed in relief and agreed, no longer encouraging Xiao Yang to sing. Next, the other girls took turns singing, and the box was once again filled with laughter. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, sat at the table in boredom, listening to the girls sing, but his eyes couldn't help but look towards those longer-than-life-long legs and the 15 moon swaying. Chapter 59 Can't play a little. Or let's play dice. Zhao Lina suddenly suggested, breaking the silence in the box. Good. Xiao Yang immediately came to the spirit, he is a master of playing dice. If you lose, you can drink, one bottle at a time. Zhao Lina said, picked up the dice and threw it into the cylinder, shaking it. The clattering sound rang out crisply, making people's hearts beat faster. Drinking how meaningless play on clothes, lose once to one clothes apiece. Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Lina with a bad smile, trying to provoke her interest. Zhao Lina looked at Xiao Yang in silence, the last game of undressing made her heart palpitate. She didn't want to experience that embarrassment and wretchedness again. No, can't play a bit. Zhao Lina firmly refused. I was lucky last time, maybe you'll be lucky this time. Xiao Yan laughed and tried to convince her. I won't play either, in case you get lucky again. Zhao Lina put down the cylinder, the dice shook a few times in the cup, then stopped. I will play with you. Zhou Yutong suddenly sat next to Xiao Yang, her big eyes blinking with wariness. He is super lucky, you will definitely lose if you play with him. Zhao Lina warned, trying to make Zhou Yutong know better. Is that so? That's too bad, I've never lost a game of dice. Zhou Yutong said confidently. Zhao Lina looked at Zhou Yutong, and the embarrassment of that night came back to her. She shook her head helplessly and said, whatever, just don't regret it. It seems like you're losing badly. Zhou Yutong deliberately teased her. Zhao Lina was speechless and just silently glanced at Zhou Yutong before picking up the cylinder and preparing to start a new round of the game. The atmosphere in the box became tense once again, and a fierce dice battle was about to take place. Today, I will help Sister Nada wipe out her past shame and leave Xiao Yan without a single piece of armor. Zhou Yutong picked up the cylinder and announced loudly. Dry out him. Avenge Sister Na. The rest of the sisters chimed in. Clatter. The dice spun madly in the cylinder, like fallen leaves swept up by a gale, jumping around without any regularity. Zhou Yutong was holding the cylinder with one hand, the mouth of the cup facing downwards, but the dice was spinning as if it was enchanted, tightly attached to the cylinder wall, as if it was completely uncontrolled by the Earth's gravity. Xiao Yang watched on the sidelines, secretly marveling in his heart, this technique was definitely a master among masters. However, he did not want to easily waste his precious 150 huaxia coins just for this little game. So, he also picked up a cylinder, put in the dice, and with a gentle shake, the dice jumped happily inside. The two of them looked at each other, sparks flashing in their eyes. Zhou Yutong's chest trembled slightly due to the shaking motion, and the hidden scenery made Xiao Yang's heart flutter, but he quickly withdrew his mind and focused on the game in front of him. Snap! The two of them almost simultaneously snapped the cylinder, and that crisp ringing sound echoed in the box. Zhou Yutong's chest swayed a few times due to inertia, before coming to a quiet halt. This seemed to be her secret weapon, using that unintentional swaying to disturb people's minds and look for the opponent's cracks. Xiao Yang moved the cylinder, only to see that the dice were 4, 3, 4. The corner of his mouth hooked and he shouted, 3, 4. Zhou Yutong, however, did not move the cylinder and directly shouted, 4, 4. So confident? Xiao Yang looked at her, and in his heart, he was even more certain that he had met a real expert today. Xiao Yang pretended to be calm and tried to overwhelm the other party in terms of momentum. Zhou Yutong smiled, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, open. Both of them moved the cylinder at the same time, only to see that Zhou Yutong's dice were 2, 3, 5, 6, and there was number 4 at all. Xiao Yang guessed wrongly, Zhou Yutong won. Ha, awesome, take it off. Zhou Yutong smiled smugly, her eyes full of provocation. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly, unbuttoned his shirt and threw it aside. Come again! Xiao Yang shouted. The two shook the cylinder again, and the other girls gathered around, casting curious gazes. You're guessing without looking, so confident? Xiao Yang asked as he shook it, trying to find a break in Zhou Yutong's eyes. I'm from the math department, I can calculate probabilities. A large deviation is a small probability event that can happen. Only look at the dice when you're not sure. My winning rate is over 80%, basically no one can beat me. Zhou Yutong said confidently. It turns out to be a school bully, no wonder. Xiao Yang sighed. I was the first in the province in math. Zhou Yutong said lightly. Zhou Yutong, bull. A girl shouted. Zhou Yutong, it all depends on you, strip him naked. Zhao Lina also chimed in, letting him taste the taste of not leaving a single piece of armor behind as well. Xiao Yang glanced at Zhao Lina and smiled playfully. He thought to himself, how can I lose? I still have 150 huaxia coins and can use the perspective function. Zhao Lina, however, felt that she was winning, remembering the last time she was humiliated by Xiao Yang. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would humiliate him this time. Zhou Yutong and Xiao Yang once again skillfully shook the cylinder, and the clattering sound continued to resound like war drums beating. The two of them glanced at each other as if they were trying to see through each other's minds. Snap! Xiao Yang snapped the cylinder first, and the crunching sound was exceptionally clear in the box. Snap! Zhou Yutong also snapped the cylinder right after him. Xiao Yang didn't look at the dice inside the cylinder and directly shouted out the number of points. Zhou Yutong was not willing to show weakness and shouted. Open! Xiao Yang did not hesitate to say, he felt that he had secured this hand. Both of them moved away from the cylinder at the same time, only to see Xiao Yang's dice were 1, 3, 5, while Zhou Yutong's was 5, 5, 5, 1, where 1 can be taken as any number, adding up to exactly 5 fives. The girls gathered in a circle and shouted in surprise, how is this possible? The probability is too small. How dare you guess? Zhou Yutong smiled wryly, sometimes, luck is also very important oh. Xiao Yang shook his head, luck? This is too metaphysical. Zhou Yutong deliberately said, I didn't want to win this game, anyway, I have a lot of clothes, it doesn't matter if I take one off. You are already naked, I wanted to save your life, but it seems that luck is still on my side. Sure enough, a master needs both strength and luck. The girls coaxed, strip. Strip. Take off. Xiao Yang helplessly bent over, untied his shoelaces and took off a shoe. Zhou Yutong laughed, it looks like you'll have to be in pieces to finish. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows defiantly, what if I get lucky? The wind and water will turn, maybe it will be my turn to win this round. Zhou Yutong laughed confidently, that's impossible, I've never lost before, math probability is my strong point, you'll win against me? It's hard as hell. Xiao Yang thought in his heart, I'll take off a few more, so you can be complacent for a while first. When I take off more or less, then I will let you see my real strength, don't kneel down and call your father at that time. Both of them picked up the cylinder at the same time and shook it, the crisp sound echoed in the box, like the beating of war drums, signaling that another fierce battle was about to begin. 4 for 3. Xiao Yang shouted. Zhou Yutong responded without hesitation. Open. Xiao Yang decisively uncovered the cylinder. He saw that his points were 2, 4, 5, and 6, while Zhou Yutong's points were 1, 3, 5, and 6, counting 1 point that could be used as any point, which only added up to 2 threes. You lost. Xiao Yan laughed triumphantly. Zhou Yutong helplessly took off her high heels, her white feet were exposed, she let out a light laugh. Stinky brother, sister let you once, don't be too proud too early.